The front door exploded inwards, splintered off its hinges. Qinfeng's sister stood there, her face a mask of fury. He hadn't answered his phone. Xiao Yuyu was a storm of rage, kicking anything she could reach, all because her beloved Songfei needed more money for his so-called singing career. She demanded he just send the cash, but the protagonist, his patience shattered, did the unthinkable. He struck his sister across the face. The force of the blow sent her collapsing to the floor. He looked down on her as if she were trash. She could only stare back, completely stunned. Her brother had never, ever raised a hand to her. He had always been so obedient. But the person standing before her now was a complete stranger. With a gaze as cold as ice, he told her he had zero patience left for her games. He tossed a credit card at her feet. It contained every last cent their parents had left them. He told her to take it all. Feng declared that out of respect for their parents. This would be their final conversation. From this moment on, he was no longer her brother. The girl just clutched her stinging cheek, a terrifying chill creeping into her heart. But looking back, was his reaction truly so unfair? Alone in his room, the brutal truth of Fun's past life resurfaced. A life where he gave everything to protect that sister, only to be betrayed, years from now, on a battlefield where he'd slain countless monsters. The most venomous creature of all stabbed him directly in the back. He couldn't believe it, demanding to know why she would do this. Qin Xiao had only sneered, calling him an idiot. In her eyes, he was never family, just some orphan their parents had adopted. She looked down on him, revealing she only did what he asked to use him. It was all for her true love, Song Fei. The mastermind who planned to use her to snatch the divine artifact after Fun had done all the work. In his final moments, the protagonist couldn't even bring himself to look at his sister's face one last time. Xiao mocked him then, saying his constant protection was suffocating and annoying. Impatient, Song Fei moved in to eliminate Feng for good. You see, back in the year 2025, a strange phenomenon began. Whenever a person slept, they were forcibly dragged into the dream world. It was a world that operated like a game, but dying within it meant your actual lifespan was cut short in the real world. However, it wasn't all despair. It was soon discovered that the skills and powers gained in the game could be brought back to reality. Lifespan itself had become the new currency. The main character had dedicated his entire being to obtaining the divine item and reaching the pinnacle. And on that very day, his own sister betrayed him. It's not fair, he thought. If I only had one more chance, I would change everything. And then, his life faded to black. But it seems the heavens are not entirely unjust. Qinfeng's eyes snapped open. He glanced at his phone and saw the date 2025. This was real. He had been reborn, sent 9 years into the past. As he prepared to enter the game again, Fun felt a strange, exhilarating sense of freedom. He wondered just how powerful he could become without the dead weight of his sister dragging him down. This time, he vowed to use his knowledge of the future to get ahead of everyone, seizing all the power and opportunities he had once left behind. As for Xiao Yu, he would let her fend for herself. She would have to face the cruelties of this new world without his protection. And as for Song Fei, the man who orchestrated the betrayal that ended his last life, Feng's gaze turned razor sharp. He swore an oath that he would kill Song Fei with his own 2 hands and make that manipulative idol pay for everything in blood. The world around him dissolved, reforming into a vast, otherworldly space. He stood in a colossal hall, filled with glowing mirrors that pulsed with a mysterious light. He explained that this was the profession selection hall, the place where players forged their destinies. In his past life, he'd spent hours here, paralyzed by indecision, but now armed with the knowledge of a veteran. Fun walked through the hall with absolute confidence. This time, he knew exactly what he wanted. He remembered choosing the warrior class before, a choice made solely to protect Xiao Yu. The warrior class wasn't weak, but it no longer served his purpose. Now that he didn't have to worry about being someone else's shield, he knew that speed and lethal power were paramount. With this resolve, he reached out towards a mirror and chose the path of the assassin. The moment he touched the glass, a brilliant blue light erupted from his hand, and a system window materialized before him. The system announced that the artifact, the Eye of Judgment, was already bound to his soul and would be activated immediately. Behind Fun, a massive, ethereal eye appeared from the void, its gaze seeming to pierce through all of creation. Another window confirmed it. He possessed a unique attribute. The power of judgment? The system explained this granted him advantages that no other player could possibly have. As soon as he entered the game, he would automatically receive a profession and talents of the highest quality, placing him far beyond the starting line of any normal player. A cold smile finally touched Fun's lips as he felt the overwhelming power of the Eye of Judgment surge within him. He realized that the artifact's bond had followed him, even through death and rebirth. If that was true, it meant the artifact was utterly useless to anyone else. The very treasure Song Fei and Xiao Yu had killed him for. was something they could never have. He even began to wonder if it was the Eye of Judgment itself that had granted him this impossible second chance. Out of nowhere, a turbulent, dark aura begins to flood his body, catching him completely off guard. The system's voice rings out, congratulating him on unlocking a secret profession. As the class transfer begins, the dark aura swallows him whole. When the energy finally fades, Fun is transformed. His black hair has bleached to a stark white, and a strange new power radiates from his very being. The system announces his new destiny. He has become immortal. Shadow, a secret, high-level assassin class, leagues beyond the simple warrior he was meant to be. Feng understands the weight of this. The Shadow class grants immense power right from the start, a profession that others would kill for. He runs a hand across his face, marveling at the absurd luck, or perhaps the inescapable fate, that led him here. Normally, when choosing a profession, the chance of unlocking a secret class is infinitesimally small. But for him, thanks to the authority of judgment, that tiny chance became an absolute 100% certainty. The system then unveiled the abilities granted by this incredible power. The first was the authority of judgment itself. It was, the system declared, the oldest and most absolute authority in the universe, a power that transcended every known rule of reality. But a warning followed. Without possessing a divinity, Fun couldn't actively command its full might. Even so, its passive effects remained active, giving him a ridiculous advantage. Fun was reeling from this revelation. He remembered his past life. Humanity didn't even learn of the power of order until 7 long years into the game. It was only then that a legendary player managed to escape the game and reach the land of order, revealing its existence to the world. And yet, despite countless years of struggle, no one had ever managed to claim that power for themselves. Now, Fun held something far greater. He possessed the original authority, a power that could shatter rules and bend order to its will. The power to reshape reality itself. A grim seriousness settled on his face. He realized his goals had to be grander than mere revenge. If he could escape this game of gods, reach the land of order, and obtain a divinity, he could unleash 100% of the authority of judgment. Just then, a system screen materialized before him, prompting him to choose his in-game name. After a moment's thought, he picked a name that perfectly suited his new existence, Shadow. A fitting title, he mused, for a profession born from darkness. The moment he confirmed, the system accepted, and a dark aura pulsed around him once more. The system announced his imminent arrival into the game world, the land forsaken by the gods. It painted a grim picture of this world, a shattered land swarming with destructive monsters that annihilated everything in their path. These creatures, the system warned, were merciless. Their only purpose was to kill him. It also revealed a crucial mechanic by leaving the starting city and killing monsters. He could earn tradable lifespan, a vital resource. However, the penalty for dying in the game was severe. Half of his total lifespan, both tradable and normal, would be stripped away. The stakes were incredibly high, but Fun felt no fear. The scene shifted, and he materialized in the starting village, a place called Shelltown. This, the system declared, was a peace zone, a sanctuary where monsters couldn't enter and players were forbidden from fighting. Here, lifespan loss was fixed at a minimal 1x. Fun surveyed the scene. Absolute chaos. The other players, freshly dragged into this nightmare, were scrambling to make sense of it all. Confused voices filled the air, all asking the same questions. How did they get here? What was happening? Most only remembered falling asleep before waking up in the selection hall, completely unaware of the deadly game they were now trapped in. But Fun's focus was razor sharp. He scanned the crowd, knowing the game's population would explode in no time. Soon, powerful figures from every nation would descend upon this world, each one vying for control. If he wanted to stay ahead of the curve, he had to be fast. With that single thought, he started walking through the city. His presence immediately drew stares. His sleek gear and the faint dark aura clinging to him set him worlds apart from the novice players. Whispers erupted from the crowd as everyone tried to guess his profession. Another player, clearly an assassin, recognized the dagger at Fong's hip, but was stunned by the vast difference between them. The man had no special aura, while Fun radiated power and mystery. The contrast was undeniable, fueling everyone's curiosity. As he neared the city's exit, a group of players stumbled back into the safe zone, their faces pale with shock. It appeared that dying in the game wasn't the end. Instead, players were simply sent back to the safety of Shelltown. The group was made up of 3 men and 1 woman. They seethed with frustration, complaining about their disastrous run-in with a level 1 tracker monster. One man raged that a single bite had devoured half his health. Another griped that even with their entire party attacking together, they barely chipped away a third of the monster's health. The third man was crushed, his spirit broken after losing a precious life. Their eyes turned to their leader, waiting for her command. But before she could speak, her gaze locked onto Fun. His own eyes met hers, calm and unreadable, unlike the others. She carried a magnificent longbow, a far cry from the standard weapon archers received. Fun knew instantly. She possessed a secret profession and incredibly rare and powerful advantage. Intrigued by his unique gear and unwavering demeanor, the woman approached him with a proposition. She proposed they form a party, arguing the monsters beyond the walls were too powerful to face alone. She claimed her group had experience, having already faced a monster, even in their crushing defeat. A faint, mocking smile touched Fun's lips upon hearing this. The only experience they had, he thought, was in how to die. He flatly rejected her offer, stating he preferred to work alone. Stunned by his refusal, her teammates began to mutter. What kind of arrogant fool thought he could solo what a team of 4 could not? Despite their doubts, the leader sensed something different. There was more to this man than met the eye. Determined to learn his secret, she activated her observation skill. Her eyes widened as she read the name floating above his head. Shadow. A small laugh escaped her. The name was a bit dramatic, but she couldn't shake the feeling he was hiding something immense. Turning to her group, she made a decision. They would follow him and see what he was truly capable of. Perhaps he'd discovered a weakness in the monsters, some vital information he was hoarding for himself. A sly grin spread across her face. She couldn't wait to see if he would soar, or if he would break. As Fun strode confidently toward the exit of Conscious City, the blonde girl's team shadowed his every move. They moved with caution, calculating each step. The group took cover behind a tree, their eyes glued on Fun's retreating figure. The blonde leader, her voice laced with frustration, complained about this strange and merciless new world. She admitted she still didn't understand why they were trapped in this nightmare. But as a veteran gamer, she had adapted quickly, assembling a team. Even so, she never dreamed the game would hand them such a brutal and humiliating defeat. The very first monster they encountered had utterly annihilated them. It was a clear warning they were not prepared. She concluded that a beast of that caliber was impossible for any level 1 player to defeat. Meanwhile, the 2 men on her team began analyzing Fun. One of them, also an assassin, pointed out the massive gap between them. While he was stuck with a standard dagger, Fun wielded a wickedly sharp short sword that looked deadly. The assassin also noted Fun's inhuman speed and his gear, which was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It seemed custom-crafted, radiating an aura of immense power. Hearing this, the blonde woman was more certain than ever Fun was no ordinary player. She decided to continue following him from the shadows, hoping to glean some information that could give her team an edge. But just as she signaled her team to move closer, Fun stopped dead in his tracks. Glancing back over his shoulder, the blonde girl froze, her heart hammering in her chest as she wondered if he had spotted them. Before she could react, Fun activated a skill. A dark aura flared around his body, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. It was as if he had never been there. The group could only stare in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what they just saw. The assassin in their party was the first to understand, explaining that Fun must have used an invisibility skill, a basic assassin technique. But even he had to admit that the version Fun had used was on a completely different level from his own. The blonde leader, still in shock but now resolute, declared that following Fun was no longer an option. She ordered a retreat to the safety of the city to regroup and find other methods to level up. She reminded them that leaving the city was suicide, especially since their health had already been cut in half from their first death. The men quickly agreed. They began speculating that the city must hold hidden rewards, like treasure chests or NPCs who could offer powerful quests. They clung to the hope that there was a way to grow stronger without risking their lives again. At that moment, the system explained the skill Fun had just unleashed. Latent image renders the player invisible to everyone, both friend and foe. While invisible, the player's first attack after reappearing deals massively increased damage. Furthermore, his Master of Invisibility skill doubled its duration and increased his invisibility level by 1. Fun himself was satisfied. The skills of his Mortal Shadow class were brutally efficient. Unlike regular assassins, whose stealth was easily detectable at level 1, Fun's unique abilities ensured that no player or monster could sense his presence in these early stages. With that dismissive thought, he distanced himself from the doomed group of girls. To Fun, they were simply foolish and naive. He knew this city offered no easy path to power. It was a fragile shelter in a world where the weak were just monster fodder. He remained focused, moving forward until his invisibility finally wore off. He quickly realized something crucial. Although the skill's duration was short, its cooldown began the very moment of activation. This meant he could vanish again in just a few seconds. A system screen materialized before him, laying out his status, codename Shadow, profession Mortal Shadow. Both were at level 1. He possessed a non-negotiable lifetime of 75 years, and a negotiable lifetime of 0. Fun knew the basics. Every player started with 10 points in each attribute, but bonus points were dictated by their profession. In his past life as a warrior, he'd only received a paltry 3 bonus points to strength and constitution. But this time, the Mortal Shadow class boosted everything, with agility receiving a staggering 8-point increase. Another system window appeared, granting him 5 free attribute points to allocate. Fun paused, his mind calculating. He knew most players dumped all their points into strength or spirit, hoping for a quick boost to their damage. However, from his experience, this strategy was a fatal mistake. In a world where a single hit could end you, brute force was useless if you were too slow to dodge. With that conviction, he allocated all 5 points to agility, which now stood at a base of 10, plus an additional 13 from bonuses. The system confirmed the change, and a grim satisfaction washed over him. He knew that agility was the absolute key to early game survival. Investing in strength or spirit was pointless when a single monster strike was lethal. But if you were fast enough, you could dance around your enemies, striking without ever taking a hit. As he moved, his sharp senses caught a strange sound from afar. He stopped, his eyes piercing the darkness, hidden in the shadows. A bizarre creature lurked. A level 1 crawler? The system classified its threat level as normal. The monster's twisted body and unnatural clicks created a heavy atmosphere. But Fun remained perfectly calm. He recognized this beast. It was the very same one that had annihilated the blonde girl's group. The monster's body was scarred from their last stand, wounds that showed they had dealt some damage before they died. The crawler noticed Fun's presence and charged with a savage growl, but Fun didn't budge. He easily sidestepped the attack, moving with impossible precision and speed. He knew its kind. Crawlers were driven by an insatiable hunger for lifetime. When they kill a player, they absorb their remaining time to evolve. The wounds on the monster proved the girls fought with all their might, but their efforts only delayed the inevitable. With a single fluid motion, Fun drew his short sword. A dark aura began to emanate from his body. His eyes glowed a sinister red as he activated the latent image ability. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the crawler confused and lost. The monster growled, its head snapping side to side, searching for its prey. It had no idea Fun was already above it, ready to strike. He deactivated his invisibility in mid-air, his sword descending with deadly precision. This technique, capitalizing on the massive attack bonus from latent image, dealt catastrophic damage. The system confirmed a successful hit. A screen flashed with an incredible number 174 points of damage. The level 1 crawler collapsed, its body dissolving into particles of energy. Fun gained 10 experience points. But even he was shocked for a moment by the sheer damage output. He'd expected a powerful attack, but this was beyond his wildest calculations. The system explained the source of his immense power, the backstab ability. When an enemy is attacked from behind, completely out of sight, all damage is doubled. This passive turned Fun into a perfect killing machine. As he processed this new power, memories of his past life came rushing back. He remembered the desperate fights as a warrior, when a critical hit barely dealt 40 points of damage. Defeating a single crawler had been a grueling ordeal that always left him broken and bleeding. Back then, his only focus was protecting Xiaoyu. He had sacrificed his own growth to keep her safe, giving her most of the rewards. As a result, he remained weak. But now, things were different. This time, he was fighting for himself, and the results spoke for themselves. The system displayed his rewards. 3 days of tradable lifetime, and an unbelievable 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifetime. Fun crushed the monster's remnant energy in his hand, feeling the power surge through him. But the rewards didn't stop there. Another system window flashed into existence, announcing that the Authority of Judgment had been activated. The system chimed, congratulating him on acquiring the Infinite Evolution talent. A power of legendary rarity, this unique ability allowed him to gather evolution points by vanquishing monsters alone. Points he could then use to upgrade his skills. Better yet, he would gain 5 free evolution points every 24 hours, plus 100% of the points from soloing bosses. He already possessed 5 points. As this new reality settled in, a groundbreaking thought struck Fun's mind. Could infinite evolution actually enhance his skills? In his past life, such a thing was unheard of in the game. No matter the drop, items and skills always appeared at their base level. That was the unbreakable rule. But this talent shattered that rule, pushing past all known limits. The sheer potential of this ability ignited Fun's curiosity, eager to test its limits. He chose to evolve 2 abilities, Backstab and his core profession, Deadly Shadow. The moment he confirmed his choice, the system announced the cost 4 evolution points spent, with both upgrades a success. First to transform was his profession itself. Deadly Shadow ascended to the bronze tier, granting him incredible bonuses. His invisibility now lasted a full 16 seconds, even while attacking. The burst damage from breaking stealth surged from 60 to 80, and the cooldown dropped from 28 to a mere 26 seconds. Next, his backstab skill received its own powerful upgrade. The passive damage from behind was now a lethal 15%, a significant jump from the previous 10. Fun quickly realized the powerful synergy. With his invisibility mastery doubling the time, he could now remain a ghost for an insane 32 seconds. He smirked. If he'd had this power before, he could have one-shotted that crawler, even at full health. His thoughts were suddenly shattered by an arrogant voice nearby. A man was scoffing, doubting that a skinny guy like him could ever kill a monster alone. Fun turned to see a muscular man posturing for a girl. The girl, completely captivated, called him Genji, gushing that with his build, he could probably take down 10 monsters at once. Genji just laughed, boasting that with him around, she had nothing to fear. But as Fun watched them, a chill ran down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. A massive shadow fell over the couple as Fun spotted a colossal spider-like monster, hidden perfectly in the tree right above their heads. Oblivious to the looming death, Genji turned to Fun with a condescending offer. He told Fun to join their party, promising his protection. But Fun was already in motion. He instantly recognized the creature as a nurse. Without a shred of hesitation, he activated latent image and vanished. The girl saw him disappear and pointed to the empty spot, confused. Genji just shrugged and laughed it off, convinced the weakling had run away, scared of his overwhelming presence, his arrogance. However, was short-lived. Before he could react, the giant spider dropped on him, followed immediately by a smaller one. By the time Genji saw the danger, it was far too late. The creatures descended upon them, crushing the life from both him and the girl in a brutal, merciless instant. The system identified the new threats: a level 1 bronze rarity boss, the nurse, and its partner. A level 1 common baby spider, still cloaked in shadow. Fun calmly assessed the battlefield. The nurse was a fearsome enemy, boasting around 1,600 health points. It was an impossible fight for a novice, especially since it commanded a swarm of smaller spiders. But for Fun, this was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound power. Without a moment's delay, he closed the distance and struck the nurse, breaking his invisibility to unleash maximum damage. His blade sliced deep, and the beast recoiled as blood erupted from the wound. The creature lashed out with a powerful blow, but Fun dodged with lightning speed, sliding beneath its massive leg. He instantly reactivated latent image, fading back into the shadows. A system notification popped up he'd dealt 338 damage. A solid hit, but not nearly enough to take down this monster. Another message followed he'd taken 9 damage. A mere scratch. With only 130 health, he knew a head-on battle would be suicide. Still, he couldn't help but be impressed. To deal over 300 damage in a single strike was an incredible feat. Enraged, the nurse exploded in a frenzy, blindly attacking everything in sight in a desperate attempt to find its attacker. Fun watched from the shadows, knowing these creatures weren't brainless. They could adapt and strategize. This fight was far from over, but he was more than ready to test the limits of his evolution. He quickly noted the nurse's wild, sweeping attacks made a direct assault far too dangerous. With the smaller spider also on guard, a frontal attack was completely out of the question. So, he devised a new tactic. Just as the nurse began shooting webs to reposition, a rock flew through the air and smashed into its underbelly, tearing a gaping hole and dealing 299 damage. His strategy was brilliant. By leveraging the bonus damage from breaking invisibility, his enhanced skills made thrown objects register as true attacks. The system recognized the rocks as a valid weapon, meaning every stone he threw was like a strike from his own blade. He hurled another rock, knowing that as soon as his cooldown reset, he could repeat this process indefinitely. Moments later, the system confirmed another successful hit, dealing a devastating 279 damage. With this exact tactic, he meticulously chipped away at the nurse's health. Before long, a system announcement thundered across all of Shell City. The leaderboards had flashed to life, informing every player that someone named Shadow had slain the nurse, becoming the first to reach level 2. With his name now broadcast to the world, the city's official ranking system was finally unlocked. The other players couldn't believe their ears. Many recalled dying to that very nurse multiple times. They thought it was impossible for a single player to defeat it. In an instant, rumors about the mysterious Shadow began spreading like wildfire. Some accused him of using a glitch, while others stared blankly at the rankings, shocked to see only one name on the entire list. Caught within the stunned crowd was the blonde girl from before, standing with her team. She couldn't comprehend how a level 1 player had soloed a boss. When her entire team struggled against normal monsters, doubt began to poison her mind. Could the entire system be bugged? Genji and his friend, the same pair who had been slaughtered by the nurse, were also there, completely bewildered. Suddenly, a flash of memory hit Genji's friend, that guy they had belittled earlier. Could he possibly be Shadow, she wondered? Meanwhile, Fun received a crisp system notification, confirming his epic victory. He had earned 300 experience points, reached level 2, and received 2 evolution points. He also unlocked the Shell City ranking and gained 1 point of reputation. The entire city had been notified of his legendary deed. Watching the nurse's body dissolve into pure energy, Fun realized that when a boss dies, its minions flee in terror. He lamented not killing them first, realizing he had just lost out on a massive amount of experience points. Another system window popped up detailing his rewards 46 days of tradable lifetime, and a bronze-level skill book called Hand of Avarice. He also received the Dagger of Corruption, a bronze-tier weapon granting a plus 135 attack, plus 4 agility, and 2 more evolution points. His curiosity piqued. He focused his attention on the Hand of Avarice skill book. The system explained it was an assassin-exclusive skill, allowing him to loot extra rewards from monster corpses with a 20% chance of success. The only requirement was to be level 1. Fun was floored by his own luck. For a bronze boss to drop such a rare skill was simply incredible. This would massively increase his chances of getting powerful equipment. He recalled a player from his past life, the god of sin, who, despite being a terrible fighter, became a legend in the game solely because of this one skill. The man became so powerful he even had his own personal bodyguards. Suddenly, an idea struck Fun like a bolt of lightning. If Hand of Avarice had a 20% chance, what would happen if he combined it with his infinite evolution talent? In theory, he could not only boost the success rate, but also the number of items he could get. The thought alone filled him with intense anticipation. The scene then cuts to the real world, where students are casually walking to school. Among them is Xiao Yu, Fun's sister, alongside her friend. As they walk, the friend urges her to call her brother and apologize. The friend reminds her that they ditched an important exam the day before, just to secretly support Songfei, and that her brother must be beyond furious. But Xiao Yu refuses to listen, defiantly insisting she did nothing wrong. To her, the one at fault was her brother for stopping her from seeing Songfei. If anyone needed to apologize, she declared it was him. Her friend tries to reason with her, reminding her how devoted her brother has always been. Even admitting she's jealous of how caring he is, Xiao Yu coldly cuts her off, telling her not to meddle. "He isn't even my real brother," she snaps. "My brother is Songfei." When they arrive at school, they walk into a scene of utter chaos in their classroom. A group of students is clustered around a desk, whispering in panicked tones. They move closer and see a horrifying scene unfold. Their classmate, Jiang Shi, is slumped over his desk, and his body is slowly fading into nothingness. Panic erupts as a girl screams, "What's happening?" Another student explains that Jiang Shi simply said he was taking a nap, and then began to disappear. Fearful murmurs spread as other students reveal he isn't the only one this is happening to. Social media is exploding with similar cases from all over the world. People are falling asleep and becoming translucent, but nobody knows why. Terrified, one of the girls grabs her phone. She needs to call her parents and desperately insists that Xiao Yu call her brother too. But Xiao Yu, still consumed by her anger, refuses. She declares that she hates her brother and won't contact him, venomously adding that the world would be a better place if he died. Meanwhile, back in the game, the system confirms the evolution of Hand of Avarice is complete. The skill has leaped from bronze to gold, and its success chance has skyrocketed from 20% to 40%. The system also announces that Fun has gained 2 more evolution points and 46 more days of tradable lifespan. He is truly impressed by his own unbelievable luck. Besides the extra points, he now needs only 1 more to evolve Hand of Avarice again. With 3 points, he can max the skill out, guaranteeing a 100% chance to get extra items. The very thought of it sent a thrill through his veins. His path to absolute power was accelerating far beyond his wildest dreams. Model. Fun activated latent image and vanished without a trace, knowing that soon the entire world would awaken to the strange plague of a deep, unending sleep. A flood of players would soon pour into the game, and he had to be leagues ahead. His first priority: secure better equipment and dominate the early game. The system confirmed his choice. The Dagger of Corruption was equipped, raising his attack by a solid 35 points and his agility by 4. He knew the secret that would soon shatter society skills and items from this world could be brought into reality. And on that day, civilization would descend into chaos. He recalled the 2 conditions required to make it possible. First, reach level 10. Second, accumulate enough tradable lifespan. A glance at his status proved that grinding weak mobs wasn't an option. It was a painfully slow path. To truly accelerate his growth, he needed to hunt bosses. His strategic thoughts were shattered by the distinct sound of combat raging in the distance. He followed the noise to a cliff's edge and peered down. A party of players was desperately fighting a runner, a level 2 bronze-class monster that was effortlessly overwhelming them. A predatory smile spread across Fun's face. Just as he was searching for a target, fate had delivered one. Focusing his gaze, he recognized one of the fighters below. It was Wang Meng. Fun hadn't expected to find him here of all places, but it seemed the rumors about him were true after all. The story said that upon entering the game, he'd formed an elite team of 6, each member possessing a rare, hidden class. In the thick of the fight, Wang Meng activated Sacred Barrier, conjuring a golden shield to absorb the runner's ferocious onslaught. Fun watched with cold calculation, noting Wang Meng's hidden class, the Sacred Shield Warrior, which granted double the attributes of a standard warrior and a powerful invincibility skill. The scene shifted to a red-haired mage who stepped forward, unleashing a fireball. The spell struck the runner, but dealt a pathetic 70 damage. Fun identified her class instantly, an arcane prophetess, whose special trait doubled magic damage. Next, his eyes fell upon the party's archer and priest. The archer, with his longbow, was a sharp-eyed archer class, a job that also boasted double attributes and allowed for continuous arrow fire. Their priest was an oracle priest, with healing powers that were twice as potent as any common healer. But despite the volley of attacks from the archer and mage, the runner was simply too agile, weaving through their assault with ease. The battle's tide turned in an instant as the monster landed a crushing blow on Wang Mang, shattering his barrier and sending him flying. As Wang Mang struggled to his feet, the archer yelled that the runner's speed made it impossible to land a clean shot, despite a quick heal. Wang Mang's bravado remained. He ordered them to hold formation and stick to the plan. He would tank the damage while the priest healed, convinced they could win a battle of attrition. Looking down from his perch, Fun smirked at Wang Mang's naive optimism. His strategy might work in a textbook, but this was a real battlefield. The longer this fight dragged on, the more likely they were to attract unwanted guests. And right on cue, dark figures materialized from the shadows. Fun's eyes narrowed as a new threat emerged. They were contaminators, common level 2 monsters, dripping with a dark slime that specialized in ranged attacks. A shadow of doubt crossed Wang Mang's face. As the creatures slithered forward, one of his teammates charged ahead, screaming about the new danger. The player swung a massive sword at the contaminators, but to everyone's astonishment, the attack barely left a mark, dealing only 33 damage. As the scene unfolded, Fun's interest grew. This team possessed hidden classes he'd never even heard of. Yet, even with their unique powers, they were being utterly overwhelmed. The contaminator retaliated, spitting a thick goo that trapped the reckless player to the ground. Wang Mang's allies fell back, gagging on a horrible stench as they realized their feet were stuck fast. At the same time, another contaminator cornered the red-haired mage, who fled desperately, screaming for help. In that moment, Fun decided to intervene. Without a single sound, he vanished from the top of the cliff. An instant later, the monster chasing the mage collapsed, its head severed from its body. It was defeated in a single, flawless strike. Wang Mang and his team froze in stunned silence, their minds struggling to process. A contaminator had been one-shotted. As the monster's body dissolved into light, the mage asked in a shaky voice if someone was helping them, now free from the slime. The swordsman was in a state of shock. He was thinking that even a weak level 1 crawler took their entire party 10 seconds of combined attacks to bring down. And yet, a level 2 contaminator was just destroyed in the blink of an eye. Before they could even speak, another contaminator fell, a damage count of 441 flashing above its corpse. The swordsman frantically asked the mage, Lizzie, if she'd seen their savior, but she just shook her head, utterly baffled. Wang Mang snapped out of his shock and rallied his team. He ordered everyone to stay sharp, even with a guardian angel on their side. This fight was far from over. Meanwhile, Fun, still cloaked in invisibility, settled into the branches of a tree overlooking Wang Mang. As the team stared down the dark corridor, Wang Mang felt a chill. Without the contaminators, he was all alone. At that very moment, a system screen flashed before Fun's eyes, announcing he had slain 2 contaminators, earning 40 XP and 1 evolution point. But that wasn't all. He'd also acquired a new skill book, Poison Dart, and another 8 days of tradable lifespan. His eyes locked onto the new skill, Poison Dart, a ranged attack dealing continuous damage. For an assassin, a skill like this was a godsend. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his evolution point on the spot. The skill surged from normal to silver tier, and the system detailed its terrifying upgrades. The dart's range was now 14 meters, hitting for a solid 120 damage on impact. Better yet, it now applied a deadly poison, dealing an extra 50% damage every second for 5 seconds. While the effect didn't stack, its cooldown was only 5 seconds. A predatory smile touched Fun's lips. At the same time, Wang Meng's battle had devolved into a living nightmare. The corridor monster was overwhelmingly strong and fast, completely dominating the fight. Wang Meng desperately raised his shield, but the beast's claws ripped straight through his side. Before he could even react, the monster attacked again, sinking its claws deeper and flinging him to the ground like a broken doll. His shield clattered uselessly as Wang Meng screamed in agony. His teammates could only watch in sheer terror. The priest frantically tried to heal him, but it was useless. With the monster's claws still buried in his flesh, the healing magic had absolutely no effect. Blood poured from Wang Meng's lips as he used his last ounce of strength to scream at his team to run. But before a single one could move, a streak of light shot through the air, slamming into the monster's face for a staggering 845 damage, forcing it to recoil in pain. Wang Meng's team stared in disbelief as the boss's health bar plummeted by half in an instant. And the assault wasn't over. The poison took hold, and dark blood began to gush from the wound, weakening the beast with every passing moment. The corridor writhed in agony and finally released Wang Meng, who collapsed in a heap on the floor. The monster shrieked as its health drained by 324 points per second, until it finally crashed to the ground. Dead. In that instant, a new system screen appeared exclusively for Fun. Since his attack dealt over 90% of the total damage, all the loot belonged to him. The system confirmed he had slain the corridor boss, granting him a massive 600 XP. Another notification followed, congratulating him on reaching level 13. He received 2 more evolution points, and a staggering 55 days of tradable lifespan. Fun observed the results of his handiwork, feeling an absolute sense of control. He never imagined the continuous damage from Poison Dart would synergize so perfectly with his other skills. Then, a chilling realization hit him. By using his invisibility, he could stay hidden indefinitely, launching an endless barrage of poison darts at his foes. He knew with a strategy like this, he would be completely unstoppable in the early and mid-game. Meanwhile, Wang Meng was still reeling from shock, watching the boss dissolve into items. The feeling of those claws piercing his body had been so vivid. He began to question if this was truly just a game. His thoughts were shattered as the items vanished before they even hit the ground, snatched away in the blink of an eye. It was Fun, of course, who had taken everything, moving with a speed that Wang Meng's eyes couldn't even follow. Struggling back to his feet, Wang Meng bowed his head deeply, offering his thanks to the mysterious savior he couldn't even see. Fun's voice echoed from the shadows, his identity still a secret. He warned Wang Meng not to be so trusting, especially in a merciless place like this. Wang Meng accepted the harsh lesson, thanking him again for the warning. He then formally introduced himself. "My name is Wang Meng. If you ever require my aid, please do not hesitate to ask." Nearby, Wang Meng's surviving teammates wept with relief, embracing one another after escaping their brush with death. Fun remained hidden in the silence, holding the monster's drops and already plotting his next move. He knew Wang Meng wasn't just some powerful player. He had official government backing, which meant access to incredible resources and wealth. And that gave Fun an idea. He needed a secure channel to offload the gear and items he had no use for. Activating his Hand of Avarice skill on the items, a new system notification appeared. He'd obtained another 3 evolution points and 55 days of tradable life. On top of that, he received a bronze tier item, the Runner's Greaves. The system detailed its stats +9 to physical defense, +5 to all resistances, and a 15% reduction to all ability cooldowns. Glancing at his inventory, he saw a growing collection of powerful items for all kinds of classes. He made a decision. Once his bag was full, he would head back to Shell City and convert his useless loot into more lifespan. A cold light flickered in his eyes. His progress this time was far faster than in his previous life. A cruel, sinister smile twisted his lips as he whispered that a certain Songfei was in for a very nasty surprise. The scene then shifts to another team of players, battling contaminators and runners. Their situation was hopeless, with monsters swarming them from every possible direction. With all hope lost, one of the players screamed for his comrades to flee. But before they could even turn, they were paralyzed by sheer terror. A grotesque, colossal monster materialized before them, its presence radiating pure danger. The creature then attacked, launching pieces of its own body like deadly arrows, piercing the players and ending their lives in an instant. Moments later, the fallen players rematerialized. Back in Shell City, their spirits broken, cursing the cruelty of this virtual hell. They lamented how the monsters fought with terrifying intelligence, attacking in coordinated packs and retreating just before death. One player asked, his voice trembling, "How can we ever escape this game if we can't even reach level 3? Another began to explain the grim reality of their situation. The only path to freedom was reaching level 3, a goal that demanded they level up at a punishing pace. A player suggested expanding their party from 6 to 10 members for safety, but that hope was immediately crushed. Another had already witnessed a team of 10 get completely annihilated by a massive monster horde. A third survivor joined the bleak conversation, warning that a large party was nothing more than a beacon for boss monsters. He spoke of a 40-player raid that accidentally summoned a boss called the Occurs, which wiped out 30 of them with a single devastating skill. Elsewhere, the blonde girl and her team reappeared in Conch Town, their faces etched with frustration and lingering fear. If they failed to reach level 3, this game would become their eternal prison. The blonde girl's fists tightened with desperation. The horrifying thought dawned on her. Since they all entered this world in their sleep, it was only their consciousness that was trapped here. If they never escaped, their physical bodies in the real world would simply wither away and starve to death. A cold dread washed over her at the thought. One of her teammates, an assassin, said that they had already died 3 times, losing nearly 10 years of their very lifespan. Before he could say more, the blonde girl cut him off, her voice like steel. Dying again is not an option. At that very moment, the Conchtown rankings materialized in the air. Every player stared in disbelief. Claiming the #1 spot was the enigmatic Shadow Fun, who had already ascended to level 3. Far below him were Wong and Bala, both still struggling at level 1. The blonde girl's mind raced. How could anyone level up that fast? He must know a secret, a method they were all missing. Her desperation turned to resolve. If this mysterious player held the key, they had to persuade him to share it. Clenching her fists, she issued a command to her team. "Spread this message to everyone," she declared. "If Shadow can guide us to level 3 and out of this game, I will personally reward him with 10 million the moment we return to reality." A confident smile graced her lips. Surely, no one in the world would refuse such a fortune. The scene shifts back to Fun, who was calmly and methodically wiping out contaminators with his poison darts. As another monster collapsed, the system announced he had acquired 20 experience points and 1 evolution point, with his points now sufficient. He initiated the evolution of his Hand of Avarice. A confirmation window appeared. 5 evolution points were consumed, leaving his balance at 0. Then, a new screen detailed the phenomenal upgrade. The Hand of Avarice had evolved from Platinum to Jade Grade. The system explained the chance of acquiring extra items had soared from 110% to 160%. And now, it also had a 20% chance to increase the rarity of those extra items by 1 entire tier. Reading the details, Fun understood the true power he now held. A skill that could elevate the rarity of loot was a game-changer of epic proportions. As he contemplated this, a brilliant light flashing in the distance seized his attention. A bizarre, colossal figure emerged, the very same creature that had annihilated that party of players earlier. Fun recognized it as the system identified it, a bronze-grade boss. The beast was hunched over, feasting on the blue energy left behind by the dead. Analyzing the scene, Fun instantly grasped the situation. The monster was evolving. It was absorbing the life force of fallen players to become a silver-grade boss. Judging by the lights, it had devoured around 40 souls. However, a quick check of his inventory revealed a critical problem. His storage space was completely full. Even if he slayed the boss, he couldn't possibly collect any of the drops. This predicament required a different strategy. After a moment's thought, he marked the monster's location on his map. The beast's evolution wasn't instantaneous. This gave him a perfect window of opportunity to return to the city, clear his inventory, and come back prepared for battle. With his plan set, he activated Latent Image and vanished, melting into the darkness. Back in Conch City, the player base was in an uproar over a bold proclamation. The blonde girl was offering a staggering 10 million to the #1 ranked player for a power leveling service. Lost in the crowd, a girl began sobbing, believing that ordinary players like her were now utterly without hope. Her cries were abruptly silenced as someone dragged her away, a stark reminder of how thin everyone's patience had become. Amid the tense whispers and rising despair, the very atmosphere of the city began to shift. A crushing pressure descended on the area. Every eye snapped towards the newcomer. It was him. His very presence radiated overwhelming power, silencing the entire crowd. Without a single word, he summoned his system interface and navigated to the trade function. In a flash, a massive system window materialized overhead, announcing he'd opened a shop for equipment and skills. But there was a catch. The shop would vanish in just 10 minutes, sending a wave of urgency through the crowd. Seated calmly, Feng displayed his spoils of war, a collection of gleaming treasures from his conquests. The crowd exploded into utter chaos, their voices a storm of shock and disbelief. Some wondered how he'd even gotten there, while others stared, dumbfounded, at 2 full sets of bronze-level equipment and even rarer items. Then, they saw his name shadow, the #1. But even with his legendary status, his face remained a mystery, hidden by the system's appearance concealment function. One player muttered that since game avatars were identical to real life, the man called Shadow was deliberately hiding his true identity. Through the murmuring crowd, a woman stepped forward. From her robes and focused demeanor, she was clearly a mage. Without a hint of hesitation, she got straight to the point, asking the price for the Cone of Ice spell. Feng's reply was just as direct: 100 days of tradable lifespan. Inwardly, he recognized her as Grey Rosie, ranked 11th in the city. He also noted her face was concealed. Grey. Rosie paused, considering his words. She tried to haggle, saying 100 days was far too steep and asking if he could lower the price. But Feng's expression remained like stone. He wouldn't budge an inch. He explained calmly that Cone of Ice was a game-changer for mages early on, dramatically increasing their monster-killing speed, considering its immense value. 100 days was more than fair. She tried another tactic, asking if he'd accept real money. But Feng's refusal was absolute. He countered her offer with cold logic, suggesting that if she had money, she should buy lifespan from others and return when she could afford it. After a moment of tense silence, Grey Rosie turned to her 2 teammates for their input. Their support was immediate. They insisted they had only reached level 2 so quickly because of her. One added that with Cone of Ice, their party would hit level 3 much faster, allowing them to return to reality that much sooner. Without further hesitation, Grey Rosie made her decision. She ordered them to transfer all of their lifespan to her, promising to repay them with cash the second they escaped this world. She then faced Feng once more, transferring the 100 days and sealing the deal for the spell. Feng's mind worked like lightning. He calculated that for a level 2 party to get this far, they must have slain 30 or 40 crawlers, meaning their combined lifespan easily exceeded 100 days. The system chimed, confirming the sale of Cone of Ice. 100 days flowed into Feng's account, bringing his grand total to 368. But just as Grey Rosie prepared to depart, a sickeningly familiar face appeared. It was the blonde girl from before, approaching him with an air of pure arrogance, her voice dripping with superiority. She declared she had finally found him, offering him an opportunity with a smug smile. If he helped her reach level 3, she would pay him 10 million once they returned to reality. The crowd gasped in shock. Whispers erupted that the rumors were true. Earning 10 million so easily sounded like a dream. She continued to boast that her father was the president of Young Industries, so money was no object. But Feng's expression remained utterly unmoved. He analyzed the girl before him and recognized her instantly. Young Li. In his past life, she was the monstrous leader of a criminal empire that had been crushed by the authorities. He remembered the reports of her methods all too well. She would entice people with promises of wealth for their lifespan, only to kidnap and enslave them once they were trapped. And those who dared to resist met a gruesome end in the real world. With a face carved from ice, Feng delivered a brutal reply, telling her to get lost. Young Li froze, her face a mask of pure disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how anyone could refuse such a golden opportunity. Frustrated, she warned him that even if he was strong in the game, no one understood what was happening. If he joined her, a life of absolute luxury awaited. But Feng remained completely unfazed by her empty promises. He stated coldly that if she wasn't buying, she should leave. He knew the truth. Soon, money would be nothing but worthless paper. The only currency with any real power would be tradable lifespan. Young Li's face twisted into a snarl of pure rage. She finally exploded, screaming every insult she could think of, and threatened that if this were the real world, he would have already been dealt with. But Feng had zero patience for pathetic threats. His eyes became frozen voids. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper, warning her that if she said one more word, he would guarantee she would lose every last day of her lifespan. To hammer the point home, he unleashed his aura, a terrifying, soul-crushing pressure that sent shivers of pure dread down everyone's spine. Young Li and her lackeys stumbled back, their fake bravado shattering instantly as they scrambled to get away. With the trash taken care of, Feng returned to business. The system chimed with another sale. A tunic was sold for an additional 19 days of lifespan, leaving his total at 546 days. The players who purchased his wares were left in awe, stunned by the sheer power of the new items. But Fun's mind was already elsewhere. With his business concluded, it was time to hunt the real prize. Activating his latent image skill, he simply vanished. As he moved, he scoffed at the ignorance of the other players. None of them had a clue that tradable lifespan held a world-shattering secret, one that would soon turn their reality upside down. No one knew this game was about to rewrite the laws of their world. As the other players stared at the empty space, completely baffled, Fun contemplated a grim truth. Everything the rich and powerful possessed would soon become worthless. In the new era that was dawning, only one currency would matter: pure strength, and anyone who didn't understand that would be crushed. The scene cuts to Young Li and her team, who are gasping for breath after a desperate escape. Burning with fury, she seethes that the player named Shadow not only rejected her offer, but dared to threaten her. She vowed then and there, the moment she returned to the real world, she would find him and make him pay. Just then, a man approaches, introducing himself as Mei Xian, also known as Lao Mao. He claimed to be level 2, and that he knew a few special tricks for leveling up. He then asked if he could take the $5 million offer Shadow refused, to help her team reach level 3, since he wasn't as strong. He'd humbly accept half that amount. Young Li eyed him with suspicion, asking just what these so-called tricks were. Lao Mao revealed his secret to level up quickly. One had to pour all 5 attribute points into agility. This would make their running speed just a fraction faster than the monsters, allowing them to kite their enemies to death. Realization dawned in Young Li's eyes. How could she have been so foolish? Dumping all her points into strength, she accepted his proposal on the spot. He grinned, adding that Shadow must be completely insane for turning down such a massive fortune. The scene returns to Fun, who arrives at the coordinates he had marked. Still invisible, he sees that his target, the cursed one, had already evolved to the silver level. The gray mist swirling around its body indicated it was still mid-transformation. Fun calculated that a full evolution to gold would take another 7 or 8 hours. He had no intention of waiting. He attacked with a poison dart. The surprise attack was devastating, dealing a massive 659 damage. The venom took hold, draining 219 health per second. Fun advanced, knowing a silver boss had far more health than a bronze one. Suddenly, the monster began gathering a terrifying amount of energy in its hands. Fun knew he needed to land 2 or 3 more darts, but the monster attacked first, obliterating everything around it in a flash of power. Fun knew this boss was a magic type, specializing in area of effect attacks that dealt overwhelming damage. He recalled his strategy the moment he threw the dart. He had already retreated, barely escaping the blast radius. Still concealed by his skill, he knew that taking a direct hit with his current stats would have meant instant death. The battle raged on. The monster charged up another attack, but Fun remained perfectly calm, watching his skill cooldowns with a hawk's eye. The plan was simple: wait for an opening, strike, and then disappear before the counterattack could land. A moment later, the monster faltered. It was the perfect chance. He surged forward and fired another poison dart, dealing another 659 damage and refreshing the poison's deadly effect. Sensing its doom, the boss tried to flee, but Fun's cold gaze promised there would be no escape. The monster's attempt was pathetic. In a flash, Fun vanished and reappeared directly above the creature's head, smashing it into the ground. The system confirmed his overwhelming victory. He had defeated the Cursed One, a silver-level boss. Notifications exploded across his vision. 1,800 experience points, launching him from level 3 straight to level 5. He gained 4 evolution points and 124 days of tradable lifetime. Fun smiled. One boss had skyrocketed him 2 levels and even given him bonus evolution points. As the monster's body dissolved into a shower of loot, he activated his evolved Hand of Greed. The system confirmed his success, and the rewards became even more absurd. Another 4 evolution points and another 124 days of lifespan, doubling his gains. He grinned. Not bad at all. In total, the silver boss netted him 12 evolution points and 372 days of life. But that wasn't all. The special effect of Hand of Greed activated, upgrading one of the silver items to a glorious golden tier. So this is the power of a jade-level skill, he thought to himself. He glanced down at the items scattered on the ground. There were about 7 or 8 pieces of new equipment, but his backpack only had 10 empty slots. He sighed. Having to return to the city after every boss kill was a massive waste of time. The ideal drop would have been a storage ring or a similar item. Just as Fun was about to inspect the loot, the scene cuts back to the city. There, Lizzie, the mage from Wang M's team, reappeared in a flash of light, sighing with relief. The rest of the party appeared moments later, thanking Wang M profusely. They all knew that without his leadership, they never would have reached level 3 and returned alive. Wang Mong humbly dismisses the praise, insisting it was a victory for the whole team. Lizzie, on the other hand, couldn't shake her one regret: not adding their mysterious savior as a friend. Maybe it was because I was covered in mud, she wondered. A teammate playfully teased her. You look amazing now. There's no way he'd turn you down a second time. But their light-hearted banter was cut short. A system announcement thundered across the entire city. The player rankings had been updated. Shadow had reached level 5. The news sent a shockwave through the crowd. Someone cried out in disbelief. How could he jump from level 3 to 5 so fast? The only possibility was that he'd slain a monstrous boss. Another player confirmed the impossible, saying he had seen Shadow in the square just 10 minutes ago. Amid the growing desperation, one guy spoke up, half joking. My little sister just turned 18. If Shadow took a liking to her, our family would be set for life. His friends immediately shut him down. Are you crazy? This is the man who turned down a 10 million offer without blinking. A marriage proposal would mean nothing to him. Meanwhile, within Wang Mong's team, panic began to set in. They had just celebrated hitting level 3, and Shadow was already leagues ahead. But Wang Mong's voice was a pillar of calm. Forget about him for now. What truly matters is logging out, returning to the real world, and warning everyone about the true nature of this game. As their forms began to dematerialize, the system confirmed their logout. Wang Mong's final words were grim. If the world truly is falling into chaos, then the very least we can do is prepare those we love. The scene shatters, shifting to reality. Wang's eyes snap open to a frantic voice yelling, Captain? He was more than just a player. Wang Mong was a police captain. His colleagues crowded around him, their faces etched with concern. One of them explained their terror. Captain, while you were out, your body, it started turning transparent. The horrifying implications slammed into them. Dying in the game didn't just mean logging out. It meant being erased from reality itself. But there was no time to process the horror. Wang Mong shot to his feet, ordering everyone to assemble. Something catastrophic has happened, he declared. The scene shifts to a police briefing room, where a high-ranking official grilled Wang Mong about his report. The official summarized the key points. Your team held a massive advantage, every member possessing a hidden profession. And yet you were nearly wiped out by a single monster, saved only at the last possible second by an unknown player named Shadow. Wang Meng confirmed every word was true before detailing Shadow's unbelievable progress. He explained that when Shadow saved them, he was at level 3. But by the time my own elite team reached that same level, Shadow had already hit level 5. A 2-level jump that was completely unheard of. The revelation sent a chill through the officials. One of them voiced the question on everyone's mind. Does this mean Shadow is currently the strongest player on the planet? How did he advance so rapidly as theories flew? Wang Meng offered the only logical explanation. He must have defeated an overwhelmingly powerful boss, or accomplished some other legendary feat. Another official, however, pointed out a peculiar detail in the report. Shadow was already level 3 when he saved your team. If so, why didn't he log out with the first wave? Could it be he has no family or friends in the real world, no reason to return? Wang Meng could only admit his ignorance about the player. Just then, a female officer chimed in with a wild theory. She suggested that perhaps Shadow was a transmigrator. They are beings who appear from nothing, grow strong at an impossible rate, and are often orphans, she explained. Which would explain why he didn't log out. Her outlandish theory was met with stunned silence. Realizing what she'd just said, her face turned bright red. The senior official was not amused. Amy, he said sternly, this is no time for jokes. He dismissed her idea as something from a novel before steering the conversation back to a much darker reality. According to classified intelligence, researchers had uncovered something deeply disturbing. Large numbers of the elderly were mysteriously passing away in their sleep. When they cross-referenced this with in-game data, the conclusion was terrifying. The deceased were all players who had died repeatedly in the game. This was the final confirmation. If a player's life hits 0 in the game, their life in the real world ends, too, one officer stated the obvious. This game is an anomaly, something beyond our comprehension. The chief agreed grimly. It could even be an invasion from another dimension. The weight of that possibility silenced the room. Wasting no more time, the chief moved to urgent matters, announcing the government was issuing an emergency directive. Every officer was to form a special team. They would enter the game and gather as much intel as they possibly could. This was far beyond a simple police matter. The entire government was now making its move. It was a global arms race, with every nation scrambling to master this new reality. To fall behind now meant losing power on the world stage. With that grave warning, the chief announced his decision. Amy would be the captain of Team 1. She accepted without a moment's hesitation. Wang Meng was appointed her vice captain, and they were given full authority to select their team. Wang Meng agreed, fully understanding the immense weight of their mission. The chief then brought the conversation back to Shadow. According to the initial reports, he didn't appear to be a malevolent entity. Therefore, the chief issued a direct order. Amy and Wang Meng were to approach him carefully. Their objective: discover his identity and attempt to recruit him. The chief then explained the logic behind putting Amy in command. Her deep experience with games and fiction made her uniquely qualified to understand someone like Shadow, whose actions were like something out of a legend. The chief expressed his hope that they could bring this powerful figure to their side. Meanwhile, all other officers were to focus on maintaining order and preventing mass panic. And with that, the meeting came to a close. As the sun began to set, the officers braced themselves for the dawn of a new, uncertain era. The following day, the scene shifts to a school, where Zhao sat quietly at her desk, lost in thought as her classmates chattered excitedly about the world-changing news. A small group of students was huddled together, discussing a new piece of information. Zhang Hai, the student who had gone missing, had successfully reached level 3 and escaped the game alive. One of the girls leaned in, revealing a critical detail he had shared. If people from the same area fall asleep at the same time, they all spawn in the same starting city. The revelation sent a wave of both excitement and fear through the students. The idea terrified another girl in the group. She had to go home immediately, she said, to bring her parents into the game. They knew nothing about gaming, and she feared what would happen if they logged in unprepared. But another student shot that idea down, insisting it was too early to involve their parents. He argued they should focus on becoming strong first. Only then could they truly protect their families. All the while, Zhao stared at her phone, a storm of frustration brewing inside her. She just couldn't understand it. With an event of this magnitude shaking the very foundations of their world, why had her brother remained silent? She expected at least one message, but there was only silence. He hadn't just failed to check if she was okay. He hadn't even apologized for hitting her. This wasn't like him at all. Before, no matter how they fought, he always found a way to make peace. But now, nothing. Not even her parents had ever raised a hand to her. Yet her own brother had, pouting. She tried to rationalize it in her mind. She'd only skipped class to see Song Fei's concert, after all. Was that really such a terrible crime, she wondered? Crossing her arms, she decided she would only forgive him if he called and begged for forgiveness 1,000 times. But her anger quickly melted away, replaced by a giddy excitement when she thought of Song Fei. It's a good thing I went, she thought to herself. Once this game takes over, who knows when I'll get to see him perform again. A dreamy look washed over her face as she replayed the memories from the night before. The image of Song Fei, shining on stage, filled her mind. She sighed, thinking how absolutely perfect he was. But then, a realization struck her like lightning. If everyone enters the game when they sleep, then idols like him would be in there too. A blush crept up her cheeks at the thought of meeting him inside the game. Could this be her chance? A twist of fate, finally bringing them together. Her heart began to pound at the mere possibility. As she prepared for bed that night, she remembered a key detail. Song Fei had reached level 13 with incredible speed, which meant he was already a master of the game. If she wanted to succeed, she would need some expert advice. So, she sent a message, asking Song Fei if he had any tips for a beginner like her. The scene changes to Song Fei, completely surrounded by his adoring classmates. When he saw the message, a sly, knowing smile spread across his face. Who would have thought even a goddess like Zhao needed his advice? This was a golden opportunity, a gift from the heavens themselves. This was his moment. Wasting no time, Song Fei replied with brimming confidence, telling her she had come to the right person. Then, he shared his ultimate secret. At the beginning, she must put all her attribute points into agility. Otherwise, she'd never escape the monsters and would die instantly. She questioned if that applied to the mage class, and Song Fei confidently confirmed that it did. He explained that agility was also crucial for mages, as it boosted their casting speed, a vital stat in the early stages. Still uncertain, Zhao pressed further, asking what she should do if she still couldn't win. Even with higher agility, Song Fei soothed her fears, explaining that once anyone in their city hit level 5, the teleportation portal would open, connecting all the starting zones. When that moment came, he made a promise. He would form a party, find her, and personally help her level up. At his words, Xiao's heart soared with excitement. Lying in bed, a wicked smile graced her lips. Fools like Song Fei were just so easy to use. And just like that, she'd found her personal porter for the game. As sleep claimed her, a final thought clicked into place. This was absolutely perfect. She would log in before her brother, grind levels, and become overwhelmingly strong. And when he finally appeared, she would make him suffer. No help, no one to carry him. He would be completely on his own. Satisfied with her cruel plan, she fell into a deep, eager sleep. The scene shifts back to the game, where Fun is surveying the loot dropped by the boss. Amidst the spoils, a single, gleaming ring captured his gaze. As he picked it up, the system chimed. He'd obtained the cursed ring, a gold-tier item. The system laid out the ring's incredible stats. It was equipable by all classes. It granted a massive +8 to all attributes and boosted his dark resistance by 26. It even improved weak point damage by 1.5 times. The only requirement was reaching level 4. Fun's mind raced. A total of 32 attribute points was like gaining 3 entire levels in an instant. This ring wasn't just good, it was a game changer. Before he could process it further, another notification flashed. He had obtained a new skill, Instant Shadow Strike, a silver tier ability. The skill unleashed a flurry of slashes over 15 meters and made him invincible for 5 seconds. A perfect area of effect attack. Wasting no time, he learned the skill, and with evolution points to spare, he decided to upgrade the Hand of Avarice. The system consumed 8 points, upgrading the skill from Jade all the way to Diamond tier. The effects were astonishing. The chance for extra items soared to 220%, with a 40% chance to upgrade their rarity. Thinking it through, Fun realized what this meant. He would now get at least 2 extra items from every monster, effectively tripling the value of each kill. To use his remaining points, he upgraded Instant Shadow Strike 3 times. The skill jumped from Silver tier to Platinum. The improvements were immense. The range grew to 21 meters. Invincibility lasted for 7 seconds, and the slashes increased from 3 to 5. But the most crucial change was the damage of each strike, which doubled to a devastating 200. Sifting through the other drops, he found mostly junk, but one item stood out. A Silver tier Warrior skill book. He examined the Warrior skill book, realizing its sale could earn him a huge amount of lifespan. As that thought finished, a sharp noise caught his attention. He spun around to see 3 massive creatures charging toward him. He identified them on sight, limb crawlers, hideous level 4 monsters. But instead of fear, Fun saw an opportunity, the perfect chance to test his newfound power. Without hesitation, he activated Instant Shadow Strike. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a storm of high-speed slashes, effortlessly overwhelming the creatures. The crawlers were torn to pieces before they could even react. As the dust settled, a system notification confirmed his victory, awarding him 80 experience points and another 5 days of tradable lifespan. After the battle, a dark and powerful aura radiated from Fun. He calmly reflected on his new strength, knowing he could now kill his enemies much faster. He checked his status. His total lifespan now stood at 618 days. But to bring his power into the real world, he needed at least 900 days. A plan began to form. He would sell every valuable item in his inventory. If everything went smoothly, he would get the lifespan he needed far sooner than expected. And once he reached level 10, he could finally manifest his game items in reality. The scene cuts to Fun returning to the city, hidden from sight by his stealth skill. He moved like a ghost, overhearing a conversation. A man congratulated a woman on reaching level 3, reminding her of a promise. Looking closer, Fun recognized them, Young Li and Lao Mao. Their words laid their deal bare. Lao Mao had power leveled her to level 3. In exchange for 5 million, now that she had what she wanted, he was here to collect his fee. Young Li just laughed. Did he really doubt her father's company? Jung Industries. The money was nothing to them. She explained she would exit the game and handle the payment in the real world. She gave Lao Mao her number, telling him to call as soon as he got out. Then she made him another offer. She wanted to buy all of his tradable lifespan, offering 10,000 for each day. Lao Mao's eyes went wide. He accepted instantly, his mind swimming with the promise of more cash. With a smug grin, he commented on how foolish Fun had been to refuse such a generous offer. Completely oblivious, Lao Mao scoffs at the game's core concept, unaware that Fun is right beside him, absorbing every word. He believes cashing out for real-world money is the only smart move, crowning himself a genius for this short-sighted plan. The scene cuts to Fun, standing before the city's dormant teleportation gate. With a single touch, the ancient stone erupts in a brilliant blue light. A system window materializes, congratulating him for activating the Conch City portal and rewarding him with 1 precious reputation point. The system clarifies the rules. His first use each day is free, but any travel after that will cost him his very lifespan. But for now, the portal is a monument to potential, useless until another is awakened somewhere else in this vast world. Fun processes this information. He knows a teleportation system requires 2 active points to create a bridge. Someone in another city must reach level 5 and awaken their own portal. His memory flashes back. In his past life, Songfei was in Firefly City. To stay one step ahead, he configures a system alert, a silent alarm that will trigger the moment Firefly City's gate comes online. He isn't just waiting, he's preparing for war. The second that portal glows, he'll be there to confront his old nemesis, Songfei. As he moves through the bustling city streets, Fun's gaze is already fixed on a much larger goal. For ordinary players, city-to-city teleportation would be a game changer. But for him, it's merely a single step on a long, arduous path. The true objective is reaching level 10, to step foot into the realm abandoned by the gods, and finally unlock his true authority. Only then would his real game truly begin. Moments later, he opens a pop-up shop, and an alert blasts out to every player nearby he's selling items and skills. For 10 seconds only, first come, first served, the city erupts into chaos. Players descend into a frenzy, stampeding towards him and screaming his name, calling him an expert. Many had been waiting for this, hoarding their lifespan for this very moment. One player boasts he's saved up 150 days. Another shouts that Fun's last sale of the Cone of Ice spell propelled Grey Rosie to 2nd place on the leaderboards. In the chaos, a player's eyes lock onto a silver-level skill book. It's called Battle Roar, a skill for warriors, and he buys it without hesitation. The system confirms the sale 300 days of tradable lifetime. The crowd gasps at the steep price, but another player scolds them. Fools with that skill, a warrior could earn that back in less than 2 days of grinding. A wave of realization crashes over them. In a desperate surge, the remaining players lunge forward to claim whatever is left. In the blink of an eye, every item is sold out. Fun glances at his system window, a smirk playing on his lips. In just 1 minute, he'd amassed 650 days of life, bringing his grand total to 2,174. Yet, he still felt it wasn't enough. Those who missed out groan in frustration, begging to know when he'll open his shop again. Fun coolly confirms he will. But then, a calm female voice cuts through the noise, capturing his full attention. "I have a treasure," she says, "and I wish to make a deal." As Fun turns, he instantly recognizes her. One of Wang Mong's lackeys. The system identifies her item, a spatial ring with 12 inventory slots, a storage device that doesn't use a backpack or equipment slot. Fun's eyes widen. He knows the immense value of such an item. It was a super rare piece of storage gear. The drop rate for a ring like this was practically 0. For this girl to have one so early, her luck was simply monstrous. He asks her price, though he already knew its market value. In his past life, a similar ring sold for a staggering 3,600 days. But the girl just smiles, making a counteroffer that no one expected. She didn't want lifespan. Instead, she wanted to be added as his friend and form a party to hunt a boss. Fun agrees instantly. The system confirms player Black Plun has accepted your friend request. Now, outside the city walls, Fun turns to his new companion and asks about their target. She explains it's a gold-level boss, but she was too far away to see its name. She points toward the swamp, describing an old ship floating eerily in the mists. Upon hearing this, Fun's blood runs cold. Could it be the Golden Ghost Ship? His mind raced. He remembered this phantom vessel. It was a legendary, super rare world boss. Its spawn chance was infinitesimal. In his past life, the mere rumor of its appearance would cause massive guilds to declare all-out war for its incredible loot. From her description, he calculated this version of the boss had to be around level 5, making it significantly weaker than the legends. Still, how did Black Plun just stumble upon such a rare entity right outside the starting city? The pieces began to click into place. The impossibly rare spatial ring. Her connection to Wang Mong. And now a gold-level boss appearing from nowhere. A shocking realization dawned on him. Could she be... Fun thought. The legendary Lucky Carp from my past life. The old rumors flooded his mind. They spoke of a mysterious member in Wang Mong's party blessed with absurd, heaven-defying luck. Someone who found treasures and rare bosses just by wandering around. Back then, Fun had dismissed it as a baseless rumor. But now, gazing at Black Plun, he was almost certain the legend was real. Lost in this revelation, he stared intently at her, and she noticed. Why? She asked suddenly. Are you looking at me like that? Snapped from his thoughts. Fun quickly said it was nothing, turning his focus back to the path. But as they ventured out from the city, a shadowy figure watched them from afar. Lurking behind a tree, a lone bald player watches. The scene shifts, revealing a crew of rough-looking thugs. Their long-haired leader boasted to his bald-headed lackeys, bragging about how he backstabbed his own brothers to seize control of Sand City. He swore an oath to them. Follow his lead, and glory in this game would be theirs. But before his speech could continue, a scout came rushing back, breathless, reporting their target had left the city with a girl. A cruel smirk twisted the leader's lips. He scoffed, seeing Fun as just another foolish youth, easily led astray by a pretty face. Without a second thought, he rallied his men and gave the order to attack. Meanwhile, far beyond the city walls, Fun was laying out the terms of their new alliance to Black Plun. Any boss drops she could equip were hers, but the rest of the treasure would belong to him. She accepted his terms as fair, but added a condition if any items for her team dropped. He had to sell them to her at a discount. Fun saw no problem with that. With their pact sealed, Black Plun declared they would hunt the boss as soon as Wang Meng and her team logged back in. After trekking for some time, it dawned on her that she had no idea where he was leading her. And when Fun finally revealed their destination, the truth hit her like a tidal wave. They were going to hunt a gold-tier boss. She was utterly shocked. The notion was absurd. He was an assassin, and she was a mage. Challenging a gold-tier boss with just the two of them was a suicide mission. But Fun remained completely unfazed. He explained that he never expected her to fight. His plan was breathtakingly arrogant. He would face the boss alone while she watched from a safe distance. Still, Black Plun found it impossible to believe. Just as she was about to argue the point, Fun froze, his senses screaming danger. Without a word, he activated Latent Image and vanished into thin air, leaving Black Plun standing alone, completely stunned. From the shadows, the group of hunters watched. Their arrogant leader sneered, assuming Fun had simply abandoned the girl to save his own skin. With a wicked grin, he ordered his men to move in and seize their prize. But as they closed in, a figure materialized from the darkness. The leader stopped dead, his smile vanishing as a suffocating aura washed over him. Before they could even raise their weapons, Fun unleashed instant shadow strike. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. A single lethal flash cut through the air, and the entire group became a pile of corpses on the ground. Fun disappeared once more, leaving no trace. The system confirmed it 5 players killed, earning him 12 days of tradable lifetime. He didn't even spare their bodies a glance. To Fun, killing them was no different than crushing a few weak monsters. Before she could even process the slaughter, he reappeared at her side. She immediately demanded to know where he had gone. Fun simply shrugged and said some pests were following them, so he sent them back to the city. Her shock turned into a flood of questions, and she even joked that his invisibility skill must be useful for taking a private bathroom break. Annoyed by the strange conversation, Fun cut her off and told her it was time to move. The boss was waiting. The scene shifts back to the city, where Xiaoyu had just logged into the game. The ornate staff in her hand revealed her new class of mage. She gazed around, completely captivated by the world's stunning realism. Looking at her staff, she felt a surge of pride. She had unlocked a secret class called Sacrifice, a power she was sure would be enough to help Songfi. Her thoughts then turned to her brother, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. He was never around when she needed him, but she quickly shook it off. With her secret class and Song Fei's promise of support, she didn't have to depend on her brother anymore. He can fend for himself, she thought. Just then, her eyes were drawn to the city's player rankings. Fun was already level 6. She had to wonder why Song Fei bragged so much when he was only level 3. The real expert here was clearly Shadow. An idea sparked in her mind. If she could get close to Shadow, she would level up far faster than with Song Fei's help. The only question was, where could she possibly find him nearby? Wang Meng and his team were facing a serious problem. He complained loudly that one of their party members had gone missing and wasn't responding to any messages. Impatiently, he demanded a plan. One of them pointed out that without a healer, the fight would be incredibly difficult. Another grumbled that, unlike Shadow, none of them were strong enough to hunt alone. With few options remaining, someone suggested finding another healer to fill the spot. Hearing this, Zhao Yu seized her opportunity. She strode toward them confidently, catching Wang Meng's eye. With a radiant smile, she offered her services, revealing her secret class sacrifice and life. The scene cuts back to Fun, who, along with Black Plun, had arrived at a desolate cliff. Peering down into the fog below, he confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the Golden Ghost ship. Wasting no time, he activated Latent Image and became invisible. He told Black Plun to hide and watch for other players while he went to settle his score with the boss. She agreed, carefully making her way down into the swampy terrain. A system notification flashed before Fun's eyes. Because of the boss, the entire area had become a violent domain, a deadly zone where lifespan drained away 100 times faster. Fun's mind raced. 15 minutes in this place would cost him an entire day of life, a steep price. But he wasn't concerned. The system identified the boss a level 5 monster. A timer appeared, showing it would vanish in 45 minutes. Fun readied his stance. 45 minutes was more than enough time to claim victory. He unleashed Instant Shadow Strike. The attack was overwhelming, inflicting 549 damage 3 times in the blink of an eye. Without pause, he hurled a poison dart at the ship's vital core. A critical hit. 621 damage burst forth, with an added 207 poison damage every second. The boss roared back, unleashing an area of effect assault. Massive pillars of water erupted from the swampy depths. But Fun's incredible agility allowed him to weave through the chaos. The real battle began as the boss summoned 12 water phantoms, each as strong as a silver-level monster. Luckily for him, his invisibility skill kept him completely hidden from their spectral eyes. He found the perfect position and executed another instant shadow strike, wiping out all 12 phantoms in a single, flawless movement. From a safe distance, Black Plum's jaw hit the floor. So this is the power of the #1 player, she thought, completely stunned. In mere moments, the gold-tier boss had already lost half its health. Suddenly, Fun's voice cut through the air, calling her Little Blackie and calmly stating that he was about to die. She was utterly bewildered by his words, worried. She demanded to know what he meant, but he simply told her to stay put and wait for his revival. Still reeling, she latched onto the nickname, Little Blackie. Where did that even come from? My name is Black Plun, she protested, clearly annoyed. But her complaints fell on deaf ears. Fun simply continued to call her Little Blackie. The scene shifts to the party of fools Fun had eliminated earlier. Their leader was still fuming, convinced that Black Plun was the one who had crushed them. One of his lackeys rushed over, breathlessly reporting that he had finally located her. Spotting Shadow locked in a boss battle, the leader's face twisted into a malicious grin. He rallied his men, declaring that this time, victory would be theirs. Back in the fight, Fun knew what was coming. Once the Golden Ghost ship's health fell to half, it would trigger its deadliest skill, the devastating wave of souls. And just as he predicted, the boss began to channel its ultimate power. Fun instantly recognized the grave danger. The attack had an immense range and would paralyze him for 5 terrifying seconds. With his current stats, dodging was simply impossible. The soul surge erupted into a colossal shockwave, unleashing a terrifying spiritual energy across the entire battlefield. Even Plun, watching from the cliffs above, was horrified by the sheer scale of the attack. Then it struck, a direct hit, 1,059 damage. A system notification confirmed the grim outcome. Fun had died. Another message flashed right after. The player's shadow has perished. 326 years of non-negotiable life. Lost. 1,087 days of negotiable life. Vanished. Meanwhile, on the clifftop, another group of players arrived just in time to witness Fun's demise. They erupted in mocking laughter. And they call that guy an expert, one sneered. Some top player? Another chimed in, thinking he could solo a gold-level boss. But as they laughed, something incredible caught their eyes. They stared, wide-eyed, at the massive loot pile Shadow had dropped upon death. Judging by its size, it had to contain at least 300 days of life. A wave of pure greed washed over them, sparking a foolish idea. The Golden Ghost ship was already at half health. They could just swoop in, finish the job, and walk away with a ridiculous amount of life from both the boss and the loot. Today, we steal a top player's victory, one of them roared. Brimming with overconfidence, they charged forward, only to be completely annihilated. The scene changes again, to the starting city where the same group materialized, dazed and confused. How did that shadow guy even damage the boss? One gasped. He was so weak, yet it's as tough as a gold-level monster. Another agreed, complaining that they were instantly wiped out by the water column attack the moment they set foot in the swamp. Their leader, however, was not amused. His face was a mask of pure frustration. "These losses are unacceptable," he snarled, refusing to accept defeat. He rallied his dazed party, ordering them to head back for a rematch immediately. Back at the swamp, Fun's revival was complete. He landed softly, taking in the scene before him. The ground was littered with life orbs, a truly magnificent prize. He immediately called out to Plun, asking what happened and why the battlefield was covered in so much loot. Amused by his swift return, Plun explained that a group of arrogant players had stormed the area, certain they could steal the kill from a gold-tier boss. Unfortunately for them, the monster's water column attack had eliminated them in an instant. Hearing this, Fun couldn't help but chuckle. "Typical," he remarked. "Those fools clearly have no idea what they're up against." His mind drifted to his past life, recalling how this very same boss, the Golden Ghost ship, had once caused him immense suffering. He brought his focus back to the present, analyzing the boss's attack patterns with an expert eye. That first ultimate attack was a one-time gimmick. From here on out, draining the rest of its health would be a simple task. At least, for him. Normally, when the boss's health drops this low, it has a chance to teleport away, leaving most players furious and empty-handed. But for Fun, who knew all its secrets, this was merely a minor obstacle. Without hesitation, he unleashes his poison dirt skill, aiming for the brilliant bells on the ghost ship's mast. A direct hit! The Golden Spectre immediately prepares to retaliate. Sinister purple energy erupts from its spectral core, but Fun doesn't even flinch. He's still protected by his invincibility. He presses forward, a confident smirk on his face. He's already seen through every single one of the boss's patterns. Closing the distance in a flash, he unleashes a devastating stunt shadow slash, tearing through the boss with deadly precision. Nearby, that very same group of players finally crests a cliff overlooking the epic fight. One of them points frantically its shadow. He's fighting the Golden Ghost ship again. Their leader, seething with frustration, sees his chance. With Shadow and the boss locked in combat, he schemes to take them both down and claim all the rewards for himself. Plun spots their arrival, but isn't surprised in the slightest. It seems these fools are always looking for trouble. The battle was nearing its climax, and Plun knew she couldn't let them interfere. Without a second thought, she casts a lightning spell, striking the group on the cliffside. Her spell strikes true, sending the leader and one of his lackeys flying. Stunned, the leader scrambles to his feet, searching for the attacker. His men, still reeling, point directly at Plun. Rage burns in the leader's eyes. He draws his weapon and bellows in order to attack. Realizing she's now the target, Plun turns to flee, shouting for help as the group gives chase. For them, taking her down is now the only priority. But they weren't the only ones watching. Hidden amongst the trees, a second group of players observed everything. Unlike the first party, these players were patient. Their eyes were locked on the real prize, Shadow's battle against the boss. Fun continues to circle his foe, calm and collected. The fight was ending, just as he'd predicted. Even for a level 5 boss, the battle had dragged on because of his current low damage output, and that delay had attracted vultures. He was well aware of the two groups watching, one on the cliff, now foolishly chasing Plun, and another concealed in the swamp. Their intentions were painfully obvious. They were waiting for him to deal the final blow, only to ambush him and steal the loot. But before either group could make their move, the battle was over. With one final strike, the Golden Ghost ship collapses. In that same moment, a system announcement rings out. Fun has defeated the Gold class boss, gaining 4,800 experience and leveling up to level 8. He also acquires 7 evolution points and 216 days of lifespan as the boss's loot begins to materialize. Fun wastes no time. He activates his Shadow Snake skill and vanishes into thin air, just as the swamp party was about to launch their attack. Simultaneously, back in the starting city, a server-wide announcement shocks every player. Shadow was the first to defeat a Gold class boss, earning 3 reputation points as a reward. The news explodes across the player base. Everyone wondered who this Shadow was and how he'd accomplished such a legendary feat. Some questioned if he was even from their city. Among the shocked players is Wang Meg, who stares at the message in utter disbelief. Just a short while ago, Shadow was fighting a Bronze class boss, and now he's already taken down a Gold class one. The power gap between him and everyone else was becoming absurd. Meanwhile, Fun's younger sister, Xiao Yu, has no doubts whatsoever. To her, this just proves that her brother is the strongest player alive. If she could just convince him to help her level up, she knows she could reach her goals in no time.
Back in the swamp, the ground is littered with the boss's loot. The sheer quantity and quality of the items is far greater than anyone imagined.
The hidden players murmur about the treasure's immense value, their faces masks of pure greed. Their leader calmly analyzes the situation. He notes that Fun didn't touch any of the items, which can only mean one thing. He's still here. Invisible.
Playing it safe, the leader orders a player named Wong forward. Find him and eliminate him before he can claim his prize. Wong draws his bow, loosing a green energy arrow. Mid-flight, it transforms into a horned ghost eagle, a tracking skill.
The spectral eagle circles the area where Fun vanished, searching, still cloaked in shadow. Fun instantly recognizes the skill. A detection technique he never expected to see this early. So that's the source of their confidence. They think they can track him, but it's completely useless. Their skill is only level 1, but thanks to his assassin class bonus, his invisibility is effectively level 2. That slight advantage makes all the difference. Their detection fails completely. Fun remains one step ahead after the eagle finds nothing. Wong reports back to his leader. He must have fled, scared of our numbers. The leader lets out a smug laugh, thinking Fun was smart to run away, full of confidence. He leads his men toward the glittering loot. He tells everyone to stay sharp during the 5-minute wait before the items unlock. But as the seconds tick by, a silhouette materializes from the darkness. Before they can even react, Fun strikes. A wave of pure, dark energy engulfs them, wiping the entire party out in an instant. Their bodies dissolve, becoming more loot on the ground. Fun comments coolly. Much quieter now? His eyes fall upon the mountain of items. But a thought crosses his mind. Where did Plun go? He'd have to find her later. Before claiming his rewards, he invested his points to evolve the Hand of Avarice skill. A system window flashed, confirming its ascension from Diamond rank to Epic. The skill now guaranteed a 220 to 300% chance for extra items, and each bonus drop was 100% guaranteed to be a full rank higher. To unleash its full potential, Fung gathered every shimmering loot orb into one place before activating the Hand of Avarice. A brilliant light consumed the area, and the system flooded his vision with a cascade of notifications. 7 evolution points, 3 stacks of 216 days of tradable life, and 3 ghost fire bells. Holding 2 of the bells, a wide grin spread across Fung's face. He hadn't just received 1, but 2. The system began to detail the item's functions. The ghost fire bell was a lifeline, preventing the loss of life expectancy on death, with a cooldown of 1560 seconds. It possessed 3 incredible abilities. The first, a passive called Soul Absorption, boosted life expectancy gained from monsters by 20%, an effect that doubled with 2 bells equipped. The second was an active skill, Soul Shock, which unleashed a pulse that immobilized all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, on a 521-second cooldown. But the most broken part, the bell was classified as an item, not equipment, meaning it took up 0 equipment slots. On top of that, both bells occupied a single inventory slot, making them an unbelievably rare and efficient treasure. Satisfied, Fung reveled in his luck. But his moment of triumph was shattered by a familiar voice. It was Plun, screaming for help from the swamp. The same thugs from before had finally caught her, and their cruel laughter promised nothing good. Unfortunately for them, their fun was about to end. The scene shifted to Plun, cornered against a cliff's edge by her pursuers. The group's leader sneered that she'd run well, but now there was no escape. One of his lackeys suggested she surrender, promising to make her death feel good. But Plun stared into the abyss and made her decision. In one swift motion, she threw herself from the cliff, leaving the entire group stunned. After the long fall, she died on impact, her body dissolving into spoils. The leader could only admit she was brave, choosing her own end. Meanwhile, Fung received a message from Plun. She told him she no longer needed a rescue. She had already died and respawned back in the starting city. The death was painful, she said, but her tradable life expectancy was safely stored with Captain Wang Meng. Fung told her to wait in the city, promising her share of the loot upon his return. She quickly agreed. Relieved, Fung turned his attention back to his spoils. His gains had been massive. His tradable life expectancy had soared to 3,000, 115 days, and his evolution points hit 21. He moved to upgrade the Hand of Avarice again, but a system notification stopped him. The skill had reached the epic level, and the cost to upgrade it again had skyrocketed by 10 times. The system informed him that a staggering 210 points were now needed to evolve the Hand of Avarice. Without enough points, he shifted his strategy. He would enhance his attack skills to maximize his damage, allowing him to hunt stronger bosses for even better loot. As he committed the points, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. A system window announced that his Shadow Cut skill had evolved from Platinum to Diamond. The strike's effective range surged from 21 to 24, and finally to 27 meters. His invisibility now lasted 9 seconds, up from 7, and the total skill duration was now 10:43 seconds. Enough for 5 to 7 deadly strikes. The length of each shadowy slash grew from 3.1 to 4.1 meters, each one now inflicting 300 points of extreme damage. Another notification confirmed he had spent 10 evolution points, leaving him with only 3. His backstab enhancement skill also ascended to the gold level, boosting its damage from 15% to 30%. He realized that after evolving the instant shadow slash twice, its base damage had completely doubled. Now, even without stealth, he could inflict 3,000 damage. Combined with his backstab skill, a full 7-slash combo could unleash a catastrophic 6 to 7,000 damage.
Feng analyzed his haul. A normal gold-level boss might drop a few silver and gold items,
But thanks to the insane power of his hand, he had obtained 11 pieces of gold equipment and a skill book. Beyond that, he'd also secured 2 platinum pieces of equipment and another platinum skill book. The results were breathtaking, especially since 3 of the items were specifically for assassins.
Among them were the ghost ship's dual blades, a platinum-grade weapon that increased his attack by 136, agility by 22, and attack speed by 24%.
The weapon also had 17 armor penetration and required level 5, a milestone he'd already passed. Its special effect doubled the damage of normal attacks, which was less useful since he relied on his skills. Still, the massive base attack, the agility bonus, and the increased attack speed were game changers, allowing him to execute his skills faster and reducing their cooldowns. He also equipped the Ghost Fire leather armor, a gold tier item. It boosted his physical defense by 25, fire resistance by 50, blocked 14 damage, and increased his total health by 419. He noted his base health was still paper thin, a mere 350. This armor wasn't just a bonus, it was a lifeline. With this kind of defense, most players couldn't even dream of scratching him. He decided to make the armor invisible, cloaking his true power behind an assassin's humble appearance. The final prize was a skill book Ghost Shadow Blur. It was a gold tier passive skill, granting a 15% chance to dodge and upon activation, complete immunity to all damage. He finally had a true survival skill, but he knew its fatal flaw for normal players. Focusing on dodge crippled their other stats. One failed dodge, and it was all over. However, the rules of the game didn't apply to him. With his evolution points, he could upgrade this skill infinitely. He could raise his dodge rate to impossible heights without sacrificing a single attribute. This was an overwhelming advantage. On his way back to the city, he considered the rest of the loot gear for warriors, priests, and archers. As promised to Plun, he'd sell it all to Wang Mi Mag's team at a 10% discount. Feng knew they probably couldn't afford it all at once, but he was certain Wang Mi Mag would jump at the chance to buy it on credit. He realized all this incredible progress was thanks to Plun, his little black. Without her incredible luck, he never would have stumbled upon a level 5 golden boss. He knew he had to thank her properly. As Feng returned to the city, the very same group that had cornered Plun was heading back. Their leaders face a mask of pure frustration. The moment their paths crossed, terror filled their eyes. The henchmen bolted like cowards, abandoning their leader, who also scrambled to escape. Feng activated Latent Image. With a chillingly calm expression, he unleashed Instant Shadow Slash, and the lackeys fell without a sound. Only the leader was left, still trying to flee, when a figure materialized directly in his path, blocking any hope of escape. The leader collapsed, begging for mercy, admitting he was wrong to ever target Plun and swearing it would never happen again. In his desperation, he even called Feng daddy, sobbing that he had less than a year to live and dying here would be his final end. Feng's voice was like ice. Did you consider your own fate when you attacked innocent people like Plun? He unleashed his Poisonous Earth skill, a curse that dealt damage every 5 seconds. The leader screamed as a sickening green liquid began dripping from his head. As Feng calmly walked away, a blood-red aura enveloped him, and a new title appeared above his head. Assassin. A system notification popped up. By slaughtering so many players, he had reached the first level of the infamous assassin status. The penalty was severe if he died. He would lose 75% of his current life expectancy. But Feng merely shrugged it off. He had the protection of the Ghost Firebell. Even a careless death wouldn't cost him a single year of his life. The scene shifts to Feng's arrival in the starting city. The moment he dropped his stealth, nearby players stared in shock. Whispers erupted the legendary Shadow had returned, likely after conquering another golden-level boss. Suddenly, he found himself face to face with one of the teams that had tried to ambush him during the fight with the Golden Ghost ship. Their leader pointed an accusing finger. You used a bug to kill the boss alone. That's why there was no loot left for anyone else. He then scoffed. And where's your equipment? Proving that Feng's strategy to hide his gear was working perfectly. Seeing the cold irritation flash in Feng's eyes as he approached, the team leader's bravado instantly vanished. Wait, he pleaded. He quickly offered up an assassin skill book, admitting their attack was a grave mistake. They had spent their own life expectancy to acquire it, hoping Feng would accept it as an apology. Feng took the book. A system notification appeared. The skill was called Impale. It was a common assassin skill that dealt a single strike with 20 bonus damage and a 2-second stun on a 22-second cooldown. A control skill. Useful enough. Feng accepted their tribute and departed without another word. One of the team members exploded in frustration. Xiao Xiao, he defeated us, and we still have to give him a skill book to appease him. Isn't this just cowardly, he seethed. Another teammate chimed in. Yeah, since when have we ever been pushed around like this? The first member insisted. We should use our connections and gather more players. Even Shadow can't fight everyone at once. Why should we be afraid of him? But their leader cut him off. He's leveling up impossibly fast. That means he's hiding a massive secret. If they could just find him and capture him in the real world, they wouldn't just uncover his secret, they could force him to become their personal slave, endlessly farming resources for them. At this sinister proposal, the other's eyes lit up with greed, praising Xiao Xiao's devious plan. He then declared he would ask his family to send a woman to extract the information. He had noticed Shadow's voice sounded foreign, suggesting he wasn't from a powerful guild and was probably just some poor nobody. Xiao Xiao concluded with a smirk. Find me a beautiful and professional woman. A man like that will surely fall right into the trap. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the dark plot being woven against him, Feng met up with Plun. He calls out, Pecan Negra? Initiating the trade and asking her to accept so he can share some items. Plun thanks him, but politely corrects his mistake, clarifying her name is Grande Plun.
A moment later, Plun is eagerly trying on the powerful new gear.
Her eyes light up with pure excitement as she exclaims how amazing they are. With this, she'll get stronger in no time. The new skill and necklace have already boosted her damage and more than doubled her mana regeneration.
Full of gratitude, she turns to Fun, but he simply brushes it off as fulfilling his end of their bargain.
Fun then asks for the spatial ring she promised, which she happily hands over. Plun then reveals a secret she discovered while fleeing through the forest, a hidden cave that looked like the entrance to some ancient ruins. She asks if he's interested, and Fun is shocked by her incredible luck. First, a golden ghost ship, and now a secret ruin. He realizes that forming a genuine friendship with her could be a massive advantage. He wonders if she would have revealed this hidden location if he had tried to trick her instead of helping her. After equipping the ring, Fun's inventory expands to 27 slots. He asks Plun for Wang M's location, planning to sell some items before exploring the ruins. Plun explains that Wang Meng and his party might be busy for a while, as they're training their new priestess. She reveals that she's already marked the ruins entrance on his map. She tells him about a stone slab concealed behind some bushes, one of which she moved to create a hiding spot. She admits she ventured in a little way, but heard terrifying screams, got scared, and bolted. If not for that moment of fear, she never would have been captured.
Hearing her story, Fun immediately activates his invisibility skill. He tells Plun he'll head to the ruins right away and deal with Wang M later.
Plun is left speechless, stunned by how quickly he vanished into thin air. As he stealthily approaches the ruins, Fun revises his plan. He was going to grind to level 10 elsewhere, but this was a far better opportunity. He knew the monsters inside would be at least bronze rank, with a good chance of finding some silver rank elites, which would be perfect for farming life points and evolution points. He arrives at the spot, finds the hidden stone slab, and enters without wasting a second. Insi, he immediately begins to analyze the environment. There are 3 types of ruins found near Starting City's tombs: cursed ruins and temples of faith. Based on the murals covering the walls, he confirms this is a temple of faith. Tombs were straightforward dungeons, packed with monsters and a gold rank boss. Cursed ruins were filled with twisted creatures that were once human, corrupted by evil gods. But temples of faith housed devout followers, often in a labyrinth. The reward for clearing them special items, or even rare skill books. As he inspects the drawings more closely, he recognizes the imagery. This temple belongs to an ancient god of judgment, the same entity his Eye of Judgment skill originates from. Suddenly, faint screams echo from the depths. The scene cuts to a forest, where Wang M is locked in a desperate battle, his shield taking a heavy beating.
A monster lets out a savage roar and lands a devastating blow, sending him flying backward.
Sprawled on the ground, he sees Xiao Yu frozen in shock. A teammate yells for her to heal him, but she's completely paralyzed by fear. She can't even seem to activate her skills, only managing to whisper for help, knowing they stand no chance. The others make one final plea for her to heal their tank. Instead, Xiao Yu collapses to the ground, trembling and repeating how scared she is. The next moment, Wang M and his team respawn in the Starting City. They suffered a total party wipe. Seething with frustration, they are greeted by a cheerful Plun, who asks why they returned so soon. Adding to their woes, Plun informs them that Shadow hasn't come back, so they can't buy any new equipment. At that moment, Wang M's party loses all patience, turning their collective anger toward Xiao Yu. One of them erupts, shouting that he's never seen someone so incompetent, unable to even dodge or use a single skill. The outburst shocks Plun, who has never seen her friends so enraged.
Plun steps in to defend the tearful Xiaoyu. Why are you being so harsh, she asks, reminding them that it's normal for a beginner to die.
But the furious party member tells Plun to stay out of it. Another teammate clarifies the grim truth: they didn't die once, but 3 times in under an hour. Plun is left speechless, always kind. She suggests that Xiaoyu join her team instead. She reveals the 2 valuable items she got from Shadow, guaranteeing that with her on the team, no one will die. Wang M, trying to de-escalate the situation, agrees that Plun's idea is for the best.
With her in the group, their chances should improve, and they might even run into Shadow later. Xiaoyu offers a meek apology, promising to try harder.
But her inner thoughts tell a different story. She scoffs at Wang M's group, seeing them as failures who are just blaming her for their own weakness. If it weren't for their connection to Shadow, she wouldn't even bother with them, mentally branding them as complete retards. Meanwhile, Fun presses deeper into the ruins, his eyes scanning the ancient, crumbling walls. He follows the strange sounds until he discovers 2 figures, kneeling in the heart of a temple-like chamber. The system immediately flags them, devout followers of the judged god. Level 10, Silver class monsters. Wasting no time, Fun triggers his latent image skill, vanishing from sight. He follows up with instant shadow, striking at blinding speed, but the blow barely leaves a scratch. Fun realizes the truth. Even with bonuses from a back attack and breaking invisibility, the monster's health hardly budged. These were level 10 silver class bosses. After all, their combined health pool was even greater than the golden ghost he'd fought before. But then Fun noticed something strange. The followers knelt again, this time facing his direction, as if worshipping him despite his invisibility. He wondered, could they sense the eye of judgment he possessed? Is that why they refused to attack? To test this theory, he tried to speak to them, asking for guidance, but only silence answered. Fun concluded their souls had been twisted long ago. Now, they were nothing more than feral beasts, existing only to devour the lifespans of others. Suddenly, the 2 followers snapped into a frenzy, lunging toward the temple entrance with hands seething with toxic power. A party of players had just arrived. Seeing the incoming threat, they shouted warnings, but it was too late. Fun watched as they panicked, realizing they could barely handle 1 silver class boss, let alone 2. They tried to turn and run, but were utterly annihilated before they could even take a step. Their bodies vanished, leaving behind a massive pool of life expectancy. Fun recognized the fallen players. It was the Grey Rose group, the same ones who'd bought a spell from him. He noted their gear. They were completely unprepared to venture this deep. Kneeling to gather the spoils of the massacre, Fun was shocked. They had dropped over 100 days of negotiable life expectancy. He never imagined they were so wealthy. All the while, the 2 followers returned to their post, kneeling in his direction, their silent worship continuing. After a thorough search revealed no traps or treasures, Fun grew annoyed. He concluded the 2 silver-class mini-bosses were the only prize here and decided it was time to claim it. He unleashed his poison dart ability, landing a perfect shot on each of their heads. A system window flashed before his eyes, confirming the kills. For defeating the followers, Fun gained 4,000 experience points and leveled up to 9, earning another 4 precious evolution points. Using his unique ability on the drops, he extracted another 188 days of negotiable life, stunned by the sheer power of an epic-grade skill. His totals were now staggering 32 evolution points and a lifespan of 154 days. He also looted several gold and silver items, including a gold-grade assassin accessory, the Devotee's Pendant. The item's stats were breathtaking. It boosted his agility, slashed his skill cooldowns by 20%, and even allowed him to summon a silver-grade follower to fight for him. The other equipment required level 8, so Fun decided to stash it away to sell later on. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something. As he approached a mechanism in the temple, the entire structure began to rumble. The floor descended like an ancient elevator, plunging him 300 or 400 meters into the earth. When it finally stopped, the passage above sealed shut. He looked around and instantly recognized his surroundings. A hidden labyrinth. In his past life, he'd found many of these secreted away within ancient ruins. He knew these places were riddled with lethal traps. With his current stats, a single misstep would spell his end. Fortunately, his new pendant was the perfect key. Using its unique effect, Fun summoned the devout follower. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the creature to advance, using it as a living minesweeper to make his exploration infinitely safer. Still, just to be sure, he decided it was time to spend his points. First, he spent 5 points to evolve his evasion skill, Phantom Shadow, to the epic grade. The upgrade was almost unbelievable. Its passive evasion rate skyrocketed from 15% to an insane 75%. And upon activation, he became completely immune to all damage. Satisfied, he poured the rest of his points into evolving Instant Shadow Strike, also to the epic grade. The ability was reborn, stronger in every aspect. It now had greater range, longer invisibility, and delivered more strikes that dealt devastating damage over a wider area. The skill's cooldown also plummeted to just 12 seconds, making it far more efficient. To evolve a skill from epic to legendary required 10 times the normal amount of evolution points. This meant evolving a skill that started at the epic grade was a massive advantage. Its very first evolution, to the legendary grade, would only cost a mere 10 points. Fun knew that with enough points, he could rapidly push these skills to the mythic, ancient, or perhaps even the immortal grades. A normal grade skill would need a staggering 7 evolutions just to reach the epic tier. Using the 10 times multiplier would have cost hundreds of points for each new level. But thankfully, from the epic grade onward, that cost finally stabilizes. This meant one thing: from this moment forward, every skill he possessed would begin at the epic grade. Gazing down at his hand, Fun saw he had 11 evolution points left, enough to elevate one more skill to greatness. His choice was clear. Latent Image, the very first skill he ever acquired. The system confirmed it: 7 points consumed, evolving it from silver to gold, and finally to platinum. Its stealth duration soared to 24 seconds, and the first strike from the shadows now dealt 90% more damage. With a cooldown of just 22 seconds, Fun did the math in his head. With his 35% reduction attribute, the final cooldown was only 16.3 seconds. Still, for a skill with such low burst damage, that was far too long. He made a mental note to replace it in the future. Suddenly, his focus snapped back to the labyrinth. His summoned devout follower had just triggered a trap. A colossal boulder thundered down, crushing the creature instantly. Its body disintegrated into nothingness, forcing Fun to wait out the long cooldown. Given the labyrinth's treacherous design, he could only rely on his follower to map it out, one cautious step at a time. He just hoped the treasure at the end would be worth this painstaking effort. Meanwhile, back on the temple's upper floor, the very same players who had been wiped out were now sneaking back inside. A scout whispered urgently to the captain. The 2 monsters that slaughtered them were gone. The captain's brow furrowed in confusion. Then they realized their dropped lifetime item, their precious loot, had also vanished. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots. Someone had defeated the bosses and claimed their prize. As they wondered who could pull off such a feat, the captain declared that only one player could fell 2 silver-grade bosses this early in the game. Shadow. The name hung in the air. As the team processed this, one member sighed in relief, saying at least they wouldn't have to die again. But the captain wasn't finished. She recalled seeing someone when they first arrived, seemingly communicating with the 2 bosses. Could that have been Shadow? Did he possess a skill that lets him command monsters? If so, that power was terrifyingly beyond comprehension. Back with Fun, his devout follower was instantly annihilated by yet another trap. For 3 grueling hours, he had calmly navigated the maze. Judging by its layout and his past life's knowledge, he knew he was close to the end. He knew a normal party would have suffered hundreds of casualties trying to clear a place like this. Without a moment's hesitation, Fun summoned his follower once more and pushed into what felt like the final section. His follower scouted ahead until it stood before a massive, imposing door. Fun commanded it to open the door, but even with all its might, the door didn't budge. This piqued Fun's curiosity. His follower was a silver-grade boss. It was anything but weak. Intrigued, he stepped forward and touched the door himself, and it swung open without the slightest resistance. He froze for a second, bracing for the unknown. Both he and his summon took a defensive stance, but he quickly realized there was no threat. Beyond the threshold lay a mysterious altar. In its center, a treasure chest sat guarded by deadly spikes, and beside it stood an NPC. But there was something strange. The system itself couldn't identify her. Fun realized this was the first time he'd ever met an NPC that the system didn't recognize. She spoke a greeting, but he couldn't understand her words, as if he lacked the qualifications. Then she knelt, dissolving into golden light and vanishing before his very eyes. As she disappeared, the spikes around the chest receded. Confused, Fun could only guess the NPC was somehow connected to his Eye of Judgment. His attention returned to the now accessible chest. It pulsed with a golden aura, the unmistakable sign of an epic-grade item. But he remained cautious. For all he knew, it could be a trap, or worse, a mimic. To be safe, he had his follower open it. A brilliant golden light erupted from within, revealing a single skill book. And this was no ordinary book. It was a divine-level skill for assassins. The system announced he'd received the Gift of Mercy, an epic-grade book. Its passive effects were insane: a 100% hit rate on weak points, and double damage against them. Then, the system detailed the active skill Throat Cut. It inflicted a devastating bleed, applying 100% of the initial attack's damage every second, for 3 seconds. The base cooldown was 60 seconds, but his attribute slashed it to 44.4. Fun was blown away by the skill's raw power. The passive alone doubled the size of an enemy's weak points.
making critical hits effortless. But what truly captivated him was throat cut.
He ran the numbers. A single 300 damage attack would become a staggering 1,200 total damage. It effectively quadrupled his damage with a single strike fin model. He noted that this technique was different from skills that unleashed a flurry of blows. It poured every ounce of power into that first decisive strike, making timing and precision the absolute keys to victory.
And since it's an epic skill, it only needs 10 evolution points to reach the legendary level. A shockingly low cost for such overwhelming power. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. The labyrinth's treasures were more than worth the effort. His potential for destruction had skyrocketed.
Now, it was time to move. He decided to offload the rest of his haul to Plun's group.
Using the message function, he shot her a quick note. He told her to gather the group and return to the starting city. He had valuable items to sell.
Plun agreed in a heartbeat, completely stunned by how quickly he had conquered the ruins. But when Fun teleported back to the city, a surprise awaited him. A massive crowd of players was already there.
People from every walk of life swarmed him, all desperate to add him as a friend. Some begged to become his followers. Others were scouts from major guilds, trying to recruit him.
Many had journeyed from other starting cities just for a glimpse of the legend. One girl, claiming to be from Underwear City, even offered to be his wife in exchange for power leveling. Others had come all the way from the city of Azur. Seeing this, Fun instantly understood. The teleportation portals between the cities were now active. And that could only mean one thing. It was time. Time to head to Firefly City and find Song Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, Fun activated his skill and vanished from sight. The crowd was left in utter confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened as he silently slipped away. An uproar began. Players started shouting, blaming each other for scaring away the Great Shadow. The argument intensified until fists began to fly. Amidst the chaos, Fun met with Plun, who led him to the rest of her group. But upon arriving, he was met with another surprise. His younger sister, Xiao Yu, was standing right there. Her eyes were wide with admiration, with no clue that the legendary Shadow was her own brother. Fun's mind raced. How did she end up on Wang Mi's team, knowing her reckless nature? He feared she could bring disaster upon the entire group. He had to be careful. The name Shadow was now known to the world, and his anonymity was a fragile shield. If his true identity was exposed before he could bring his powers to the real world, a simple bullet could end him. It was a risk he absolutely could not take. At the same time, Xiao Yu was deep in thought. She could feel the immense power radiating from Shadow. Compared to him, the rest of Wang Mi's group seemed pathetically weak. Her mind began to calculate. If she could get Shadow's help to level up, finding Song Fei would become infinitely easier. Meanwhile, Fun presented Wang Mi with equipment for the entire party, perfectly suited for each of their classes. He also handed over skill books that would grant them a massive power boost. Requesting a payment of 2,200 days of lifespan, Wang Mi's eyes went wide. He recognized the golden and silver auras of the items. They were treasures far beyond their reach. But Fun simply told them they could pay later, a clear sign that he placed his trust in their group.
Overwhelmed, Wang Mi thanked him profusely and swore to repay the favor one day. Fun nodded and handed over the gear.
The group erupted in excitement, stunned to receive such rare equipment so early in the game. Wang Mi, in particular, was shocked by his sudden spike in damage. Wondering if this was a test of his character, amid the celebration, Xiao Yu waited with breathless anticipation, eager to see what incredible item she would be given. But her excitement turned to ash. She received nothing.
Wang Mi explained that there were no items for the priest class. Another member bluntly added that she should be grateful just to be there. Leeching experience from them, Xiao Yu stepped forward and introduced herself as the team's priestess, approaching Fun to claim her item.
She even tried to add him as a friend, but he only met her with an icy stare and vanished into thin air right before her eyes. She was left frozen in place, completely baffled. Where did he go? She stammered. Wang Mi tried to console her, suggesting Fun simply didn't have any priest equipment. The other member was more direct, sneering that it looked like he ignored her on purpose. Plun just thought the whole scene was incredible, marveling at how cool Fun was, appearing and disappearing like a phantom, far from the group. Fun materialized next to the teleportation portal. He scoffed to himself. In his inventory sat a gold-level priest staff and a skill book of the very same grade. However, he would never grant such precious items to someone as foolish as his own sister. Not only was she reckless, but her very presence jeopardized his partnership with Wang Mi's group. He knew a steady river of high-level equipment would soon flow his way. Selling it all piece by piece would be a waste of time. But using Wang Mi, a police officer with government connections, was the perfect pipeline for large-scale distribution. For that plan to succeed, the team had to be reliable and efficient. His sister simply didn't fit. The decision was already made. She had to be replaced. And he already had the perfect candidate in mind, Gu, also known as Xiao. In his past life, She was the master of the Good Slayer Guild, possessing a rare priest class, the White Aven Priestess.
Her class came with a sacred white bird that could both heal and empower allies. She was the only priestess he had ever seen take down an epic-level boss, all by herself.
Comparing her to his sister was an insult. Guyu was a master strategist. His sister was nothing but a liability. As he arrived at the teleportation portal, a new plan began to form. Guyu was from Firefly City, the same as Songfei, which just so happened to be his next destination. It was all falling into place. He would find her and recruit her for his team. The moment he stepped through the portal, he activated a skill and vanished into thin air. Unlike other cities, Firefly City was bathed in perpetual sunlight, which made moving unseen even easier. He overheard two nearby players talking about a silver tier monster they needed to hunt. In the next breath, they started cursing Songfei, complaining that he'd gathered every girl in the city and brainwashed them into his fan club. Being an idol had its benefits. The two players couldn't understand how someone like Songfei, barely a mid-level celebrity, could inspire such fanatical devotion.
Filled with rage, they swore they wouldn't tolerate it anymore. Today, they would be the ones to take him down.
Seeing this, Shadow found it all rather amusing. Information on Songfei was easy to come by, but he doubted those two could even lay a finger on him. If anyone was going to put an end to him, it would be Shadow himself. Curious, he followed them to the Valley of Laments, a level 5 area filled with monsters like Amorites and Kors. Upon entering, he saw clear signs of a battle and moved to investigate. The scene was pure chaos. A group was fighting a Marine, a silver tier boss with 2 heads, wreathed in flames, but instead of fighting together, some of the players were attacking each other. And in the middle of all the confusion stood Songfei, protected by a circle of his loyal fans. The 2 players from before were gearing up to attack, shouting that Songfei's group had ambushed them and stolen their life expectancy. They were here for revenge. One of them, who possessed an ancient magic skill called Locked Jaw, charged forward confidently. But before he got close, one of Songfei's mages intercepted him and crushed his head with a single blow. Shadow watched, recalling that Songfei held the title of Heaven-Defying Mage God. In his past life, Songfei had manipulated his fans into all choosing the mage class. Then, he would slowly and systematically strip them of their equipment and skill books to make himself stronger. It was a dirty tactic, but brutally effective. Of course, a team made up entirely of mages wouldn't work in the long run. To compensate, the fans allocated their attributes in different ways. Some poured everything into intelligence, becoming glass cannons.
Others invested in agility to disrupt enemy formations, or in vitality to serve as living shields. The more aggressive ones put points into strength, becoming combat mages who used their staffs like clubs to batter their opponents.
This strategy, as demonstrated by the girl who just defeated the player, worked terrifyingly well in the beginning. Songfei and his army of mages dominated the game, stealing life expectancy and crushing their enemies. Over time, however, the tactic lost its power, and most of his fans were left behind. Songfei continued to emotionally manipulate the remaining fans, claiming that seeing them work so hard for him broke his heart. He would say he hoped the silver tier boss would die soon, so everyone could rest, and that he wished for a world full of love, not violence.
Hearing this, a chubbier fan declared that Songfei was the one suffering the most and shouldn't have to endure such hardship. She quickly rallied the others, encouraging them all to kill the boss quickly so he wouldn't be harmed.
They began to attack the monster with everything they had, even singing a song about how Songfei was the best. Suddenly, the monster roared and attacked Songfei. One of the fans threw herself in front of him, using her own body as a shield. As her body burst into loot, Songfei knelt, pretending to be devastated. The same fan's spirit continued to urge the others to attack harder. She cried that if they killed the silver tier boss, Songfei would reach the top of the rankings and finally surpass Fun. The fans unleashed even more spells, determined not to abandon their beloved Songfei. The relentless attacks began to weaken the boss. Inwardly, Songfei was thrilled about the monster's imminent death. At the same time, he scoffed at how Fun had managed to defeat a gold tier boss all by himself. Since even this silver tier beast was giving them so much trouble, Songfei convinced himself that Fun must have used some kind of game bug. He then thought about his own progress. Even with all this help, he had only reached level 7, while Fun, playing alone, was already far more advanced. Songfei smirked. He calculated that by defeating this boss, he would finally reach level 8. Since Fun had been stuck at level 9 for a while, he was sure he would soon surpass him and become the #1 player. But in that instant, Fun attacked. He grabbed Songfei by the face and tore his head from his body so quickly. It was hard to tell if it was a cut or if he had ripped it off with sheer force. Before Songfei's body even hit the ground, Fun used his instant Shadow Slash ability, slicing all nearby enemies and shattering Songfei's body and head into 1,000 pieces. The fans were paralyzed with shock. Before they could even react, Fun's fury descended upon them. He cut down everything in his path, including the silver tier boss itself.
A system window flashed before his eyes. He had slain the 12-headed Ember Fiend, earning a massive 1,150 experience points. Along with the beast, he'd wiped out Song Fei's entire fan club, including the so-called sky-defying maiden goddess, and others with laughable names like Song Fei Meow Meow and Little Fa Ma. As the Ember Fiend's massive body dissolved into a shower of glittering loot, the two players who witnessed it all could only stare, their jaws hanging in disbelief. Fun had obliterated the boss with a single skill that dealt over 1,000 damage points, a strike 10 times more powerful than their own. And the most terrifying part? It was a daily skill that not only vaporized the boss, but also annihilated Song Fei and his entire entourage in one fell swoop. Their minds raced. Who else could pull off such a feat except for the legendary Fun, the very same solo player who claimed the first kill on a gold tier boss? Without a second's thought, they erupted in cheers for Fun, celebrating Song Fei's humiliating defeat. But their cheers weren't born from admiration. They were a desperate plea, born from the fear that they would be next. A fact Fun understood perfectly. He remembered his past life all too well. When he was weaker, these very players wouldn't have hesitated to crush him without a second thought. Meanwhile, back in the starting city, Song Fei materialized in a flash of light, his mind reeling in utter confusion, unable to process how he had died. A system window brutally displayed the truth. He was killed by the player named Shadow. The penalty was severe, 116 days of tradable life expectancy, and a staggering 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable life. Song Fei's fists clenched, a storm of fury and confusion raging within him. Of the hundreds of starting cities, why did Shadow have to appear in Firefly Town? His fans swarmed him, crying out in outrage and demanding answers. So Song Fei, ever the performer, spun a convenient tale. He claimed Shadow coveted the silver tier boss and launched a cowardly surprise attack while they were distracted. His followers immediately bought the lie, their voices rising in a chorus of curses against Fun. Just then, a girl shyly approached Song Fei, asking if she could join his prestigious group. She introduced herself as an archer, possessing the rare eagle eye skill that could detect any stealth. The fans scoffed, declaring they only accepted mages and that her pitiful damage would drag down Song Fei's rank. But Song Fei intervened, silencing them. He stepped forward, his voice smooth and reassuring, saying that while they normally only accepted mages, he could see her passion, and that was what truly mattered. He declared that even as an archer, she was now welcome in their family, and together, they would all grow stronger. Completely moved, the girl professed her undying loyalty. His words ignited a fire in the other fans, who began shouting out their own classes. One vowed she was an assassin with stealth, promising to repay Shadow in kind. Another boasted of a control skill that could freeze him in place. Song Fei welcomed them all with open arms, proclaiming a place for everyone in his great family. His followers roared in approval, vowing to follow Song Fei to the ends of the earth for revenge. They branded Shadow a coward for his ambush tactics and swore he would pay dearly for daring to harm their idol. Nearby players, drawn by the commotion, wondered what was happening. One explained that Song Fei himself had just been killed. They were stunned. How was that possible with his army of followers? But when they heard the killer's name was Shadow, everything clicked into place. Still, they marveled at his audacity to face such a crowd. All the while, a sly smile played on Song Fei's lips. For him, this was the perfect stage. His victory over Shadow, in front of so many witnesses, would prove that a mere solo player was nothing before his might. Far from the drama, Fun calmly activated the Hand of Avarice. The system illuminated his glorious rewards, 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable life, and loot from a silver boss multiplied by 6, plus a gold boss multiplied by 1. His path forward was clear. He would evolve the Gift of Mercy. The system consumed 10 evolution points, and the skill ascended from epic to the legendary tier. The changes were monumental. Its passive effect, which guided strikes to weak points, doubled from 100% to 200%, essentially doubling the size of an enemy's critical zones. Not only that, but the damage dealt to these weak points was massively amplified. The active effect, Fatal Throat Cut, now inflicted 100 to 150% of his total attack power per second, for 3 seconds straight, and its cooldown was slashed from 30 seconds down to a range between 25 and 18.5 seconds. Analyzing the upgrade, Fun realized nearly half of an enemy's body would now register as a weak point. His instant Shadow Cut would trigger its bonus far more often, and with this new power, he might just be able to one-shot a gold tier boss. He then glanced at the cost for future evolutions. Raising a skill from Legendary to Mythic would cost 200 points. For a skill like Hand of Avarice, the cost from Epic to Mythic was 210 points. And from Legendary to Mythic, an absurd 400 points. With only 9 evolution points remaining, he turned his attention to another skill backstab enhancement. The upgrade cost a mere 8 points. Elevating the skill from Gold to the Platinum tier
Its passive effect boosted his damage from outside an enemy's line of sight from 30% to a solid 40%. Satisfied? Fun finally opened his status window. The defeat of the silver-level boss and Songfei's fans netted him over 1,400 days of tradable life. With his business in the City of Fireflies concluded, Feng was ready to move on. But just as he prepared for departure, one of Songfei's followers, the very same assassin, lunged at him in a desperate ambush. "Die!" she shrieked, thrusting a short blade forward. But Feng sidestepped with contemptuous ease, leaving her stunned by his impossible speed. Frustrated, the girl stumbled back and activated her stealth, vanishing from sight. Feng's gaze drifted to a nearby cliff, where the rest of Songfei's fan club was gathered. They roared with misplaced confidence, claiming he had nowhere left to run. The moment their weapons were raised, Feng acted without hesitation, activating his latent image skill. He melted into the shadows. But the archer who bragged about her eagle eye skill stepped forward, mocking that his invisibility was useless against her. The archer unleashed her eagle eye shot, scattering brilliant feathers meant to reveal his position. But the skill failed spectacularly. Instead of exposing Feng, the light forcefully ripped his own allied assassin from her stealth. Convinced she was their target, the fans turned on their own comrade, giving her no chance to explain the mistake. The group's leader gave a chilling order: "Use your strongest skills, now." The assassin had no time to react before a storm of attacks tore her apart. As the dust settled, the fans realized their fatal error, but their leader simply shrugged it off. She callously remarked that it was no great loss, since the girl wasn't even a mage and therefore never a true believer in Songfei. With sickening arrogance, she called it divine punishment and ordered the archer to use Eagle Eye again to find Feng. But before another arrow could be knocked, Feng unleashed a special item, the Ghost Fire Bells. The chilling sound caused a soul shock, immobilizing every enemy within a 100-meter radius for 3 full seconds. As the bell tolled, the fanatics froze in place, their eyes wide with confusion. They couldn't understand why their bodies wouldn't move. And before they could process it, Feng struck. He used instant Shadow Slash, wiping them all out before the 3-second stun even wore off. Their bodies dissolved into particles of light.
Still invisible, Feng approached Songfei, who was trembling and hiding behind a rock, muttering to himself how his fans could have died without Feng even appearing.
He foolishly believed Feng should have become visible upon attacking, not realizing that death was already standing right behind him.
Feng leaned in, his voice a chilling whisper in Songfei's ear. "You are already dead." The words sent a jolt of pure terror through him.
He desperately activated his magic shield, but it was far too late. Feng's poison skill slammed into his head, shattering the barrier instantly. Songfei collapsed to the ground, his body disintegrating into a pile of items. Looking over the spoils, Feng noticed that Songfei had possessed over 2,000 days of lifetime. He found it odd, however, that none of the fans had any lifetime at all. He wondered aloud if they'd willingly sacrificed their own time for Songfei. Did these fools still think this was all just a game? He let out a low, dark chuckle, shaking his head at the thought. Manipulated followers were a terrifying thing. Their non-tradable lifetimes, amounting to centuries, would now be wasted, becoming nothing more than fuel for the monsters of this world.
Meanwhile, in the city, Songfei reappeared, seething from his humiliating defeat. His balance was now a mere 500 tradable days, the steep price he paid.
He turned to his remaining companions, demanding to know why the archer's detection skill had failed to locate Feng. The explanation was swift and simple. The skill had only managed to detect their own group's assassin, not their enemy. One fan explained that Feng's stealth attributes were simply too high. The Eagle Eye skill only offered a level 1 anti-stealth capability, which was utterly useless against an opponent with level 2 stealth or higher. Frustrated, Songfei raged, wondering how he could possibly defend himself against someone who could appear and disappear without a trace. He grumbled pathetically that he hadn't even provoked Feng.
After all, Feng had already stolen his silver-ranked boss kill, so why hunt him down again?
He even had the gall to wonder if Feng was just jealous of his good looks. His fans, sensing his distress, suggested they relocate for safety and level up somewhere new. With fanatical loyalty, they vowed to follow Songfei wherever he went. A short while later, Feng arrived at the now silent town. Noticing that Songfei and his group were long gone, he wondered if they had fled to another starting area, or perhaps to a completely different region. Seeing a lone player nearby, he approached to gather information. The player, startled by Feng's sudden appearance, nervously pointed in the direction Songfei had gone. Then he made a strange request, asking Feng to spare his girlfriend when he found them. The girl's name was Fei Bao Kit, a hunter, likely the very same archer who had tried to detect Feng before. Feng mentally dismissed the request, thinking it would be far easier for the man to simply find a new girlfriend. Without another word, he activated his latent image skill and vanished, leaving the man behind to continue his useless begging. As Feng ventured into the designated zone, a problem surfaced. He knew the general area, but their exact location remained a shadow. Wandering aimlessly was a waste of precious time. His next move was clear. He had to find Gui Shui. And in that very moment, as if guided by destiny itself, a familiar silhouette drifted past him. It was none other than Gui Shui.
Fun approached her without hesitation, asking for her assistance. The second she saw him, her heart skipped a beat. She knew that face instantly. It was Fun.
She could scarcely process that she was standing before the legendary player in the flesh.
Cutting straight to the point, Fun mentioned her class's unique wide-area search skill and requested she find a player named Songfei.
In return, he offered a gold-level mage staff at an unheard-of price. Gui Shui's eyes widened with excitement. Curiosity piqued. She asked how he knew about her secret area search. Fun simply waved it off, telling her not to sweat the small stuff. So he pressed, "Do you want this gold-level staff or not?" Gui Shui eagerly agreed, but hesitated, unsure if she had the funds. Fun clarified the price was a mere 500 days of tradable lifespan. It was an absolute steal. An item like this normally sold for at least 700 to 800 days. Thrilled, Gui confirmed she could afford it. Moments later, a system window materialized, sealing the deal. Clutching the magnificent staff, she marveled at its craftsmanship. But Fun tapped her head lightly, reminding her to focus. As she activated her skill, Gui Shui couldn't shake a strange feeling. Though it was their first meeting, he felt incredibly familiar. She suddenly turned to him. "Aren't you worried I'll just take this staff and disappear?" Fun replied with a calm, knowing smile. "Don't you despise Songfei?" Gui Shui froze, stunned. How could he possibly know about her deep-seated grudge? She wondered if he was someone from her real life, but quickly dismissed it. She'd never heard that voice before. Fun just smirked. "Want to take a guess who I am?" She scoffed, saying she had no time for his games. With that, she dispatched her avian familiar to scout the skies. She and the bird were one. Her consciousness soared, seeing the world through its eyes as it glided high above the city. After a few minutes, Gui Shui had her answer. She found Songfei and relayed the coordinates, but she also gave a warning. She couldn't promise that Songfei's party would stay put by the time he arrived. Hearing this, Fun departed immediately. "Add me as a friend," he called out. "Update me if they move." Gui Shui shouted back. "How long do I have to keep this up? I can't maintain this skill forever." But Fun's voice echoed back, filled with confidence. "Don't worry, this won't take long." As he moved, his pace slowed near a grove of trees. Something was out of place. He stopped beside a thick trunk, his eyes drawn to a strange symbol carved into the bark. From her remote vantage point, Gui Shui was confused. "What is it? What did you find?" Fun instructed her to scan for other trees with the identical symbol. She sent her bird searching once more. Soon, she reported back. "There's another one 100 meters ahead, and one more 100 meters to the left." Fun reached out, his fingers tracing the ancient symbol. The moment he touched it, the carving began to glow with an ethereal light.
"What is that thing?" Gui Shui asked in awe. He challenged her again. "Why don't you guess?" Suddenly, beams of light shot out, connecting the three trees in a luminous triangle.
A blinding light erupted in the center, coalescing into a magnificent jade treasure chest. Fun explained calmly. "I never expected to find a blessing of an ancient god this easily. These things appear at random. Some spawn treasure chests, others summon monsters or bosses, and a select few grant legendary rewards." Gui Shui gasped, recognizing the chest's immense value. A single jade chest was worth a minimum of 1,000 days of lifespan, translating to over 10 million RMB. But Fun knew its true worth was even higher. In his past life, he'd seen the market explode. The value of tradable lifespans skyrocketed, with a single day jumping from 10,000 to over 50,000 RMB. Meanwhile, Gui Shui was committing the activation method to memory. With her tracking skill, she realized she could find countless more. A system notification pinged. "You have opened the Jade Treasure Chest. You have acquired the Jade Skill Book Flourishing Curse." Flourishing Curse? Fun murmured, intrigued. The system detailed its power, a Jade-level skill.
When used on the corpse of a player dead for less than 15 seconds, it causes a cursed flora to grow, draining all of their tradable lifespan until it reaches 0.
And the most terrifying part? This skill has no cooldown. Fun learned the skill without a second thought. It was just as broken as he remembered. He'd heard whispers of it in his past life, but never knew its name.
A cruel smile touched his lips as he mused. Flourishing Curse? A fitting name indeed.
From now on, after killing a player, he would simply watch as a cursed flower bloomed and sucked their life force dry. His target was set. Songfei's lucky streak was officially over. Fun would hunt him down until he was forced to delete his character forever. Once he hit level 10, he could unleash his abilities in the real world. And on that day, he would hunt down Songfei and end him. Permanently. Miles away, Songfei and his devoted followers were busy laying siege to a powerful monster. He led the charge with arrogance, certain they had put enough distance between them, believing Fun could never catch up. But irritation gnawed at him. The memory of Fun stealing his boss kill and slaying him twice was a humiliation he couldn't forget. A cruel smile touched Songfei's lips. He vowed that once he was strong enough, his revenge would be absolute. Suddenly, a scout cried out. A different party was battling a boss just ahead. A wicked idea sparked in Songfei's mind, and he declared them followers of his rival. Nujia? At the mere mention of that name, the lead fan's face twisted in fury. Her rage was a virus that infected the others. She roared, giving the order to advance. They would crush these so-called saboteurs who dared to threaten Songfei's place in the rankings. The unsuspecting party of 3 saw them approach. Believing reinforcements had arrived, they cheered, saying the boss was almost down. But in the next instant, the lead fan unleashed a devastating strike with her staff, crushing the party leader's skull in a single, brutal blow. His 2 companions could only stare, frozen in horror. A young woman cried out, asking why, but the fans simply sneered that this was the price for supporting Nujiaki. She tried to explain they didn't even know that name, but her words were cut short by a volley of arrows piercing her flesh. Her name, Misha, was a final desperate cry from her last teammate. But he had no time to mourn his fallen friend. Songfei's fanatics screamed that all of Nujiaki's followers must die. They unleashed a torrent of spells, annihilating both him and the boss instantly. Songfei moved in to collect the loot, praising his followers and calling them his family. He spun another lie, claiming he'd narrowly escaped a Nujiaki ambush. Tears streamed down their faces as they swore their loyalty. But high above, perched on a cliff, Fun had watched the entire massacre unfold in silence. He activated his stealth skill and vanished into thin air. A moment later, his chilling voice echoed across the field, declaring, "Songfei, you are already dead." Fear paralyzed Songfei and his entire group. Then, like a ghost, Fun materialized from the shadows behind him. A single, perfect strike, and Songfei's life was extinguished. The lead fan stood frozen, her mind blank, as Fun caught Songfei's body, preventing it from hitting the ground. Then he activated the flourishing curse. A grotesque, blood-red flower burst forth from the corpse, a sight that struck true terror into their hearts. The world faded to black, only to reform in the safe zone of the starting town. Songfei had respawned. Pure rage erupted from him as he screamed into the air. Why was Fun so obsessed with him? Was he jealous of his followers? Just then, a system window flashed before his eyes. A horrifying warning his tradable lifespan was plummeting. The numbers ticked down, and pure panic set in. Was this some kind of penalty for dying so many times? His followers respawned moments later. The lead fan rushed to him, her face pale with dread, reporting that something was terribly wrong. She explained Fun's terrifying skill, how that blood flower had sprouted from his corpse and seemed to absorb something vital. The color drained from Songfei's face. Could it be, was Fun trying to inflict permanent death as if on cue? Another system alert confirmed his worst fear. His lifespan was still draining away. Consumed by terror, Songfei made his decision. He had to log out. Now if he stayed, Fun would erase his very existence. He ordered his fans to log out immediately. He swore he'd buy more lifespan in the real world, convert his assets, and return stronger than ever to crush that monster. His followers agreed without hesitation, pledging to follow him to the very end. Inside his mind, Songfei cursed Fun's name and swore a blood oath of vengeance. 2.5 years of grinding. He refused to lose to some free-to-play nobody. Meanwhile, back on the bloody battlefield, Fun had already used the same ghastly skill on all of Songfei's followers. A system notification chimed for Fun, for the sheer number of players he had reaped. He had reached level 4 of the assassin class. The price was steep. Death would now cost him 96% of his life. But Fun was unconcerned. He'd just harvested over 1,000 days of life from his victims. Then, the life absorption abruptly ceased. He knew what that meant. They had escaped by logging out. Just then, his companion Guichi arrived as a white bird, landing softly amidst the silent carnage, shocked by the devastation. Fun's power was truly terrifying, she thought. The power of the game's #1 player. He noticed her and asked if Songfei had logged out. She confirmed it. He gave her a new order. "Keep watch. The moment Songfei returns, let me know." Guichi eagerly agreed. Fun then mentioned a gold-tier priest skill he'd acquired, the Sword of Sacred Judgment, and asked if she was interested. Her eyes widened, gleaming with desire. Of course she was. He told her to meet him in the city. The hunt was far from over. Later, in Firefly City, Fun laid out his offer. The skill book was worth 500 days of life, but he'd sell it for half that, with just one condition. Hearing the word condition, Guichi's mind jumped elsewhere. She blushed, defensively stating, "I'm not that kind of girl." Fun blinked, utterly confused. He had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. He laid out the terms. Clearly she would join a specific team as their permanent healer. Gichi instantly accepted, but with a warning she wouldn't tolerate weak party members. Fun just smirked, assuring her of the team's strength as he prepared to make the call. Elsewhere, Wang Mi's party had just slain a fearsome boss, but victory was tainted. A deadly poison coursed through Wang Mi, and he desperately ordered Xiao Yuyu to purify him. But as a complete novice, she had no idea what a purification skill even was. Wang Mi explained through gritted teeth that every priest possesses this basic ability, urging her to hurry before it was too late. Determined to prove her worth, Xiao announced her grand attempt, but the divine light shot wide, blasting a nearby tree to splinters, leaving everyone speechless, especially Plun, who burned with Xiao Yu could only stammer an apology, but it was useless. The poison had already claimed its victim, and Wang Mi's body dissolved into light. A moment later, the defeated party reappeared in the starting city. Burning with frustration, Wang Mi knew they had to replace Xiao, and fast, but where could they possibly find a skilled healer? The best ones were surely already snatched up by other guilds. At that very moment, Xiao stared at her status window, thinking smugly that this game wasn't so hard after all. Reaching level 4 had been a breeze. She planned to keep this pace until she finally found Songfei. Suddenly, a message from Fun lit up Wang Meg's screen. He spoke of a White Aven priestess he knew, a rare hidden class, and one with incredible power. He then asked if Wang Mi would take her. Without a second's thought, Wang Mong agreed. If Shadow himself was recommending her, she had to be a legend. Fun told him the priestess was in Firefly City. Since Shell City was overrun with players, he suggested they meet there to level up together. Wang Mong eagerly agreed, telling him they were already planning to leave because of the crowds. He turned to Xiao with cold eyes, informing her that their next destination was a high-level zone, a place too dangerous for a low-level player like her. Xiao Yu was stunned, trying to argue that she could still be useful. But Wang M and his group were already walking away, saying there was no time to explain. Left in the dust, fury erupted within Xiao Yu. She cursed them as cowards and liars, vowing that she would find the legendary Shadow and force him to help her level up. Meanwhile, Wang M arrived in Firefly City to meet Fun, transferring 800 days of life expectancy payment for the gear he'd sold. Wang Mong added that they still owed 500 days, which their Captain Yu would send the moment she arrived. The name Yu sparked a flicker of recognition in Fun's mind. He introduced Wang Mong to Guiyu, telling them to get acquainted. Just then, a voice called out to Wang M. It was Yu, her game ID displayed proudly. Justice Execution? Fun recognized her instantly. A Dragon Knight, another hidden class. In his past life, she was one of the 20 strongest players in the world, a pillar of the Xillia forces, and an absolute nightmare for anyone who stood against her. As greetings were exchanged, Fun admitted to himself this was the first time he'd met someone who, in the past, had been stronger than him. Yu introduced herself, confessing her immense admiration for Shadow. With a sharp curiosity, she asked for the secret to his meteoric rise, even joking. What are you, a time traveler? Fun accepted her 500 days of life expectancy, his mind racing. In his past life, he never remembered Yu and Wang Mong being in the same party. He pieced it together. Yu must have already secured a massive amount of life expectancy from the Zhongkai City authorities, who trusted her implicitly due to her class's legendary defenses. Yu then told Fun that if he had more equipment, their guild was ready to buy. She added with a sly smile that all of Jonai City's official life expectancy was on her. She then asked if he was tempted to kill her for it. He calmly met her gaze, stating that a long-term partnership was far more profitable for them both. Yu praised his intelligence, but Fun saw through the act. Every word she spoke was a carefully calculated test. Just as the rumors said, she appeared innocent, but beneath the surface was a mind as sharp and ruthless as a blade. He concluded that having her as his connection to the authorities would save him a great deal of trouble. Elsewhere, Songfei's fans logged out, reeling from the official game announcement. The life expectancy. It was real. If your timer hit 0, you would die in the real world. The architect screamed in fury. She thought this was just a game. She had traded all her life points to Songfei. And now, she only had days left to live. The assassin, already burdened with a PK status, realized with dawning horror that one more death would cost him double the life. A cold dread washed over them. The girl who served as the party's tank frantically read the official notice, sweat beading on her forehead. Panic seized her. As the frontline fighter, she had died countless times. Now, she had only 1 day of life left. If it reached 0, it was all over. But in that moment of despair, something caught her eye. A system messaged Songfei was buying life expectancy. A spark of hope ignited. She had to find Songfei. He was the only one who could save her now. At the same time, Xiao Yuyu's sister, Feng, also logged out of the game. Her mind was a dizzying blur, struggling to separate the real world from the virtual one. But when she turned on her phone, A genuine smile spread across her face. The in-game currency exchange rate was phenomenal. A single day of life could be sold for 15,000. With the 200 days she now possessed, a fortune was within her grasp. But her smile evaporated the moment she saw the news. Shadow had already killed Songfei 3 times. Panic seized her, remembering that death in the game was absolute if one's lifespan ever reached 0. Even with a century of non-negotiable life, those 3 deaths had whittled Songfei down to a mere 12 remaining years. The chat groups were exploding with the news that Shadow had taken down Songfei, even while surrounded by dozens of people. To her, his power seemed terrifyingly absolute. Moments later, a frantic fan began spamming the chat, pleading that Songfei needed help. She revealed he was at Jiang Plaza, desperately buying lifespan for 10,000 a unit, and begged any fan in Jingai City to rush there and sell him theirs.
Xiao Yu's heart stopped. Jiang Plaza was just a short distance away. She couldn't just stand by while his life was draining away.
Thanks to Shadow and the others, she had over 200 days of negotiable life, more than enough to help. Without a second thought, she raced out the door. At that very moment, back inside the game, Fun was effortlessly cutting through monsters when a system window flared to life before him. He had reached level 10, earning a powerful boost to his attributes and 5 precious free points.
A cascade of achievements followed for being the first pioneer to reach this milestone. In the Jingai City region, he gained 7 reputation points.
In the Great Xia Kingdom, he earned 14 reputation points. And across the entire world, he gained a staggering 21 reputation points. The system also announced that the teleportation gate to the continent of the Forgotten Gods would finally awaken once 7 players from Jingai City hit level 10. The worldwide announcement echoed through every city, leaving all the players utterly stunned. The comments erupted in disbelief. It was Shadow again, the very same player who had claimed the first kill of a gold-ranked monster. Some whispered that he was overwhelmingly strong, and that the little celebrity he hunted, Songfei, deserved what he got.
Other players felt a surge of frustration, comparing their own pathetic progress and wondering if anyone could ever hope to keep up with his terrifying pace.
Standing near the coast, Feng decided it was time to use the points he had gained. He invested 13 evolution points, and his backstab enhancement skill evolved from platinum to the emerald rank, boosting its passive effect from 40% to an incredible 50%. But even with over 7,000 days of tradable life, he knew it wasn't enough. To escape this starting city, 6 other players had to reach level 10 to activate the portal. Since the next highest player after him was only level 7, this was going to take some time. For now, he decided to return to the real world to handle a personal matter. As he logged out, the system asked if he wished to use his lifespan to transfer his skills. Fun accepted without a moment's hesitation. First on the list, he would extract his class. The system consumed 1,000 days of his life and completed the extraction, granting him the Shadow class in reality. His passive skill immediately activated, bolstering his attributes. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility, a massive +8, and Spirit +5. Next, he extracted his level. This cost 2,000 days, and his level in the real world surged to 3, causing his stats to skyrocket once again.
Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility and Astounding +14, and Spirit +4.
Afterward, he spent 900 days to bring forth the Platinum-grade Shadow Step skill, and another 2,262 days for the Silver-grade Poison Dagger. He was satisfied to see he still had 1,902 days remaining, even though he couldn't extract anything else for now.
It was an absolute bargain. He'd paid the price of a low-level skill, but it gained the power of Platinum-ranked Shadow Step.
His fist clenched in cold fury as he thought of Songfei. His basic attributes were now double those of any ordinary person. His agility had soared to 32 points above the human limit, and with it, he now possessed infinite invisibility. Furthermore, his poison dagger could be thrown a distance of 14 meters. With this power, he would surely find the perfect chance to end Songfei for good.
Fun picked up his phone and was surprised to see that Songfei was desperately buying up huge amounts of lifespan.
He smirked, realizing that Songfei was planning to re-enter the game just to come after him. He was at Jianyang Plaza, only 7 or 8 kilometers away. With his current speed, he calculated he could be there in just over 10 minutes. At that moment, a message popped up from Hu Qin, his supervisor. She was furious that Fun had disappeared and was no longer answering his phone. She knew some rich young woman was interested in him and couldn't believe he was refusing to cooperate. Fun blocked her number. As he walked, he tossed his phone aside, faded into invisibility, and thought that very soon, everyone would understand the true meaning of the Forsaken Gods game. A few hours later, at Jianyang Plaza, Songfei's desperate plea had turned into a massive spectacle, swarmed by his adoring fans.
On stage, Feng's sister stood beside him, next to a mysterious blonde woman.
The woman noted with a smirk that Shadow had killed Songfei 3 times in the game, but she told him not to worry, as they had already dispatched people to uncover Shadow's true identity. Intrigued, Songfei pressed her for the details of their plan. She revealed a trap was being set in Firefly City, an offer so perfect he couldn't possibly refuse. The moment he emerged in the real world for his reward, they would capture him, allowing Songfei to finally enact his vengeance. Hearing this, a cruel smile crept onto Songfei's face as he agreed. He then turned to her, asking if she was aware that the GI Corporation used these same twisted methods to enslave players, forcing them to work for free. The woman simply laughed, calling those players weak and pathetic fools, unable to even manage their own life expectancy. In her eyes, siding with Songfei was the smart move, since countless women willingly offered their life force to him. Some even prepared to die. A wicked laugh escaped Songfei. But in the middle of the event, a voice of defiance cut through the crowd, begging everyone to stop selling their life expectancy. The man pointed directly at Songfei, accusing him of knowing this was a matter of life and death. Yet he continued to brainwash his own fans, manipulating them into sacrificing their very lives. The man swore they would report him for putting so many lives at risk. Songfei just smiled, thinking another fool had arrived to interfere. He rose to his feet, launching into a well-rehearsed speech, acknowledging the recent debates. He claimed his quest for life expectancy had caused a disturbance, and for that, he offered a sincere apology. His fans immediately screamed that he didn't need to. With a practiced smile, Songfei thanked them for their unwavering support, but insisted their love should be a positive force. He begged them all to act more rationally, to protect themselves, and to work for the good of society. With tears welling in his eyes, he explained he was cooperating with the authorities, fighting his hardest in the game to protect the country. He claimed he used his own fortune to buy life expectancy because he wanted to be a true idol, someone they could be proud to admire. It was all to repay their devotion and guarantee they could live happy, safe lives outside the game. Songfei insisted he never expected to cause such trouble, and his performance brought the entire audience to tears. He apologized once more, shattering their hearts. Enraged, the fans turned on the accuser, screaming that their idol had done nothing wrong. They yelled that they were helping him of their own free will. A fan then rushed the stage, telling everyone to ignore the rumors. She screamed that only idiots would believe such nonsense, questioning how a game's life expectancy could possibly affect the real world. Placing a hand over her heart, she declared her willingness to die for him.
She told the crowd that after leaving the game, the system warned her she had less than a day to live, but she was still standing there. Perfectly fine.
She concluded that even if it were true, anyone not willing to die for their idol didn't deserve to love him. Her fiery words ignited the fans into a frenzy, and they all pledged to give their remaining life expectancy to Songfei. Beaming with satisfaction, he extended a hand to the fan on stage, saying it was an honor to be loved by someone like her. As the girl cried tears of joy, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice, something shot through the air and pierced straight through Songfei's skull. The entire stadium was plunged into a shocked silence. Blood streamed from his mouth as his hair suddenly fell out in clumps. Songfei's lifeless body collapsed onto the fan, who fell to the floor screaming, unable to comprehend the horror that had just unfolded. With his death confirmed, utter chaos erupted among his followers. Security scrambled to escort Hookbin away, but she was screaming hysterically that she had seen a life expectancy orb form around Songfei's body when he died. She shrieked for everyone to run, warning them that the killer had used a skill from the game. How was it possible for game abilities to be used in the real world?
Her mind pieced it together. The invisibility, the collection of life force. There was only one person capable of such a thing. It had to be Shadow.
In that same instant, another dart flew through the air, embedding itself in Hookbin's forehead and killing her instantly, leaving the guards frozen in shock. And watching from within the panicked crowd was Feng. By nightfall, the news was everywhere, announcing the deaths of the celebrity Songfei and his associate, Dajiang. The reports added that his most devoted fans had died at his side, their life force completely drained. The official cause of death: supernatural abilities. Feng's sister, Xiao, and her friend wept, unable to believe Songfei was gone just one day after his broadcast. Her friend suddenly made a chilling connection. The invisibility and the throwing knives, those had to be skills from the game. She wondered aloud if the killer could be Shadow, the player infamous for his assassinations in the virtual world. Xiao was reeling, wondering how it was possible for game skills to manifest in reality.
She recalled Shadow's signature kill style and came to a terrifying conclusion. If Shadow could use his skills in the real world, then she would find a way, too.
From that moment on, Xiao would have only one burning purpose: to get stronger, no matter the cost. The moment she stepped out of the taxi, fury blazed in Xiao's eyes. A single thought consumed her: she would kill Shadow and avenge Songfei. Meanwhile, the legendary Shadow was calmly slurping noodles in a restaurant. He mused that even for a god in the game, a human body in the real world still gets hungry. His phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Xiaoya. She warned him that the boss was furious, had blocked his number,
and was threatening to fire him without his monthly salary if he didn't show his face.
Fun recognized her instantly, a former member of his guild from a lifelong past. She was a good soul, but fragile, he thought, assuring her not to worry about him or the job. Her only focus should be leveling up. Xiaoya's eyes widened in surprise. "You play this game too?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "It's brutal. It's consuming the lifespan of so many people." Fun gave her a crucial piece of advice. Focus everything on agility at the start. She agreed, but lamented how expensive lifespan was inside the game. When she probed about his earnings, he simply replied, "Not much." In truth, he'd already spent nearly every coin. Fun knew the fat man was just a pawn in a much larger game. The real problem was his master, Qian Shiki, the fearsome daughter of the Qian Group's president. In his previous life, this woman had moved to North America. There, she forged one of the 3 great guilds, the infamous Alice's Wonderland. This guild had become a constant thorn in his country's side, creating endless conflict for his own guild. God's plan? He had to deal with her now, before she left the country. Once she was gone, stopping her would become infinitely harder.
Fun considered a dark possibility. If Qian Shiki were to die, Alice's Wonderland might never even come to exist. All its founders were connected to her. Without that central pillar, the entire guild would crumble before it was even built. Just then, his phone vibrated to life.
It was a call from Xiao. She sounded shocked he had even picked up, half expecting he had already perished in the game. With a tone of relief, she declared she had earned enough to buy a house. He didn't need to worry about her any longer. Sensing there was more, Fun pressed on, calmly asking if she had anything else to say. Her voice turned to ice. "Don't bother me again," she warned. "And I won't seek you out either. Don't even think about finding where I live, as of now. All ties between us are severed." Fun ended the call, and a smile spread across his face. He felt free. It was time to get back to the grind. Soon, someone would hit level 10, and the world would discover that game skills could be brought into reality. The moment that secret was unleashed, the era of peace would be shattered forever. Not long after, Xiao and her friend logged in. The friend seemed troubled. "Wasn't that too harsh, cutting off your own brother? You should make amends." But Zhao Yuyu's expression was like stone. "Never," she declared, revealing a shocking truth. "I sold my life expectancy to the Qian Group for a staggering sum of 2 million. Her friend was left utterly speechless. "I've already bought us a house," Xiao continued, a chilling ambition in her eyes. "And soon, I will find Shadow. Once I do, Fun will mean nothing." At that very moment, a passing player caught her eye, offering a friendly smile. The man presented her with the assassin skill book she craved. With a cheerful grin, he reminded her, "Don't forget your promise to me." She played along, agreeing that once her plans were complete, she would grant his small wishes. But inwardly, she sneered, "Bootlicker." Once she found the legendary Shadow, who would care about a useless piece of trash like him? Xiao immediately contacted an associate named Wang. "I have a control skill book for an assassin," she announced. "Check if Shadow has any use for it. I can deliver it personally." A triumphant smirk graced her lips. That fawning fool had actually been useful, bringing her such a rare skill. This book would be her key, her personal invitation to Shadow. Her plan was simple: get close to him, stay by his side as a silent supporter, healing his wounds and helping him hunt. She would weave herself into his life, bit by bit, making him trust her, rely on her, see her as his other half. But when she was strong enough, and he had served his purpose, she would kill him with her own 2 hands. She would tear out his very eyes. All to avenge her fallen brother, Songfei? To her utter disbelief, Wang's reply came back. "Shadow says the skill is trash. He had no need for it. She could just sell the book." Sometime later, Fun re-entered the game, his ears catching the sounds of a desperate battle against a powerful boss. Drawn by the clash of steel, Fun discovered a man with a shield facing a terrifying, multi-armed monstrosity. The man tried to flee, but there was no escape. The monster shredded him in an instant. Fun recognized it immediately. A golden aeropod, a level 8 gold-class boss. Worse, the boss had a level 2 anti-stealth skill. His own invisibility would be completely useless against it. Suddenly, the beast began to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Feng burst from his cover, unleashing a devastating shadow strike that dealt thousands of damage points. He knew the damage bonus from striking unseen wouldn't trigger, drastically cutting his power. However, the legendary effect of graceful release amplified the weak points on the monster's head and heart by 200%. Of the 9 rapid strikes, 3 landed squarely on those weak points, tripling the damage and completely erasing the penalty. This was the overwhelming power of a truly legendary skill. He almost had to thank Xiao for this. She'd unwittingly led him to the Temple of Faith. Feng's damage was so immense that a single skill had wiped out 1/6 of the Golden Boss's health.
He followed up with a poison-laced throwing knife. It embedded itself in the monster's head, dealing another 1,783 damage.
But the poison knife was only silver grade. Against a beast of this level, its power was already starting to wane. To truly master invisibility, Fun knew his profession needed to evolve. The beast lunged forward, preparing its assault. The mage panicked at the sight, but Fun's expression was one of absolute confidence. Its claws slashed through empty air as he dodged effortlessly, leaving the mage and her friend stunned by his impossible speed. They realized it wasn't just speed. His reaction time was inhuman, as if he had already memorized the boss's attack patterns. This was an instinct forged in his past life. He had learned that a true warrior doesn't just endure blows, but dances between them. That was his secret. The reason a common class user could stand among the world's top 100 players? Fun unleashed a vicious flurry of strikes, and the monster's health bar plummeted to less than half in an instant. He vanished into the shadows. Compared to bosses with unavoidable attacks, this golden arthropod was little more than a warm-up. Sensing its impending doom, the monster tried to flee, but Fang would not allow it. He drew his dagger and slit its throat, triggering a cascade of system notifications. 64,000 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable life for slaying the level 8 gold class boss. Fun activated his unique skill, absorbing another 21 evolution points and 497 days of life from the corpse. In total, a single boss had yielded him 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable life. To his amazement, another window appeared, granting him a new assassin skill. Dark Light Shield. The skill's effect was incredible. It converted his dodge rate into a damage reduction shield for 8 seconds. For every 20% of dodge chance, a layer of the shield was formed. Combined with his epic skill that already gave him a 75% dodge rate, the Dark Light Shield could provide 3 layers of absolute protection. With this new power, he could take down countless bosses without suffering a single scratch.
Feng spent 6 evolution points without hesitation, upgrading the Dark Light Shield from Platinum class to Epic. The duration jumped to 14 seconds, and the conversion rate improved dramatically. Now, only a 10% dodge chance was needed to generate a layer of his shield. He smiled, satisfied. He now possessed a 7-layer damage reduction shield. With this, he could explore high-level areas far ahead of schedule. Since he still had 22 evolution points remaining, he decided to evolve his poisonous throwing knife as well. He spent 16 points to upgrade it from Silver class to Emerald, more than doubling its damage. He had also looted 2 new assassin items. The first was the Platinum tier Agile Ring, which increased his agility, movement speed, attack speed, and cooldown speed. The second was a pair of Gold tier Heavy Red Leather Gloves, granting him more defense, resistance, constitution, and HP. With this new gear, his cooldown speed reached a staggering 55%. His stats had soared high enough to withstand 3 direct hits from the Golden Arthropod. Combined with the Dark Light Shield, Feng's survivability was on another level. The mage and her party left in complete awe, praising Fun and saying the boss was nothing to him. They couldn't believe he had defeated it alone. The mage asked if he had any equipment or skills she could use, making it clear she was willing to buy. Fun revealed he had a gold-level skill book for mages, the Ice Ball Ricochet. It was an area of effect skill, launching ice balls that could bounce up to 10 times. The price, 800 days. The mage balked. 800 days was expensive. She'd seen a level 5 gold skill book sell for only 400. With a serious gaze, Fun explained that the Ice Ball Ricochet was a level 7 skill with over 40% more damage. The price, he assured her, was more than fair. Convinced, the mage no longer hesitated and immediately closed the deal. Buying the book. The system window confirmed the transaction. With their newly acquired power, no boss in the early stages could threaten their group. Fun decided to return to the city and post a message, seeking information on the locations of silver and gold level bosses. This way, he would have a constant flow of targets to hunt, maximizing the speed of his evolution. At that moment, Wang Meng messaged him. Xiao Yu, the team's priestess, wanted to send him a skill book. Fun found this interesting. His curiosity piqued. What kind of book could it be? He was surprised that Xiao Yu wanted to give him a book, and even more so that it was only bronze level. Still, he decided to take a look. But Fun was no fool. He knew everyone was whispering, speculating that he was the one who killed Songfei. And now, Xia was trying to send him a gift. Was she trying to get on his good side, avenge Songfei, or perhaps both? He decided to refuse the offer. Wang Meng relayed Xiaoyu's reply the book was trash anyway, and if Fun didn't want it, she would just sell it herself. Fun told Wang Meng to meet him in the city. He had something to sell him and warned him to prepare a hefty sum of his lifespan. Wang Meng's tone turned serious. He asked directly, "Was it you who killed Songfei's group?" Fun confirmed it without a shred of emotion. "Yes, I killed all of them." To him, Wang Meng was a friend. He also knew that at the time of the murders, Xiao Yu had been disconnected. The motive and the timing aligned perfectly.
The moment Wang Mong voiced his question, Fun knew. The authorities had already pieced together the entire puzzle. Fun smirked. Are you here to arrest me? He knew that in just 2 hours, the first wave of players would hit level 10, and once that happened, the secret of bringing game abilities into the real world would be exposed. This was the perfect moment to see how the Daxia government would play its hand.
Stepping back into the starting city, Fun found himself face to face with Yu and her entire squad. Cutting straight to the chase, Yu confronted him. Did you kill Songfei? A calm, almost chilling smile spread across Fun's face as he simply confirmed it.
Yu revealed they had conducted a thorough investigation, and every piece of evidence pointed directly to him. But they also uncovered a much darker truth. Song Fei and the Jiang conglomerate had been conspiring against him, kidnapping players and forcing them into servitude. Because of their crimes, his actions were officially deemed an act of self-defense. Hearing this, Fun understood their angle. The authorities were choosing to cooperate. With his real-world identity a mystery, he was a variable they wanted on their side.
Fun recalled his past life, a time when he had always worked alongside the government.
But now, with the blood of Songfei on his hands, he wondered how this new timeline would change that dynamic. For the moment, he would simply observe. Fun pulled out the items he planned to sell and laid out his proposal. He knew that as government agents, Wang Ming and Yu had access to countless professions and, more importantly, held enough negotiable lifetime to buy everything. They could acquire not just gear, but skill books from every class imaginable. Wang Mong's eyes widened in shock as he saw the pile of platinum items. Don't tell me, he stammered. You took down a platinum boss by yourself. Fun just shook his head, claiming it was a lucky find in a platinum chest. He added that Gixie had witnessed him receive a Jade-level skill book, which she quickly confirmed. Hearing Fun call Gixie by her actual name, while he still called her Little Black, Plum couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Fun caught her expression and teased. Or would you prefer a different name? Embarrassed, Plum quickly insisted that Little Black was perfectly fine. Watching the exchange, Wang Mong wisely commented that comparisons are the thief of joy. Yu couldn't help but agree. While they struggled against silver-ranked bosses, Fun was casually distributing platinum and jade gear. Shifting to business, Fun listed his prices. The Platinum Archer book cost 2,500 days of life, and the Platinum Berserker weapon, 500 days. The Platinum Mage book was valued at 3,000 days. A gold-level book and equipment set went for a staggering 8,000. For the remaining 25 platinum items, he offered a bundle price of 16,000 days. To Wang Mong's shock, Yu accepted instantly, without a word of negotiation. He questioned her decision, but Yu simply stated the prices were more than fair, adding she would also clear the previous debts for Little Snow and Wang Mong. Fun nodded in agreement, and the monumental transaction was complete. He knew that once lifetime surpassed 10,000 days, it was measured in years. This was an immense cost, even for the government, but the return on investment would be legendary.
With this new arsenal, the nation could accelerate its top players' growth, sidestep conflicts, and secure a decisive edge in the coming international power struggles.
Then, Yu dropped a bombshell. The Jiang conglomerate was imprisoning players, and a rescue mission was planned for that day. She looked at Fun and asked if he wanted in. He saw right through it. This wasn't just a mission, it was a recruitment test, a way to bring him into the fold and wipe the slate clean. Fun declined the invitation, but offered something far more valuable in return. He confirmed their deepest suspicion he had killed Songfei using his in-game abilities. He explained that upon reaching level 10, a player can spend negotiable lifetime to manifest their powers in the real world. This, he stressed, was game-changing information, urging them to act before the secret became common knowledge. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place for Yu. It all made sense now. This was why the Jiang conglomerate was hoarding so much lifetime. Once their players hit level 10 and manifested their powers, they would be strong enough to stop any government intervention dead in its tracks. Having revealed everything he intended to, Fun made it clear the conversation was over. Without another word, he vanished. Armed with this terrifying new intel, Yu made a swift and decisive call. The team would split up to focus on leveling individually. She explained that together, they were simply too powerful. Fighting as one, they were one-shotting every monster, drastically wasting precious experience points. By breaking into smaller parties, they could all level up much faster. Wang Meng instantly agreed, knowing level 10 was now the top priority. Elsewhere, players noticed Fun had set up shop once more. But this time, he wasn't selling. He was buying. He was after one thing: coordinates for boss monsters. For a silver-level boss, he offered a generous 30 days of negotiable life. And for a gold-level boss, the price jumped to 100 days. Suddenly, a player swaggered up to his stall, a condescending sneer on his face as he mocked Fun for still wasting his time playing merchant. He revealed that the woman from Jiang Industries put out a massive bounty. 300 million in cold, hard cash, plus company shares, for anyone who could help her level up. The player scoffed, saying Fun should have taken such a golden opportunity. But another player cut him off, a grim look on his face, asking if he'd been offline recently. He delivered the chilling news Fun had already eliminated both Songfei and the Jang industry woman. In the real world, the words hit the first player like a physical blow, frozen in place. He could only listen as the other player remarked what a waste it was, since she was so beautiful. Still reeling from the shock, the player's mind raced, trying to piece together the horrifying truth. He finally admitted she got what was coming to her. She tried to hunt Fun in the real world and paid the ultimate price. At first, she offered Fun 10 million, but he flatly refused. But blinded by his own greed, he foolishly accepted the deal himself. Yet when he went to collect his reward, he was ambushed and knocked unconscious. He awoke in chains, deep in a basement, where for days he was tortured and used as bait to lure in even more victims for their life farming scheme.
With a voice laced with venom, he spat that she deserved every bit of her fate.
Then, his voice dropped, filled with self-loathing. He once mocked Fun for turning down the offer, but now he realized he was the fool all along. Throughout it all, Fun stood in stoic silence. He knew, just from the man's pathetic demeanor, that he was complicit in kidnapping others. As if reading his mind, the man desperately claimed he was forced into it. But Fun had no time for pathetic excuses. He simply told the man to get lost. As the disgraced player scurried away, Fun thought to himself that the authorities would soon be rounding up scum just like him. Just then, a group of mysterious players emerged from the crowd. They approached with an offer the exact coordinates of a silver-level boss monster.
Fun didn't hesitate for a second. He traded 30 days of negotiable life for the intel. The moment the transaction completed, a wave of whispers swept through the onlookers.
A few of them recognized one of the newcomers, a player known as Asda Espadas. The whispers quickly revealed her true identity. Qin Shi, the heiress to the formidable Chen group in the real world. The instant her name was spoken, players instinctively backed away. Qin Shi and her crew were infamous for slaughtering players to steal their lifespan. No one wanted to be their next victim, but Qin Shi seemed completely unbothered by her terrifying reputation. She sneered, dismissing the game as unimpressive. For someone like her, a little cash was all it took to buy the best gear and skills, giving her an unbeatable head start. After that, it was just a simple hunt. Tracking down players with high lifespan and taking whatever she pleased. She complained that this stupid game made her miss a flight to North America, where she should have been partying with her friends. Instead, she was trapped in Axia City, unable to even leave the country.
Her eyes fell on two players trembling nearby. She mocked their weakness, sneering that the local men were pathetic, especially in bed.
She then turned to her foreign teammate, a man named Tony, purring that she much preferred men like him.
Tony flashed a predatory grin, praising her exquisite taste. He boasted that men like him were simply superior, particularly in that department.
He leaned in, promising that as soon as they escaped this game, he'd let her experience that superiority firsthand. Qin Shi let out a throaty laugh, clearly amused, and hinted that she was eagerly anticipating it. Changing the topic, she casually asked if the rumors about Songfei's death were true. She admitted to having partied with him once, but found him utterly useless. He couldn't even last a minute. To her, he was nothing but trash. But her tone shifted to one of intrigue as she brought up the rumor that he was killed by the player known as Shadow. Despite her disdain for local men, she had to admit, the #1 player in the world had caught her attention. A sly smile spread across her face. If Shadow was strong enough to take down someone like Songfei, then killing an ordinary person would be child's play for him. Her mind made up. Qin Shi announced to her team that she was logging off for a bit. She had a few calls to make, a few strings to pull to get in touch with Shadow. Since money clearly didn't interest him, she would offer something far more precious: 3,000 days of lifespan. In exchange, she wanted a simple favor, for him to kill a random person.
What the arrogant heiress didn't know was that her target, Fun, was the very same Shadow she sought.
The scene cuts to a chaotic battlefield, where another player was desperately fighting for his life against a fearsome monster. After a brutal struggle, he landed the final blow, barely surviving thanks to a last-second heal from his teammate, Xiao Yu. Gasping for air, he yelled at her for cutting it so close, saying he was almost killed. But the spoiled girl just brushed him off, telling him to stop shouting since he was still alive. He tried to argue his point, but she wasn't listening. Instead, she declared her hunger had hit 90%, and she was logging out to eat. She grabbed her friend and vanished from the game, leaving the young man all alone in the dangerous forest. Fuming, the abandoned player cursed under his breath. He grumbled that Xiao Yu used to be so much sweeter. Before she met Shadow and became so arrogant, he clenched his fists, vowing that one day, he would be the one to knock her down a peg. Back in the real world, Xiao Yu materialized safely in her new apartment, which was an absolute disaster zone model. Starving? She tried to order something, only to find every delivery service suspended. It seemed all the drivers were lost in the game. Her mind drifted back home, back when her brother cooked for her, and she never had to lift a finger. But she quickly snapped out of it, lightly slapping her cheeks. Get a grip, she told herself. Compared to the freedom she had now, a little hunger was a small price to pay. She took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. She was strong, better off without him. The scene shifts to a coastal cave, waves crashing against the shore outside. Inside, Fun faced a monstrous boss, the Crab King. As the beast lunged forward, Fun countered with a single, flawless strike to its head. The monster fell instantly, its body dissolving into a shower of rewards. Fun took a moment to reflect on his accomplishment. 4 silver-level bosses defeated in just over an hour, each granting 16 evolution points. On top of that, the items they dropped could be exchanged for up to 3,500 days of lifespan. By this point, all his equipment was gold level or higher. His load reduction skill had leaped from 55 to 75%. And his instant shadow cuts cooldown had been slashed from 12 to just 6.8 seconds. He concluded that since no platinum-level bosses existed near the starting cities, gold was the peak for now. To ascend further, there was only one path class advancement. He gazed at his experience bar, contemplating the challenge ahead. Every platinum-level boss possessed, at minimum, level 2 stealth detection. To defeat them, he needed level 3 stealth, which cost a staggering 20,000 experience points. Only then could he hunt them safely. He remembered his past life, where it took a team of 20 players to down a single platinum boss. This time, he vowed to do it alone. Fun headed back to the city to sell his loot to the government. He was determined to stay ahead of everyone and be the first to solo a platinum boss. After selling his items, his total lifespan reached 105 years. It was an astronomical sum, equivalent to nearly 40,000 days of tradable life, enough wealth to buy almost anything in the real world. As he walked through the city, a suspicious-looking player approached him. The man hinted at a target in the real world with a hefty reward, but Fun simply ignored him. But the player blocked his path, revealing the target's name, a certain King Fong. He claimed that since Shadow had already taken down Songfei, this would be easy money. The moment Fun heard the name, his own name, his interest was piqued. He wondered what could make King Fong a target worth killing. The player brushed the question aside, insisting the reason was irrelevant. All that mattered was the reward, 3,000 days of tradable life. That number made Fun hesitate. He did the math in his head. Nearly 3,000 days was equivalent to 50 million. Who would want King Fong dead enough to pay such a price? Looking at the man, Fun concluded he was just a go-between. Fun didn't recognize him from his past life, which meant the real mastermind was hiding in the shadows. He recalled that in his previous life, his enemies only started to surface in the middle and late stages of the game. It was far too early for them to be making moves. The only person with the motive and the money to hire an assassin right now was Qian. She was the only one with both the reason and the resources to come after King Fun. However, he also realized that if she truly wanted him dead, she could have arranged it long before the game even started. This suggested the assassination contract had another purpose. He deduced that Qian's true goal was to create a connection with him, as Shadow. Eliminating King Fong was just a bonus, a petty revenge for him having rejected her. This turn of events was truly amusing. He was already planning to deal with Qian, but it seemed she had made the first move. Seeing a golden opportunity, he agreed to take the job on one condition. He demanded half the payment up front, and he would decide the time of execution. The player was shocked, not expecting the legendary Shadow to accept so easily. After a quick word with his superior, the player transferred 1,500 days of tradable life to Fun. Fun considered it an advance payment, interest he'd collect long before he ever thought about targeting Qian. The player then shared the target's location, and that's when Fun was truly surprised. The address was his own home. Without another word, he turned and walked away. "You'll know when the job is done," he said, not bothering to look back. Fung watched him leave in silence, a mocking smirk on his face. To him, Shadowin was just putting on a show. In the end, they were both just pawns serving Titty's will. Before Fung could move on, his path was blocked by another player, a woman of stunning beauty and breathtaking curves. She had heard whispers that he was buying boss coordinates, and revealed she had intel on a gold-level boss. If he was interested, she would be his guide. Fung calmly replied that his price was 100 days of tradable life. With the coordinates confirmed, the woman nodded. The boss was waiting north of the city, she said, warning it would be a long trek. Intrigued, Fun asked about their target. Her reply was a single, ominous name, the Plague Bearer. She knew its name. That small detail was enough to convince him she wasn't just spinning a tale. "Are you sure you don't need a healer?" she pressed. "Its poison aura affects a huge area." But Fun waved it off. "Your only job is to lead the way." As they journeyed, Fun considered the monster, the Plague Bearer, a gold-level boss, infamous for its poison aura that continuously drained a player's life force. Even so, he was certain. A few well-placed skills, and it would be over. Before long, they stood at the mouth of a cave. The lesser monsters have been cleared, she warned. Only the boss remains inside. They moved through the dark cave, emerging into a fetid swamp. And there, in the very center, stood their target, a grotesque tree-like creature, its trunk covered in glowing red eyes, radiating a toxic aura.
She had kept her word. Fun upheld his end of the bargain, transferring the 100 life days he promised.
With his 75% evasion rate and the ghostly shadow bells, the boss's poison would be a non-issue. But just then, her face turned pale with fear. "It's a trap," she confessed, her voice trembling. "The moment you engage the boss, players will ambush you. Worse still, they were prepared. They all had level 2 anti-fatigue buffs." Fun's expression didn't change, but she rushed on. Her true mission was to uncover his real-world identity, and even his home address. Now that caught his attention. She explained she was being blackmailed in reality, that she had no choice, but that she truly wanted her tormentors dead. Fun demanded to know the mastermind's name. She revealed it was Dongfun, known in-game as Shangnan. She added a crucial detail. His guild claims you've already wiped them out once before. The memory clicked. This was the same fool who tried to steal the ghost ship boss, the one who offered a skill book as a pathetic apology. In her desperation, she brought up his past victories. "You killed Songfie. Surely someone like Dongfang is nothing to you." She begged him for help, lost and cornered, to Fun. However, the entire scheme was childish. He had no memory of Dongfang from his past life. The man was nothing but an insect. First, the boss. Then, he'd hunt down Dongfang and his crew. Activating stealth, Fun vanished into the shadows. He would turn their own trap against them. "Let them come," he told the girl calmly. "Stick to the plan. I'll handle the rest." She panicked, trying to warn him. Dongfang had brought 3 full teams here before. 18 players, and they were all annihilated in under 30 seconds. The Plague Bearer's poison damage was off the charts. To face it alone was pure suicide. But Fun remained serene. Leaping into the air, he unleashed a torrent of skills. Blessed Release, Backstab Enhancement, and Throat Cut. He finished the combo with Instant Shadow Slash, sending a devastating wave of attacks at the boss. The damage was simply absurd. The boss's health plummeted by nearly half in an instant. The girl could only stare, her mind reeling. Over 80,000 damage to a gold-level boss with just a single combo. "Is he even human?" she whispered in awe. Without missing a beat, Fun used Latent Image, vanishing and reappearing right beside her. "Blessed Release has a 25-second cooldown," he explained casually. "But with my 75% reduction, it's only 14.3 seconds. He added, "I'm not killing the boss. Not yet." It was far more efficient to let Dongfang's lackeys arrive. He would eliminate the trash first. The moment Fun's skill came off cooldown, they arrived. Dongfang's men stormed in, yelling, "We're taking the boss. Anyone in our way dies." Fun recognized the leader instantly. It was the same trash that had attacked Little Pum on the ghost ship. The original plan was simple. The girl would block their first attack, pretending to save him to gain his trust. But with so many enemies, Fun had his doubts. Then, to his surprise, the girl summoned a massive golden shield. He recognized it immediately. A gold-grade item. Its defensive power was so immense, almost no one in the game could even scratch it. He pieced it together instantly. She must have stumbled upon an ancient shrine or a hidden god, and found a gold-grade chest. Back in the fight, Fun unleashed Instant Shadow Slash again, striking the entire enemy group at once. But he was far from finished. Before their bodies even hit the ground, he activated the flower upon flower curse. Eerie red flowers bloomed on them, draining away their very life expectancy. The girl watched in absolute shock. She had to admit, this man was terrifying. He'd wiped out an entire party with a single skill. What kind of monstrous power could create those life-stealing flowers? A chill ran down her spine. Betraying Dongfang had saved her life. If she had followed his orders, she might have ended up just like Songfei. "Add me," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "My ID is Kuma Mika." She swore that if she ever found Dongfang's real-world location, she would send it to him without hesitation. Fun accepted. That kind of information could prove very useful indeed. Satisfied, she leaned in, adding that if he ever needed any special services, they would be free, just for him. In that instant, Feng understood her true profession. It suddenly made sense why others so easily took advantage of her. Turning back to the real threat, he unleashed his power once more. With Instant Shadow Slash, he landed a flurry of strikes, completely overpowering the Plague Bearer. A system notification confirmed the kill. The level 10 gold-grade boss had been slain. The rewards were staggering. A massive boost in experience, 7 evolution points, and 555 days of tradable life. He mentally compared this prize to the pitiful scraps of life he'd earned from killing Dongfang's men. The reward from a boss was on a completely different scale. It made him wonder why players wasted time brawling instead of farming for what truly mattered. He glanced toward the cliff, curious why the woman was still lingering there. She simply gave a wave and announced she was leaving. With that settled, he turned his attention to the loot, activating Hand of Greed to claim his prize. What he discovered left him stunned. It had been an age since he'd found a new assassin skillbook, and now he held one in his hands. The system displayed the details. A platinum-grade skill named Darkest Moment. When triggered, the user's blade would erupt in a flash of black light, blinding all enemies in the vicinity. The base cooldown was 60 seconds, but with his 75% reduction, it fell to just 34.3 seconds. It required level 10, had a 20-meter range, and a 10-second duration that weakened against high-spirit targets. Feng's mind raced, processing the skill's immense potential. If he could blind his enemies without needing stealth, he could unleash his double damage skills at will. This meant that even against a foe with anti-stealth abilities, his offensive power would be unstoppable. Feng also received a dagger called the Plague Blade. It was a weapon made for assassins, boosting his attack by 216 and agility by 42. On top of adding a 0.3 multiplier to weak point strikes, the weapon required level 10 to equip and came with a unique, terrifying effect. The blade itself was laced with a potent toxin. All of Feng's attacks would now carry this poison. 3 seconds after impact, it would deal bonus damage equal to 50% of the initial attack. Feng saw he was only 10,000 experience points from his class progression. He decided to farm the rest from the monsters in the area, using his instant shadow cut. He tore through them with ease, cutting down even those who attempted to flee. Finally, he met the conditions for his advancement. As the process began, a brilliant golden energy enveloped him. The system confirmed his class promotion from Tier 0 to Tier 1. With this single evolution, his attributes skyrocketed. Strength and Constitution tripled from 3 to 9, Agility exploded from 8 to 24, and Spirit jumped from 5 to 15. His passive abilities also received a major upgrade. The duration of his stealth was doubled, and he could now use other abilities without breaking his concealment. His stealth level increased by 2, and attacks from outside an enemy's vision now inflicted triple damage instead of double. Feng realized his progression had literally tripled his base stats. Even more impressive was the new ability to activate stealth while already in stealth. This meant, with proper management, he could remain permanently invisible. With triple damage now in his arsenal, the shadow profession was simply absurd. It was, without a doubt, the strongest class in the entire game. Suddenly, a system notification flashed across Feng's vision, warning that 7 players in Shanghai City had reached level 10. Immediately after, another announcement echoed across the server. The teleportation portal to the abandoned continent of the gods would open in 10 minutes, but only for players who met certain criteria. Moments later, a ranking board appeared on his interface. At the very top, holding first place, was Feng himself. He was followed by a female player named Grey Rose in second, with Wine Mag and his party in third. The fourth position was a mix of random players. Feng was surprised. He hadn't anticipated so many players in Shanghai reaching level 10 so quickly. The strangest part was seeing the ranking filled with familiar names. He recalled his past life, when the top ranks were completely dominated by foreign players. It seemed his actions selling all that equipment and those skillbooks were starting to change fate itself. He wondered how the world would develop from this point on, a thrill of anticipation running through him. Meanwhile, in the real world, the operation to rescue players kidnapped by Jiang Industries was well underway. The police had already arrested several of the organization's key leaders. An officer reported that while most were captured, 3 leaders remained connected to the game, their bodies trapped in a deep state of immersion. With the suspects completely immobilized, the officer desperately requested his next command. The commander's order was grim. They had to contact their secret agent, Yu, who was already inside the game. Her mission was absolute: find the targets and forcibly sever their connection, allowing for their arrest in the real world. The entire operation was then laid out. Criminals could hide in safe zones, but hunger would eventually drive them out. In that moment, their capture was inevitable. The officer could only reflect on the immense debt they owed to Shadow. He hadn't just provided crucial intel on Jiang Industries, he'd also issued a dire warning about the game's true danger. They discussed the frightening possibility of game abilities manifesting in the real world. If they had been even a moment slower, the head of Jiang Industries and his cronies would have reached level 10. They could have begun extracting their powers, unleashing a massacre of unimaginable proportions. Already, reports of small-scale wars and conflicts were flooding in from other countries, with casualties numbering in the thousands. The commander added that on the flip side, most government players sent into the game had also successfully reached level 10. This was almost entirely thanks to the equipment and skill books that Shadow had provided. His conclusion was clear. Shadow was a national asset of unparalleled value, and they had to do everything in their power to keep him on their side. Meanwhile, back in the game, Fun made his way toward the teleportation portal. A message arrived from the girl he'd met before, who was stunned that he was the type to risk his own life for others. She confessed she admired him greatly for it. Fun was a bit bewildered by her comment. She quickly explained that the city authorities had just released an urgent bulletin. It claimed the Duxiank industry and Songfei were guilty of kidnapping, imprisoning, and murdering players. The official story was that Fun had defeated them for this very reason. Hearing this, Fun knew the authorities were just spinning the narrative to smooth over any future collaborations. He pushed it aside and asked if she'd managed to find Dongfang in the real world. She replied that Dongfang was still logged in, but promised to alert him the moment he signed off. Approaching the gate, Fun focused on his true goal. His priority was reaching the abandoned continent of the gods. He noticed that while countless players used the city portal, no one had managed to activate the portal to the continent. No one, that is, except him. Fun stepped through the shimmering veil, and the system confirmed his transport. Until now, the starting cities were nothing more than a tutorial area. Reaching the abandoned continent? This was where the real game began. Nearby, a few players watched the portal flare to life, but they saw no one enter and were left completely baffled. One of them whispered a name in awe. It has to be Shadow, the legendary player famous for using stealth for absolutely everything. Another player scoffed, saying he had a level 2 anti-stealth skill and had detected nothing at all. Someone else then came to a chilling conclusion that just meant Shadow's stealth was already far beyond level 2. At that same instant, Fun arrived on the abandoned continent of the gods. He recognized this place from his past life, a vast, desolate landscape that looked like a city forgotten by time. Fun noted that the area was disturbingly similar to Shanghai City. He recalled a strange phenomenon when players first landed on the continent. They always appeared in the ruins of their own real-world cities. The geography of these ruins was a perfect mirror of their real-life counterparts, a mystery that was never solved. But while Fun was lost in thought, a pair of glowing red eyes watched him from the darkness. From the shadows, a creature began to stalk its prey.
Sensing the killing intent, Fun whirled around, coming face to face with a hideous, four-eyed, worm-like monster.
The creature lunged with blinding speed, but his reaction was instantaneous. Fun activated his Ghost Shadow Blur skill, dodging the lethal attack with effortless grace. Without a moment's hesitation, he counterattacked with an instant Shadow Slash, and the monster was obliterated. A system window confirmed he'd defeated a level 1 Earth Trembler. Before he could even catch his breath, 2 more monsters charged. He leaped into the air to evade, activating the Grace of Relief skill. As he descended, he unleashed instant Shadow Slash once more, and his fluid strikes destroyed both creatures in a flash.
As their bodies disintegrated into loot, Fun recalled a harsh truth. On the abandoned continent of the gods, there were no safe zones.
Monsters roamed everywhere, ready to strike at any given moment.
However, if a player could find a hidden shelter in the ruins, they could claim it as a base and, with enough power, dominate the entire region.
And that's when Fun remembered a crucial piece of information from his past. The single best shelter in the Shanghai ruins lay to the northwest, the exact location of his former guild's base. God slain, Fun headed there immediately, intending to claim it before anyone else could. A few hours later, another party finally arrived on the continent. It was Wang Mang's group. Plun was stunned by the scenery, while Wang Mang grimly noted that the area looked like the ruins of a modern city. Plun speculated that it might be the remains of Shanghai City itself, pointing to a towering skyscraper as proof.
Little Hay agreed, confirming the tower's structure was identical. Plun began scanning the area for Shadow, having heard rumors that he'd teleported here. Little Shrek commented that it was useless, since he was most likely shrouded in stealth.
Suddenly, 2 Earth Trembler monsters erupted from the ground. Wang Mang charged forward, shield raised high, and yelled for the group to stay alert.
Little Snowy immediately cast her spiritual protection skill, reinforcing Wang Mang's defense.
His spell-infused shield deflected the blow, even sending ricochet damage back at the monsters. She healed him moments later, reminding everyone that these creatures were on a whole different level. The team's archer unleashed a binding arrow, which transformed into a magic rope to immobilize the 2 beasts. The archer cheered his success. Meanwhile, Plun gathered her power into a colossal fireball and launched it at the trapped monsters. The attack obliterated them both instantly, leaving only items behind as they celebrated their victory. Wang Mang then ordered Little Snowy to use her owl and scout the surrounding area. The owl soared above the ruins, reporting that monsters were everywhere and their battle had attracted a massive horde. To make matters worse, she found no safe zones nearby. The group's morale plummeted. The archer complained that this continent was nothing but a brutal survival game. Plun suggested Little Snowy search for Shadow, who couldn't be far. But the owl's search revealed no other players. Just as they were losing hope, she saw something strange in the northwest. A trail of loot items was glowing in the distance. She instantly knew they could only belong to Shadow. With the horde closing in, Yu commanded everyone to follow the trail of items. Since the monsters on that path had already been cleared, it was their only safe route to him. Wang Meng rallied the party, reminding them to keep formation as this would be a fighting retreat. In another section of the ruins, Fun found himself completely surrounded by earth-shaking monsters. He simply activated his instantaneous Dark Slash and annihilated them all in one move, even without his blessing. Fun noted his skill alone dealt 20 to 30,000 damage, more than enough for these mobs. For him, this place was a leveling paradise. He had finally arrived at his true destination, the hideout. Fun knew that beneath these ruins lay a gigantic underground palace, a secret discovered much later in his past life. He remembered it had over 1,000 rooms and dozens of massive halls. It was Jungai City's largest hideout and the base of his old guild. God's Lair. The place was an underground fortress, crawling with mechanical monsters and powerful guardian bosses. The larger the hideout, the stronger its protectors. Entering the dungeon? Fun thought back to his past. After creating God's Lair, he led 3 elite squads with 18 well-equipped members, all level 15. Even with all that power, they barely managed to conquer this fortress. But this time would be different. Fun ventured deeper into the ruins, and the system confirmed he had reached the hideout. The halls were teeming with strange monsters. The system warned him he had entered the land of pure souls, and Fun's expression grew serious. He intended to conquer this entire place alone. The system declared that if he defeated the Guardian, this territory would become his.
Suddenly, the monsters sensed his presence. Each creature emanated a unique aura as they charged toward him. Without a second thought, Fun drew his Plague Blade. His foes were level 12 Golden Tears, small but dangerous elemental spirits.
He immediately activated his unique skill, Darkest Moment, plunging the entire chamber into absolute darkness.
With the monsters now blind, Fun used his instantaneous Dark Slash, cutting through their ranks with brutal speed.
With each blow, the monsters turned into loot. Since they couldn't see him, his stealth attack bonus was in full effect. Even his normal attacks were now powerful enough to eliminate these low-level enemies in a single hit. In just a few moments, the hall was filled with spoils. He had killed 15 monsters, but this was only one hall. The land of pure souls had dozens more, not to mention over 1,000 small rooms. This would be a massive undertaking. Analyzing the situation, Fun calculated that with so many monsters and drops, he would have enough points to evolve his daily hand skill once more. He also knew that the Earth Guardian would only appear after he had cleared every single monster from all the areas. Meanwhile, in another location, 2 players used a teleport scroll. They were instantly sent to the abandoned continent of the gods. Upon arriving, they were left in utter shock. The boy gazed around in disbelief. Is this really the legendary continent? The girl replied that the place felt eerily familiar. Before them stood the ruins of New York City, along with the shattered pieces of the Statue of Liberty. And they were not alone. Other players all across the continent were noticing the same impossible thing. The ruins they landed in were of real-world cities. The destroyed landscape of Mountain City, the ruins of London, everything was identical. The boy wondered if each group was sent to the ruins of their own city. The girl took that terrifying thought even further, questioning if the map of these ruins was a perfect copy of the real world. As they contemplated this, a gigantic shadow fell over them. They turned around and froze in absolute terror. Towering monsters glared down at them. Raw terror gripped their hearts. Cries to run echoed, but it was already too late. The beasts descended without mercy, ending them in an instant. Meanwhile, back in Jangai City, the ground was littered with loot from a colossal battle. Nearby, Wang Im and his team remained hidden, recovering their strength. He urged them to seize this opportunity, a rare moment of calm with no monsters in sight. Yu, still reeling from the display, couldn't hide her utter awe of Shadow. She confessed that she once believed their team was strong enough to survive on the gods' forsaken continent. In reality, they could only cower and tremble in fear. Wang Meng shot her a warning look, and she quickly apologized, her face burning with embarrassment. Ira, on the other hand, had her eyes fixed on the prize, all the items scattered across the ground. She reminded them how incredibly lucky they were. If Shadow hadn't single-handedly cleared this entire area, they would all be dead. Still, a chilling question lingered. If they died here, on a continent with no safe zone, where would they even respawn?
While Guishi scanned the area through her owl's eyes, Wang Ming suggested they postpone their exploration for now.
Their party was only 6 members strong. He felt it was far smarter to wait until everyone reached level 10 to face this place together. Yu nodded in agreement. Gichi continued to follow the trail of items Shadow had left behind, but something felt wrong. The path of treasure just stopped. It was as if Shadow had vanished into thin air. She also saw the incredible value of the drops. Many were gold grade, and the temptation to claim them was overwhelming. Intrigued, Wang Meng sent a message to Shadow, asking if he wanted the items. He proposed that his group could collect everything and pay him in lifetime points based on the equipment's value. At that very moment, Feng was deep within the hideout, effortlessly slaughtering elemental spirits, a mountain of items piling up around him. He realized he had just cleared yet another small chamber, all by himself.
He had vanquished over 400 monsters, including 4 bronze tier bosses and 2 silver tier ones.
This single run had earned him over 80,000 experience points. His evolution points soared to 205, just 5 points shy of evolving his sand skill again. It was then that Wang Mang's message finally came through. He explained they had stumbled upon a hoard of items and asked if they could take them in exchange for lifetime points. Feng was surprised they were already on the god's forsaken continent. He replied for them to wait, telling them he would contact them shortly. He added that he also had a batch of equipment he planned to sell. Wang Mang eagerly agreed, replying that they'd wait in a ruined bunker at coordinates 89554.
Back in the chamber, with every lesser monster now slain, the guardian of the area began to materialize.
Azure energy crackled and converged in the hall's center, forging an imposing figure wreathed in lightning. The system identified the creature's solitary purifier, a level 15 platinum-grade monster. The system also issued a warning if Feng defeated it. He would become the master of this domain, the land of pure souls. Feng recalled a critical detail about this monster. It was the absolute strongest in the entire city, both in level and grade. In his past life, the solitary purifier had a staggering 750,000 health points, divided across 3 brutal phases. Back then, even top-ranked warriors in full gold-grade gear could barely withstand a single bolt from it. But this time, things were different. With his current strength, Feng knew he wouldn't even need to defend himself. He would simply and utterly dominate this fight. He opened the battle with an instant dark strike, landing a flurry of attacks. The solitary purifier's life bar barely budged. Feng followed up with a lethal strike aimed directly at the monster's neck, carving away another chunk of its health. As its HP dropped to the second phase threshold, the purifier began to charge an attack, a lightning arrow that summoned a storm from the ceiling. Relying on his blinding speed, Feng weaved through the falling bolts with pinpoint precision. He knew that with his current electrical resistance, a single hit meant instant death. There was no room for error. Against platinum or higher grade bosses, all attacks came with a hit correction modifier. This meant the boss's accuracy was automatically adjusted, overcoming a normal 75% dodge rate. While most monsters had a mere 25% chance to hit him, the purifier's hit rate was a minimum of 50%. Even so, with his 182 agility points and a speed of over 40 meters per second, he could evade most attacks if he stayed alert. In his past life, he led an entire guild into this battle, and they had barely survived on priest shields and pure luck alone. But this time, everything was under his absolute control. Feng delivered a devastating blow, determined not to give the Purifier of Souls a single second to fight back. The combination of his liberation gift, Dark Strike, and the plague-bearing blade tore off 250,000 hit points from the monster. With that, the Guardian was forced into its second phase and, just as he predicted, activated its invincibility state, glowing with uncontrolled energy. 3 massive spheres of pure lightning began to form around its body. Fun recognized this phase instantly. Destroying the spheres was the absolute priority. Otherwise, the Guardian would enter a rage mode, and the ensuing chaos would be uncontrollable, even for him.
A painful memory from his past life surfaced the moment his entire team was annihilated by the Purifier's berserk state.
But the deepest wound was his sister's face after that defeat. Tears streaming down, her spirit broken, whispering that she never wanted to fight again. That was the reason why, on his next attempt, he went alone. And without her in harm's way, he conquered the boss on his first try. Snapping back to the present, his gaze locked onto the lightning spheres as he unleashed a poison dart. His aim was true. He knew that every bit of damage these spheres took would be mirrored directly onto the boss itself. Another dart flew, shattering the second orb. He targeted the last one. As the third sphere erupted, the Soul Purifier's health bar plummeted into the red. The Guardian bellowed in fury. It unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of lightning in every direction. This was it. The third and final phase. A relentless storm of lightning bolts rained down upon the battlefield. Yet, Fun remained utterly calm. In his past life, it took a fully equipped team, 4 priests, and a legion of healers just to endure this onslaught. This time, he needed none of them. The bolts only struck the ground, a fatal flaw. So Fun launched himself to the ceiling, soaring above the kill zone. He activated Dark Light Shield and the Gift of Liberation. If the storm raged below, he would simply dominate the skies. With Shadow Cut, Fun descended upon the boss in a blur of attacks. With the final blow, he landed gracefully on the ground. A system window appeared before him. He had slain the platinum-level Soul Purifier. His reward level 11, plus 4 points to all his main attributes, and 10 free points to allocate. He also gained 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. A satisfied smile touched Fun's lips. He had achieved a world-first kill on a platinum boss, earning 10 reputation points and becoming the master of the hallowed grounds. He knew this hideout he'd just conquered held an importance that transcended the game itself. A hideout wasn't just some in-game shelter. It could be extracted into the real world. This was a critical secret, because when the game eventually merged with reality, all of humanity's weapons would begin to corrode. Nuclear bombs would become duds. Tanks and jets would be nothing more than scrap metal. The future of warfare would be decided entirely by skills from this game. And a hideout, brought into reality, would generate a magical defensive barrier, a true safe haven in a world of chaos. Fun considered this profound truth for a moment before leaving. He remembered this place. His old guild, Godslayer, had used this very sanctuary as their base of operations. But alongside the good memories came the bitter taste of intrigue and betrayal. Recalling that pain only hardened his resolve. This time, he would not walk the same path. He would rise to the pinnacle alone. Elsewhere, the reality for other players was a brutal one. In the heat of battle, Xiao's friend dove to the ground, screaming at her to get out of the way. But she couldn't react in time. The monster's axe cleaved her in two. Xiao reappeared in the city, a system notification burning in her vision. She had died. The penalty 14 years of non-tradable life and 2 days of tradable life. Gone forever. Still reeling from the shock of another death. Her friend's furious voice cut through the haze, calling her an idiot, roaring about how she could miss such an obvious attack. Xiao fired back, her own anger rising. He was the tank. If he couldn't hold aggro, how was she supposed to predict the boss's skills? The argument exploded. He cursed her out one last time and rage quit the party. Xiao's other friend completely panicked. Their tank was gone. She screamed for help as the boss turned its murderous gaze on them. Moments later, that friend reappeared in the city. Another victim? Shaken. She suggested to Xiao they stick to weaker monsters to grind levels, confessing her fear that her own lifespan was running dangerously low. Xiao fell into a thoughtful silence. At that exact moment, a system announcement echoed across the world. Player Shadow, from the city of Jianghe, had achieved a world first. The entire world's attention was glued to that system window. No one could believe it. Slaying a platinum boss solo was unthinkable. While most players had barely reached the main continent, the name Shadow resounded once more, leaving everyone to wonder, just who is this person? The achievement was legendary. Most players hadn't even laid eyes on a gold-level monster.
Xiao was confused. Were others really this weak? She could barely handle a silver boss herself. How in the world did Shadow conquer a platinum one?
Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Fun calmly collected the lifespan orbs. Slaying the Soul Purifier had pushed him to level 11.
He knew that every level past 10 granted 4 points to all stats, plus 10 free points. Without hesitation, he poured every single one into agility.
With his supreme agility and infinite stealth, he could assassinate powerful bosses without taking a single hit. And as a bonus, he gained an extra 100 storage slots.
Feng invested 210 evolution points, with 15 remaining, to elevate his greedy hand skill from epic to the legendary tier.
The upgrade was insane. His chance to get an extra drop soared to 500%. And that extra item was 100% guaranteed to have its level increased. The skill also granted a passive effect. 100 greedy storage slots. He immediately used Greedy Hand to collect the spoils, securing 5 extra rewards and 100 more evolution points. For a new total of 115, Feng's eyes scanned the loot. 2 pieces of high-grade equipment, and a rare assassin skill book had dropped. Since his own level was still too low, he transferred them to his hideout storage, and ordered a devout believer to collect and stack the rest of the loot. Pleased with his remaining 115 evolution points, Feng began powering up his other skills. He spent 42 points to evolve Dark Stealth to the epic level, dramatically increasing its duration. It now lasted 60 seconds. The damage from his stealth-breaking attack rose to a devastating 300 to 500, and the cooldown was slashed to just 15 seconds. Next, he poured 34 points into Backstab Enhancement, pushing it to epic tier, and cranking the damage bonus up to 75%. Finally, he used a mere 6 points to upgrade Darkest Moment to the epic level. The skill could now blind all enemies within a 50-meter radius. The effect's base duration was boosted to 16 seconds, though it was less effective against targets with high spirit. As his grand finale, he spent 33 evolution points, taking Curse of Flourishing to the legendary realm. Now, the skill held a terrifying new power. It could be used on player corpses up to 60 seconds after their death. It would absorb 50% of the target's non-tradable life expectancy, including any that was scattered nearby. Any body drained by this curse would simply cease to exist. He was shocked to realize he could actually absorb non-tradable life expectancy. He knew that in high-level areas and boss zones, life expectancy was consumed at a terrifying rate, and the non-tradable type was always the first to go. Just then, a message arrived from Snowy, congratulating him for being the first player to ever slay a platinum-level boss. But she also had urgent news. the Sage of the East had just logged out of the game. She'd heard his clan was gathering at the Jinman Hotel, buying up massive amounts of life expectancy to convert into combat power.
While the girl organized the items, Feng praised her efforts. She replied that there was no need for thanks, as this was her duty.
She reminded him that defeating the Sage of the East was essential. Otherwise, her own fate was doomed.
Don't worry, Feng assured her, as he began storing the items. Everything fit with ease, leaving more than half his space free.
That 100-slot backpack was incredibly useful. Now, it was time to find Wenmeng and sell everything.
When Plun saw Feng's return, her face lit up with excitement and she rushed toward him. But before she could hug him, Feng stopped her with his hand. Getting straight to business.
He made his terms clear as always. He would set the price. They could take it or leave it. He explained that since more than 30 items were common or bronze level, he would offer a significant discount. The final price, he declared, would be 950 days of life expectancy. The man smiled and said he agreed. They had already calculated the value of the previous batch at around 1,000 days. So, to simplify things, they'd pay 2,000 days for the entire lot. Feng was completely bewildered. This new batch contained silver, gold, and even platinum tier items, with a total value closer to 18,000 days.
Plun opened the system window and gasped in shock at its contents. She couldn't believe her eyes. There was actual platinum level equipment in there. She herself only owned a single gold level item. She thought only a god tier player would ever sell items of this level.
Thrilled, she realized this would massively accelerate Shanghai City's development. And she profusely thanked Feng. He waved it off, saying it was nothing since they were helping each other. Nervously, Plun asked Feng how he had so much inventory space, and if he was the legendary Dawn Man King.
Feng dodged the question, simply noting their own backpacks must be full. He then revealed a secret. There was a staircase under the statue in the center of the ruins, leading to a portal that went straight to the starting city.
Feng started to walk away, making it clear that using the portal for the first time would cost them 500 days of lifespan. He warned that any return trips would be free, but they should think carefully. And with that, he was gone. Plun smiled and pointed after him. She said she knew it all along. Feng had to be a reborn player. It was the only way he could possess such secret information. Seeing her intense attitude, Wang Meng became flustered. He asked the captain not to act that way, telling her she was scaring him. Her face turned bright red as she shot back, asking what they would think if she actually made a move on Feng. The moment Feng left the area, a new system prompt appeared before him. Would he like to use his tradable lifespan to extract a skill for the real world? He made his decision in an instant. He would activate level synchronization and class advancement synchronization. The system confirmed his choice. 27,000 days of lifespan were consumed, and both synchronizations were now complete. Feng's heart raced. The time had come to claim his power. He already possessed Dark Stealth at level 1, but that was merely the beginning. For this, he sacrificed 1,246 days of his own life, raising Dark Stealth to its peak level 10. Then, he began extracting an arsenal of new abilities. Rear Guard Improvement cost him 900 days. Greedy Hand, another 1,000. Dark Lightning Strike demanded even more, 3,200 days. Ghost Blur drained 5,366. The Terrifying Bloom Curse, 16,099. And finally, the Blacklight Shield cost him 11,313 days. The synchronization was complete. He was left with a mere 7,480 days of life. Now, it was time for his equipment. He burned 3,600 days to manifest the concealment boots. Another 3,394 for the Devotee's Pendant. Both of them, gold tier treasures. Fun's eyes widened. The pendant not only slashed his cooldown times, it could summon a follower that would be nearly invincible in the real world. After burning through his lifespan so recklessly, only 486 days remained. But it was worth it. His power in reality now rivaled his strength in the game. Still, he would need far more life to survive the next synchronization. Moments later, Fun's eyes snapped open in the real world. His enemies knew where he lived. This place was no longer safe. He had to disappear for a while. To manifest the Sanctuary of Soul Purification, he'd need over 300 years of life. For now, a temporary refuge would have to do. Fun activated Greedy Hand. In an instant, it devoured everything in his room. The skill's private storage was incredibly useful, swallowing all his belongings without a trace. He slipped out the window, grabbing his phone. A ping. Dongfang Xian was at the Junan Hotel, just 15 kilometers away. Activating his stealth, he melted into the shadows, descending to the streets below.
Fun made a quick calculation. At his current speed, he could be there in 10 minutes. He shot through the night, a blur in the darkness.
Just as he predicted, he arrived at the hotel. Inside it, a lavish dinner was underway. One of the men was speaking excitedly. about how game skills and lifespan could now manifest in reality. This was the Dongfang family's golden opportunity. He praised Xian for establishing a faction inside the game. Xian simply replied that it was his duty. The family patriarch, his eyes gleaming with ambition, declared how pleased he was with Xian's achievements. He boasted that they had purchased massive amounts of lifespan, all to extract powerful equipment and skills. The plan was simple: rush the main family members to level 10, seize an overwhelming advantage, and expand their influence into the real world. With that power, the Dongfang family would rise. Their dream of creating a new dynasty would finally be within reach. Xian watched his grandfather, his expression unreadable, but inside, he seethed with contempt. The old fool was at death's door, yet he still clung to power, dreaming of immortality. Xian's plan was different. He would capture the player known as Shadow, force out all his secrets, and farm him for his lifespan. Once he reached the #1 rank, he would make sure everyone else beneath him was eliminated.
The patriarch then asked about their progress with Shadow. Xian assured him there was nothing to fear. He already had a trusted woman working to uncover the target's identity.
The old man insisted, "Capture him alive. Make him work for our family. The benefits would be immeasurable." But outside, Fun had already neutralized the sentinels guarding the entrance. He heard their toast echo through the night. Long live the Dongfang family. These so-called noble families. They moved faster than he expected. He knew his skills alone couldn't guarantee 100% protection. He hadn't synchronized any armor into the real world yet. A single bullet to the heart or head, and it would all be over. For caution's sake, Fun activated his pendant. He summoned his follower, a faithful devotee, armed with vicious claws and capable of unleashing green flames. He gave the creature a single, brutal command: "Go inside, and leave no one alive." Fun knew his devotee, a silver tier boss, was incredibly resilient. It could easily withstand heavy damage, even from modern firearms. While the family celebrated their future glory, the creature smashed the door open with a demonic roar. Chaos erupted. No one understood where this thing had come from. With glowing eyes, the monster charged into their midst. Xian shot to his feet, his face grim. He pointed at the beast and screamed, "Shoot it!" He refused to believe it was a monster from the game. "Open fire now!" A hail of bullets struck the devotee's head, but they bounced off with almost no effect. In a single swipe, it obliterated one guard and plunged its claws deep into another's chest. As his men were torn apart, Xian began to tremble in fear. The monster then turned its attention to the patriarch, who could only scream for help.
But instead of helping, Xian turned and fled without a second thought. All he had to do was escape and get back into the game. There, he would be safe.
Xian thought frantically. If he could just reach level 10 and extract his powers, no threat could ever touch him again. But as he reached the hotel entrance, he saw a figure blocking his path. It was Fun. Before Xian could even react, Fun struck, and Xian's head went flying. As blood sprayed into the air, Fun simply turned and walked away. Xian's eyes were wide with confusion. As beautiful, deadly flowers began to bloom from his corpse, Fing began to absorb their very essence as the system announced his rewards:
a staggering 27,000 exchangeable life days and 482 non-exchangeable years. The hall was magnificent.
As Zaon's entire body dissolved into a cascade of blossoms, Fun confirmed it. The blooming curse ability was terrifyingly effective. Not only did it erase every body and every drop of blood, it siphoned away every last drop of Xian's life force. With that, his non-exchangeable life soared to 2,327 years, a crucial buffer for the deadly rage zones ahead. It wasn't long before the sounds of chaos gunshots and screams prompted a call to the police. Officers swarmed the Dongfang family's meeting room, bracing for a massacre. But what they found left them utterly speechless. The room was a wreck, clear evidence of a vicious struggle. Yet there wasn't a single body in sight. It was as if the entire Dongfang family had been spirited away, forcing them to call in a special investigation unit. By then, Fun was long gone from the hotel. His next target, the Chen Corporation. Their main headquarters had moved to North America, but the CEO's daughter, Chen Shi, remained in Demon City. He had to eliminate her before she fled the country.
But a nearly 300-kilometer journey on foot was a fool's errand, realizing it was a waste of precious time. He logged back into the game.
He recalled there were still silver and gold level bosses left to hunt in the ruins. The moment he logged in, an urgent and excited message came through from Captain Yu. She reported that Zhao had discovered the entrance to a tomb, but a gold-level vengeful spirit stood guard, and her squad was no match for it.
Stunned, Fun asked how they stumbled upon it.
Yu explained they'd taken a detour to avoid monsters when they realized someone was missing. During their search, they found that Zhao had somehow fallen into a deep hole. The area was bizarre. Their team chat was completely disabled. When they went in to rescue her, a level 12 gold class boss gave chase, forcing a hasty retreat. She told him they were already back in Xiao City and forwarded the coordinates.
Fun could only marvel. Xiaowei was truly a lucky star. Discovering a hidden tomb just by falling into a hole was a 1 in a million chance.
He knew these tombs were incredibly rare, randomly generated events. He accepted the coordinates she sent, noting the tomb was near the Xiao City ruins. Fun thanked her, and Yu added a shrewd offer if he found any gear he couldn't use. She'd buy it from him, no questions asked. A smart businesswoman, he thought. Arriving at the location, Fun's gaze fell upon a massive well. He stared, baffled. This was supposed to be the entrance. The well was so enormous it seemed impossible to fall into by accident. Fun concluded that Xiaowai was a special kind of clumsy. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the abyss. A system window flashed, announcing his arrival at the Tomb of Resentment and confirming all long-distance communication was now blocked. Fun landed softly at the bottom and pressed on through a dark corridor. Soon, a monstrous figure emerged from the gloom. The Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold-class beast. Fun observed it, his mind racing. He'd never encountered this boss in his past life, but its sheer size told him its physical attacks were devastating, with a massive area of effect. Now he understood why the others had fled. The gear he'd sold them offered very little physical defense.
Fun calculated that even Wang Mang, with his shield and 5,000 health, would lose half of it in a single strike.
For him, a single blow from that monstrous axe would mean instant death, combining Blessed Release and instant Shadow Cut. Fun became a blur, striking and severing the monster's arms. He knew the boss had high defense, so the initial burst damage would be low. But that didn't matter. The creature wouldn't survive the relentless damage over time from his skill. Suddenly, the monster's severed arm began to glow and then violently exploded. Fun's instincts screamed, and he shot backward in a flash. A corpse explosion, he was shocked. He had let his guard down. Thankfully, his ghostly dodge skill triggered automatically, saving him from what would have been certain annihilation. Fun remembered a teammate in his past life dying while trying to loot an exploding boss. Entire parties had been wiped out this way, but usually by platinum class bosses or higher. He never expected a mere gold class boss to have such a deadly trick. With the threat gone, Fun activated Greedy Hand to collect his prize. System notifications flooded his vision. For slaying the resentful ghost, he earned 10 days of life and 20 evolution points. The main reward was a platinum class skillbook Nightring Blade. And thanks to Greedy Hand's effect, he snagged another 63 days of life and the leather armor of resentment, another platinum class item. He was floored. The equipment and skillbook were a perfect match for his current needs. The Nightring Blade was a coveted platinum-level assassin skill. It infused his weapon with dark power, unleashing elemental damage to all enemies in a 5-meter radius and adding 500 attack points. Its cooldown was just 5.7 seconds, and it only required level 11 to learn. A wave of satisfaction washed over Fun. This was the elemental damage skill he desperately needed. His shadow class naturally favored spirit over strength, making his magical attacks far more potent than his physical ones. An elemental skill like this was a game changer. Fing instantly realized he needed to focus on his spirit attribute to maximize this soul-crushing damage. His current stats were 9 strength, 9 constitution, 24 agility, and 15 spirit. Without hesitation, Feng poured his evolution points into his skill, ascending it to the epic level. He spent 6 points, leaving 36 as the Nightring Blade evolved from platinum to emerald to diamond, and finally, to its destructive radius surged from 5 to 12 meters. And the elemental attack bonus skyrocketed from 500 to a devastating 1,300 points. The added power wasn't overwhelming, and its total damage couldn't quite compare to Shadow Cut, but it was the perfect art for annihilating hordes of enemies. Shadow Cut was a deadly 5-meter line, but the Nightring Blade was a vortex of destruction, an area of effect skill far deadlier when he was surrounded. The Platinum Grade Resentment. Leather armor granted 55 physical defense, 45 elemental resistance, 42 damage block, and a massive 777 health points. The level requirement was a mere 11. It also possessed the Resentment effect, which granted 30 attack points after taking a hit. Feng knew the effect was minor, but the armor's raw defensive stats were off the charts. He decided it was time to replace his old Ghostfire leather armor. He advanced toward a colossal door. If he liquidated the 20 or so obsolete items he carried, he'd gain over 10,000 life days. Now that the tomb's entrance was open to him, he hoped to find legendary materials. And with any luck, a true treasure. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a goblin cleaved a girl and her friend in two. Their party instantly respawned back in the city. But one of the boys erupted in rage, grabbing Xiaoyu by the collar and screaming in her face. He called her utterly useless, spitting that she'd only grown taller, not a single bit smarter. He blamed Xiaoyu entirely for the team's wipeout, roaring that because of her. He now only had 2 years of non-negotiable life left. He shoved her to the ground with contempt, threatening her not to even look at him at school, or she would face the consequences. With that, the boy logged out. Her friend rushed to help Xiaoyu up, inviting her to her parents' city. She explained that she'd heard about a support group there, one that helped players who didn't know how to improve. But rage twisted Xiaoyu's face. She clenched her fists, coldly refused the offer, and disconnected, telling her friend Yan Yan to go by herself. Back in the solitude of her room, still seething, she snatched her phone and messaged a boy named Hanan, asking him for help leveling up. Hanan accepted, but with a vile condition she would have to spend one night with him. He sneered that he wanted to see just how the school's popular girl behaved behind closed doors. Fury exploded in Xiaoyu as she cursed him and told him to leave her alone. But in an instant, her entire demeanor shifted. A sickly, sweet smile appeared as she told Henan that she had always liked him, but her controlling brother. Fing had prevented her from now that she had finally cut all ties with him. They could at last be together. But he didn't fall for her pathetic trap, calling her an idiot and asking if she was trying to make him die from laughter. He pointed out that if she could so easily betray her own brother, what horrors would she inflict upon him down the line? Finally, he ordered her to get lost. She then began desperately reaching out to anyone she could think of. First, she contacted the young master Hu Xiao, inviting him to her house for some company, and to help her level. However, he saw right through her, mocking her and boasting that he was now a platinum-level talent, with countless women begging for his attention, before telling her to disappear. Next, she tried her luck with a player known as Sister Ma, messaging that she was bored and waiting for him in the city. His response was just as brutal. He reminded her that the whole world knew how she had deceived Feng, and he threatened her with his powerful new ability. Alone and desperate, she cursed all men, convinced that not a single one could be trusted.
She lamented her fate, with only 2.5 years of non-negotiable life remaining. She had no idea what to do. With tears streaming down her face, she felt utterly abandoned.
Then, she thought of Qin Feng. A flicker of hope ignited. He would never ignore her. He had to have a solution for her. She had to find him. By the time she arrived at his apartment, night had already fallen. For a fleeting moment, she imagined a perfect reunion she would walk in, offer a few sweet words of apology, and he would forgive her instantly. But almost immediately, a rebellious pride surged within her. She hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she be the one apologizing? She hesitated at the door, convincing herself that lowering her head was merely a temporary strategy. First, she would feign submission to get his help. She was certain he'd accept, after all. He was the person who had cared for her more than anyone since childhood.
A cruel smile touched her lips. As soon as she leveled up and solved her lifespan crisis, she would cut him out of her life for good.
Satisfied with her manipulative plan, she knocked on the door and called out for Qin Feng, met with only silence. She knocked again, more insistently, calling out to ask if he was asleep, announcing that she had returned. Her voice turned desperate, begging him to just open the door. In a blaze of fury, she shattered the door with a kick, only to freeze in shock. The apartment was stripped bare. The bed, the table, his clothes, everything had vanished. She frantically tried to call Qin Feng, but the line was dead. She had no idea where the boy had vanished. But deep within the tomb of Rancor, Qin Feng was carving a path of destruction, eliminating every last monster. After a relentless hunt, he finally stood before the tomb's final sanctum. He summoned his devout follower. The path here was littered with over 200 lesser beasts and several bronze and silver tier bosses, pushing him to the very edge of level 12. Before him lay the final, imposing coffin. He knew the tomb's ultimate boss slumbered within, hoping it would be a platinum-level prize. With a surge of strength, he began to push the lid. His focus was absolute when a sinister presence made itself known. A vile energy began to seep into his body through his eyes and mouth. A system window flashed. His devout follower had been utterly annihilated. Qin Feng recognized it instantly, the death miasma, a gold-level boss. He cursed his rotten luck. This enemy had no physical form, making it immune to his attacks. He remembered this terror from his past life. Someone had released this boss, and it had spread like a plague, causing catastrophic losses to a nearby base.
Being possessed by this thing was a death sentence.
The only hope was a companion who could dispel it, or belonging to one of the few classes with an invincibility skill. Resolve blazed in the boy's eyes. He decided to unleash the Blade of the Dark Night Ring's skill. Shadows writhed and coiled around his body, allowing him to perceive the creature's true form hidden within the toxic fog. With his dagger, Fun struck at its core. A system window appeared, confirming he had slain the Golden Tier, the hidden boss of the toxic fog. Fun knew this boss's true strength far surpassed the platinum level, even if its rewards were only gold grade. He was fortunate that the Blade of the Dark Night, a skill he'd only recently learned, dealt pure magic damage. The corpse dissolved into lifetime, and Fun used his greedy hand to seize the orb. After such an ordeal, he expected gold tier equipment, but instead, he received a rare item called the Mount Bell, leaving him utterly surprised.
A wave of pure exhilaration washed over Fun. He had obtained a mount. This proved the famous luck of the Lenny Spiral was no mere rumor.
The system described the item, the Mount Bell, Ghost Night Wolf, summoned a level 11 creature. It could fight alongside him or be ridden, but it required its master to also be level 11. Fun immediately recalled the Ghost Night Wolf's reputation. It was one of the fastest mounts in the entire early game. A gold grade level 11 beast with 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and a staggering... The mount would gain experience with its owner, growing stronger with every battle they faced together. If the bell was ever traded, the creature's level would reset to its initial state. Its skills, however, were magnificent. Charge, while mounted, it increased movement speed by a staggering 245%. Night Path. Under the cover of darkness, the mount could enter a complete stealth mode. Attacking would break the stealth, but it added a bonus 120 damage to that first strike, with a 60-second reactivation time. And then, triple charge, it could leap upon a target 3 times, with each hit dealing 267 extra physical damage on a mere 12-second cooldown. Finally, Wolf's Howl. This ability granted all nearby allies bonuses to their attack, defense, and elemental resistances for 18 seconds. With a 60-second cooldown, Fun realized this wasn't just a mount, it was a true battle companion. The stealth ability alone was a game-changing asset. Night had already fallen, as Feng, now mounted on his wolf, galloped away from the ruins towards his next destination. His plan was set reach level 15, farm enough lifetime to extract the mount, and after logging out, he would head to Magic City to eliminate Changxi, ending that threat once and for all. Fun's journey took him past the Jiangnan Coliseum, a colossal area with 2 underground levels crawling with monsters. It was the perfect place to level up. The Ghost Night Wolf scaled the Coliseum's wall with agile grace, leaping into an area crowded with powerful creatures. The monsters below stared up at him. The wolf launched itself from the wall, and Fun dived with it straight towards the horde. With eyes burning with focus, Fun unleashed the instant shadow cut and began to eliminate the monsters one by one. Meanwhile, in a different part of the ruins, Yu used her sword to slay a monster. As the creature's body dissolved into lifetime, she sighed in relief. Her companion, Yan, the arrogant son of a department head, broke into applause. He showered her with praise, saying the dragon swordsman class was incredible, and that Yu was the only woman he desired. She commented dryly that the golden boss was only level 8, yet it had taken them more than 10 minutes to defeat it. Because of that, she couldn't understand how that player, Shadow, had managed to kill a platinum boss all by himself. Monian praised her again before dismissing Shadow's achievement, claiming he was just an assassin who used stealth to wear the boss down bit by bit.
According to Monian, that cowardly playstyle would never get a person to the top. He smirked, believing it would be simple to subjugate Yu, since she had no influential connections.
In response, Yu asked if a mediocre archer like him wasn't the ideal person to slowly wear down a boss. Monian quickly defended himself, claiming he was an honest man and wouldn't stoop to wearing down a boss in such a dishonorable way. He then claimed he had heard that Fun had a terrible character and was even a murderer in the real world. Monian declared he knew a police hunter with level 3 anti-stealth, proposing a trap to finally unmask and control the mysterious player known as Fun. In his mind, a rogue element like Fun could only be trusted if he was collared and working for their organization. Otherwise, disasters like the Songfei and Zhongli incidents would repeat, and he was sick of cleaning up another man's chaos. Yu and Wang Mong simply glanced at each other, then erupted in laughter at Monian's arrogance. They explained that he had completely misunderstood the entire situation. It wasn't Fun who needed them to clean up his messes. It was the other way around.
They had to secure the aftermath of Fun's actions to prove their interests were aligned and earn his cooperation.
They recounted Fun's legendary feats, a world-first solo kill of a golden boss, and then a platinum one. Annoyed, Monian spat that Fun was just a fragile assassin. He sneered, asking how they could be so useless as to not control him with an equivalent anti-stealth level. Offended at being contradicted, Monian's face twisted with rage. He turned to Yu, vowing to ruin Fun's reputation and drag him back in chains. And when he succeeded, he snarled she would kneel and beg him for forgiveness. Wang Mong, changing the subject, asked Yu about the boss's loot. She listed off a gold priest item, a silver piece, and a silver skill book. This made her recall how Fun used to sell mountains of gold and platinum gear. Just how many world bosses had he slain? Or was his talent finding treasures others couldn't? A shadow of doubt crossed Wang Meng's face. He confessed he was deeply worried about the Jonan restaurant massacre, where the entire Dongfang family was brutally murdered. He theorized that Fun himself was responsible for the slaughter. Should they truly be helping a man like that? Wang Meng admitted he couldn't grasp Fun's true nature, fearing he might be a cold-blooded killer in the real world. Yu knew the higher-ups were taking the case seriously, and she also suspected a connection. But despite everything, she guaranteed her full cooperation with him. She declared that even if their superiors refused to handle this, she would support Fun with her own personal power. Baffled, Wang Meng asked her why. Yu simply smiled and posed a question of her own. In this new world, who wouldn't want to support Fun? In that very moment, a subordinate rushed into the room. He reported finding a massive arena ahead, littered with the corpses of countless slain monsters. He couldn't imagine what kind of guild possessed the power to cause such devastation. A spark of excitement flashed in Yu's eyes. She immediately decided to investigate the arena, leaving Wang Meng utterly bewildered. Arriving at the Shanghai Coliseum, they were greeted by a field carpeted in lifetime units. They stood in stunned silence, staring at the sheer number of dead Isaacs. There had to be hundreds of them. It begged the question, what monstrous force was capable of such a feat? Yu was certain. She knew Fun had been here and urged them to find him. Monen scoffed, questioning her confidence. Yu's reply was simple. Fun is ranked number 1 on the scoreboard, she stated, and our guild is right behind him. If a feat like this is impossible for us, she concluded, then it could only have been him. Furious, Monian shouted that he also had invisibility and could do the same. It would just take him a little more time ignoring his tantrum. Yu opened a direct line to Fun. Figuring he'd have a mountain of equipment left over from this massacre, she offered to buy it all. Monian stared in disbelief. Suddenly, Fun appeared from thin air, right behind him, mounted on a massive wolf. Monian shrieked, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. Captain Yu, however, lit up with excitement, asking where on earth he acquired a mount. Fun calmly explained it was thanks to the coordinates Plun had provided. Hearing his name, Plun blushed with embarrassment, saying there was no need to mention him. Fun then turned to Captain Yu with a business proposal. She could take every single item on the ground as a complete package, under their usual conditions. She agreed instantly. She knew his prices were always fair, and the choice to cooperate was always hers to make. But while they spoke, Monian's terror turned to pure, seething hatred. Utterly humiliated by Fun, he swore he would make every single one of them pay. Meanwhile, Fun spurred his wolf onward, riding through the ruins. The system announced he had reached level 13. Far below him, at level 10, were Justa Implav, Huan Mang, and the others. Fun now possessed 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. He was thrilled. Clearing the arena had rewarded him with a gold-grade skillbook Silent Camouflage. It granted the user permanent invisibility so long as they stood perfectly still, neither moving nor attacking. An attack launched from this state of perfect stillness would inflict an additional 300 points of penetration damage. The skill had a 120-second cooldown and required level 13. Fun immediately realized its true potential. It wasn't just a stealth buff. Its real power was the ability to use it in the real world. Combined with the game's invincibility frames, he could literally vanish without a trace. Without hesitation, he decided to evolve the book, pouring 11 evolution points into it. A cascade of light enveloped the skill, upgrading it from gold to platinum to emerald, diamond, and finally, to the epic tier. With this evolution, the bonus stealth damage skyrocketed to 800, and the cooldown was slashed to just 60 seconds. Satisfied, he moved on to his other skills. First, he spent 34 points to evolve Poison Dart to the epic level. The skill transcended its limits, ascending from emerald to diamond, and finally, to the epic tier. Its maximum range exploded to 20 meters, and each strike now carried 400 damage, inflicting a venom that dealt 100% damage per second for 5 seconds. Without hesitation, he spent 200 points to elevate Graceful Release to the mythic level. The jump from legendary to mythic was colossal. The bonus to weak points soared to 300%, and the damage multiplier on frailties doubled. Activating it now triggered the throat cut effect, unleashing 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. With a cooldown of just 15 seconds, Fun was satisfied. The power of a mythic skill was absolute. Now, almost every one of his attacks would find its mark. His gaze then fell upon his necklace, the Pendant of Deceit. It was also time for an upgrade. The Platinum Grade accessory provided 45 physical attack, 20 strength, and 20 constitution, requiring level 13. Its unique effect granted an entire point to his stealth level. Tallying his skills and equipment, Fun realized his stealth had reached a terrifying level. 4. At this stage of the game, no one would be able to detect his presence. On top of that, he possessed the Golden Tier's Veil of Shadows, an item granting 5 constitution, 5 spirit, and a massive 32% evasion. With this, his total evasion skyrocketed to an unbelievable 83%. Suddenly, a distant explosion shattered the silence, and Fun moved to investigate. As he turned, a colossal boss emerged. Its arms were vicious chains, each ending in a sharpened blade of cruel steel. He wondered what kind of fool would have been reckless enough to awaken that beast. A memory from his past life surfaced. This boss had appeared in the ruins of Shanghai, and its hunt had cost 4,000 lives. The monster was the guardian of the sanctuary, the second largest refuge in the ruins. His original plan was to handle another target before ever facing this guardian. But since the boss had been awakened, he would simply deal with it now.
Fun and his wolf leaped to a rooftop. Down below, the boss began a whirlwind of slaughter, mowing down the nearby players.
It killed one player instantly, and the others realized their fatal error too late as its bladed arms relentlessly tore through their ranks.
Fun watched the players fruitlessly challenge the Steel Saint, seeing how gravely they had underestimated the danger. A player mounted on a tiger charged forward, and Fun's eyes narrowed in recognition. It was the paladin, Xiang Yang.
In his past life, they had been bitter rivals for 9 years, with no clear winner. Xiang Yang was cunning and treacherous, always escaping defeat with some dirty trick.
Fun also recalled that in his past life, it was Xiang Yang's guild that had ultimately defeated the Steel Saint.
That guild, Knight's Sanctuary, controlled the eastern Shanghai ruins, giving rise to the saying, God of the West, Sanctuary of the East. To recruit members, they used a wicked contract. That promised safety in exchange for up to 50% of a person's life expectancy. Most became slaves, forced to toil for the guild's leaders. For Fun, this situation was a gift from fate. He vowed that this time, Xiang Yang would not be escaping. The boss's spinning arms created the perfect distraction. Fun seized the opportunity, vanished into thin air, and appeared right beside his target.
Without wasting a moment, he drew his blade, and in a single flash, slaughtered the surrounding players.
Bathed in a crimson aura, Fun became a vortex of death. Xiang Yang stared in shock, recognizing the infamous shadow. Why are you attacking me? He demanded. There's no conflict between us.
Fun materialized behind him, his voice pure ice.
It's because you don't eat meat.
Xiang Yang's eyes widened in terror.
With a contemptuous smirk, Fun unleashed Shadow's Cut and ended him. Then, he activated the curse of the blooming flower skill.
Moments later, the players respawned in the city. Xiang Yang was seething, unable to comprehend the reason for the assault.
One of his subordinates cried out in terror, realizing his life expectancy had just dropped to 0. Xiang Yang knew it was Shadow's work. They would have to retreat, recover what they lost, and plan their revenge later. Xiao Yu was also among them, crying in confusion. Her life expectancy had been almost completely drained. The system notified Fun that his skill had absorbed 4 days of tradable life and 1 full year of non-tradable life from Xiao Yu.
A cold smile touched Fun's lips. So, she had joined Xiang Yang's wretched group.
The pitiful amount of life he'd absorbed from Rishu was a clear sign of her desperation. It confirmed she had accepted the guild's slave contract. In Fun's eyes, it was exactly what she deserved. At that moment, the boss finally lashed out, creating a massive smokescreen. But when the smoke cleared, he had already vanished, dodging the blow with phantom blur.
Fun knew the boss's first phase was hardly a challenge. The creature itself seemed confused by the sudden massacre. The Guardian's chains spun wildly, but its movements were unfocused. Fun watched intently, knowing its attacks were just repetitive, predictable swings. In the next instant, he appeared high above the boss, combining the power of the Blessed Blade with the Plague Blade. The first strike landed, throat cut activated, unleashing an explosion of raw damage. 3 seconds later, a burst of toxic energy erupted from the wound. With blinding speed, Shadow's blade found its mark, carving a deep gash across the monster's neck. The boss's health bar instantly plummeted below half. A furious crimson light flared in her eyes, but Shadow remained perfectly calm. He knew the real fight was about to begin. Once her health dropped, the demon sealed within would awaken, reflecting all incoming damage back to its source. Legends even whispered of a portal inside the demon's stomach that warped anyone it devoured straight into a live volcano. Shadow, however, dismissed this as pure fantasy, just players confusing mechanics from other games. From a safe distance, a group of players watched the spectacle unfold. They couldn't believe how ruthless this lone warrior was. The Night Sanctuary Guild had summoned this platinum tier boss, only for Shadow to appear and annihilate their entire party. And then, with a single earth-shattering skill, he wiped out half the boss's health, forcibly triggering its second phase. As they chattered, the still invisible main character turned his attention to the onlookers. He knew the second phase had one critical weakness. For a split second, right as the boss attacked, its damage reflection ability would disappear. A perfectly timed strike was the only way to avoid the deadly counter. The problem lay with his skills Shadow Cut, Throat Cut, and the Plague Blade, all of which dealt continuous, ticking damage. Even if his first hit landed safely, the lingering bleed and poison effects would be reflected back, resulting in his instant death.
As he weighed his options, his gaze fell upon the spying players. A cunning plan began to form. He would use them. One of the players, Anquan, urged the others back, trying to get a better view of the action.
At his command, the others grew excited. Anquan's subordinate boasted they had already memorized the boss's attack patterns. A woman in the group added that once its health drops, it pauses and transforms, gaining entirely new abilities.
But right as the second phase began, Shadow vanished into thin air. Anquan was stunned. Was he being left to face this monster alone? He ordered his subordinate, Cho, to use the Crimson Eye to track him down. She immediately activated her power. A tiny rabbit materialized, scurrying past the boss unnoticed. A moment later, Cho reported that she couldn't find any trace of Shadow. She figured he must have logged off, since her level 3 anti-stealth skill was useless. Anquan agreed. Level 4 invisibility was unheard of. He leaped down from the cliff, leaving a confused Cho behind. He simply told her to
stay sharp and report if Shadow returned. As Cho nodded, Anquan landed gracefully on the battlefield and drew his twin blades.
A confident smirk spread across his face. The other players scoffed. Fighting a platinum-level boss solo was a suicide mission. One of them, however, gasped in recognition. He knew that player. It was the legend known as Safety First. The player exclaimed that he had seen him solo a gold-level boss in the starting city without suffering a single scratch. It turned out his class was Soul Warrior, which granted a 100% invincibility frame while rolling. Rumor had it he was a famous streamer, known for his godlike reflexes in Souls-like games. With his arrival, the boss's aggro immediately shifted to Anquan. The creature attacked with its razor-sharp arms. Anquan reacted in a flash, sliding beneath the deadly blow with inches to spare. Next, the boss summoned energy arms to crush him, but another perfect roll carried him out of harm's way. As the boss desperately tried to land a hit, he simply rolled away. His party members watched in awe, impressed by his calm, flawless dodges. They admired his incredible discipline, never getting greedy for an extra hit. One commented that Anquan's performance was simply unreal, like a perfect dance of evasion against every single attack. Yet, they also noticed slash effects appearing all over the boss's body, making them question the true power of the Soul Warrior class. The black-haired woman explained it was his class passive a counterattack. Each perfect dodge dealt damage back to the enemy, slowly chipping away its health. With a sly smile, Cho added that dodging was just the beginning. Anquan's true strength was his overwhelming offense. He could turn a perfect defense into a relentless assault that ended battles in an instant. As the boss flailed, a key mechanic was revealed. A successful dodge allowed Anquan's next attack to ignore 50% of the boss's defense. The moment had come. Anquan faced the beast head-on, and a brilliant blue energy began to radiate from his body. Seeing this, his party knew what was coming, a strike that would deal at least 4-digit damage. Before the boss could react, Anquan unleashed his ultimate attack. His single strike split into 3 phantom blades, hitting the boss with absolute precision and carving grievous wounds. In that one instant, its health bar was practically deleted. His party erupted in cheers. The boss was already down to its last sliver of health.
Anquan confidently turned his back on his foe. But in that same moment, over 34,000 damage points flashed above his head, and he died instantly.
His teammates panicked, utterly bewildered. How could he have died after dodging everything? They were even more confused. Anquan's attack had hit the boss, but its health hadn't dropped by nearly that much. From the shadows, Fun observed Anuan's dwindling health bar, a silent thanks on his lips.
Anuan's reckless display had forced the boss to reveal her entire deadly arsenal. While that player had been showing off, Fun's own relentless assault had carved the boss's health down to a critical third. The Soul Warrior's techniques were powerful, but in the end, they only sealed his own doom. His class had a fatal weakness against this foe. Dodging meant he couldn't attack, and every attack he landed came back as reflected damage. The boss began to turn, and a chilling realization washed over Fun. This was bad. With her life force so low, she was trying to retreat to the sanctuary to heal completely, which would make their entire struggle meaningless.
He glanced at Anuan's followers and saw the terror in their eyes. The Soul Warrior's death had shattered their morale.
Fun knew they wouldn't dare attack again, but without an attacker, the boss's damage reflection would never disappear.
The time for hiding was over. Fun unleashed his invisibility, materializing directly in her path and blocking her escape. The other players stared, utterly stunned. They finally understood. Anuan had just been a distraction. The real danger had been this shadow all along. It was terrifying to think every wound on the boss was his handiwork. Cho couldn't believe what he was seeing. His level 3 anti-invisibility skill hadn't detected a thing, meaning Fun's was level 4 or higher. Fun's gaze then locked onto the item Anuan had dropped. He had to claim it. He activated the black light shield, and a brilliant golden barrier enveloped him. This skill created a 10-layer shield, each layer nullifying a single attack. The boss's attention snapped to him, her arms morphing back into razor-sharp blades. She lunged. This was his chance. Unleashing the instantaneous shadow cut, Fun became a storm of rapid-fire strikes. He noted that of the 9 total hits, the last 3 landed squarely in her counterattack phase. If not for the black light shield absorbing the reflected damage, he would have been instantly annihilated. The shield was down to 7 layers. The boss then gathered energy in her abdomen, leaped, and unleashed a torrent of purple flames. Fun retreated, but the flamethrower was too fast, tearing through all 7 remaining layers of his shield at once. He had barely escaped, half a second slower, and he would have been incinerated. At that moment, another player made a greedy dash for Anuan's item. Fun noticed, and a poison dart flew from his hand, ending the thief on the spot. He sent a clear message to all onlookers: no one touches his loot. The system announced Fun had obtained 612 days of tradable life and 67 years of non-tradable life. His skill siphoned another 355 days and 20 years, as Fun was surprised by how much life that player had possessed. He had probably never experienced death before. How interesting. He decided to hold off on using the skill on him for now. The boss roared with fury, but Fun remained perfectly calm. The plan was simple: use the shield and normal attacks to whittle her down. He moved in a slow but safe rhythm of attacks and dodges. Watching from afar, Shu was mesmerized by Fun's impossible speed. Before, she couldn't understand how he'd claimed the first kills, but seeing him fight now, all her doubts about his power vanished completely. Fun decided it was time to end this. He surged forward, his blade a flash of silver, and cut the boss down with blinding speed. The system confirmed the Steel Maiden's demise, rewarding him with 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the Sanctuary Key. The other players were speechless. Fun had defeated the boss alone. It all made sense now why he was number 1 in the rankings. Using Greedy Hand, he claimed the loot and emerald-grade leather armor called Gift of the Black Flames. It provided 95 physical defense, 120 elemental resistance, 77 damage reduction, and a 77-point boost to Constitution. Its special effect applied black flame to targets, shredding their defense and resistance. Though it had a lesser effect on bosses, Fun was more than satisfied. That single piece of armor was better than a full set worn by any other player. He also obtained the Emerald-level skill, Assassin's Instinct. It allowed partial perception of invisible units and granted 2 points of anti-invisibility. Fun immediately invested 33 evolution points to upgrade the skill. It soared past Emerald, through Diamond and Epic, until it reached the Legendary tier. With this, his anti-invisibility bonus jumped to 5 points. The Legendary effect also let him detect weak points, increasing critical damage by 50%. Combined with his Lethal Grace passive, his total bonus now reached a staggering 350%. Now, he could strike an enemy's vital spots even with his eyes closed. Fun still had 97 evolution points left and decided to use 80 of them to evolve the Blur and Ghostly skill. It jumped from Epic to Legendary, increasing his passive evasion from 75% to 85%, and granting total damage immunity whenever the evasion activated. In that moment, Captain Yu and her team appeared. She spotted Fun and immediately asked if he'd found any good items. Her eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't even see the rankings. You hit level 13 in one night. That's insane." Wang Ming complained that they'd hunted all night just to barely reach the middle of level 11, declaring Fun's speed was simply monstrous. Captain Yu smacked Wang Meng on the back of his head, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. Unfazed, Fun explained he'd found a few items to sell, valued at a cool 45,000 days of life. With a grave expression, she transferred the entire amount. Fun then mentioned another valuable item and asked if she was familiar with hideouts. A knowing smile spread across Captain Yu's face as she confirmed she was. She explained that since the Shanghai city ruins had no safe zones, players used hideouts as bases to store supplies and activate defensive barriers. Fun knew she must be thinking of the small hideout left by the Golden Boss. She confirmed that the officials from Jinhai City hadn't found a single one yet. Seeing that she understood a hideout's true value, Fun produced a golden key from his inventory. He revealed it was the key to the sanctuary left behind by the very boss he had just defeated. He informed them the hideout spanned over 800 mu and proposed they return to discuss a fair price. Captain Yu and Wang Meng were utterly speechless. A larger hideout meant far stronger defenses and better infrastructure. A space of 800 mu was large enough for every official from Zanhai City to have their own room. Curious, she asked what price he had in mind for such a massive find. Fun simply said he'd rather hear what they could offer first. He already knew its real value. In his past life, this very hideout sold to the government for 2,000 years of life. With the sale of this hideout and the life he already possessed, Fun would have enough to bring all his equipment, skills, and even his level into the real world. Visibly nervous, Captain Yu accepted his proposal. She assured him she would contact her superiors at once. Then, she mentioned there was something else she needed his help with. She explained that 7 gold-level bosses had emerged together in Black Moon Village, slaughtering countless players. Because of the immense threat, they were offering 10 years of life to anyone who could help eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Fun noted that 7 gold bosses didn't seem like an impossible threat. He figured the official forces should be able to handle them. given enough time. Therefore, if they were asking for his help specifically, there had to be a catch. Impressed by his sharp deduction, she grimly agreed. She confirmed he was right, explaining that they'd managed to isolate and kill one of the 7 bosses, only for it to resurrect. Even worse, the stats of all 7 bosses suddenly skyrocketed, completely annihilating the entire team. Even Fun was taken aback. A memory from his past life surfaced. Group bosses that could resurrect. He suspected they were puppets of the cursed slate, one of the ancient god slates. If that was the case, this was an opportunity he could not let pass him by. Fun decided to leave immediately, asking Captain Yu for the coordinates. She wished him luck, and he noted that she was a very honest person. The loot from 7 gold bosses alone would be worth 40 or 50 years of life, yet she still offered an additional 10 years as a reward. It was a remarkably generous offer. Riding his ghost knight Wolf King, Fun raced across the ruins. As he passed a statue, he witnessed a shocking scene. A group of players were assaulting a girl nearby. It was his sister, Juan Maggie. One of the women struck her across the face, accusing her of being a witch and trying to seduce the guild leader. With her face already covered in bruises, Juan Maggie cried tears of pure rage. The woman warned her to stay away from the leader, or they'd destroy her face, before they continued their brutal assault. Watching from a nearby rooftop, Fun realized his sister had gotten caught in a petty internal guild conflict. After his time in the Night Sanctuary, he was all too familiar with these power games. In his past life, he was always the one who had to solve these problems for her. But this time, he turned away, deciding to let her fend for herself. Juan Maggie's cries echoed below, begging them to stop through the pain. But her attackers just laughed, calling her a tramp and threatening to kill her. Meanwhile, Fun stepped into the base of the statue. He remembered a secret hidden here. Beneath the central statue of the ruins was a chamber that could teleport him back to the starting city. It was a secret only a handful of people knew. A magic circle flared to life before him, but this transport was not free. The first trip cost 500 days of life, the second 1,000, the third 2,000, with the price doubling every single time. He knew a secret about the starting city. Over time, it would evolve into a high-level zone, where common mobs would become world bosses and hidden treasures would emerge. The ancient god's slate was one of those legendary treasures, an item he absolutely could not afford to lose. A system prompt appeared before him. Feng's eyes widened. In his past life, this village was a late-game secret he'd never even found. Without a second thought, he accepted the transfer. The system consumed 500 days of his lifespan. In a flash of light, he was teleported to the Black Moon village. The place was bustling with elders deep in conversation. Feng was taken aback. He'd expected a desolate ruin, not this lively hub of the elderly. He also noticed several other players nearby. One was helping an old woman to her feet. Relieved to be back in the safe zone, the player reminded her, "We got you to level 3, just like we promised." Through the hunt, she'd gained 72 days of life. Now it was time for her to pay their share. But the old woman's expression soured. She scoffed, refusing to pay and accusing them of being a charity.
One of the players tried to reason with her. "We don't want money, just the life force that dropped because you were in our party."
His companion added, "You just need to give us the share you agreed to." The old woman flew into a rage, denying any agreement and accusing the youths of trying to extort a helpless old woman. They tried to calm her, but she began shrieking for help, crying out that members of the Mentor Guild were harassing her. In that moment, a shadow moved. Someone seized her from behind and slammed her to the ground, stunning everyone. It was Feng. He gripped her by the throat, his eyes like ice as he drew his dagger. With a single, merciless motion, he ended her life. The 2 players were frozen in shock as orbs of life spilled onto the ground. "There's your payment," Feng said coolly. "Take it." Elated, the players collected the 72 days of life and thanked him, desperate to know the name of the expert who had saved them. "Think nothing of it," Feng replied flatly, turning his back to leave. He silently cursed the city's rule against fighting in safe zones. His thoughts then shifted to the Manhwa Guild. He now understood that its origins were here, in the Black Moon village. The guild was founded as a charity, helping the elderly survive for free. In time, it gained official recognition and grew to become the largest guild in Ria by sheer numbers. A glint of inspiration sparked in Feng's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, he mused, people like that were a necessity. Later that night, in a dark forest, a party battled a grotesque mud monster. A young mage yelled to her teammate, "Mother, use lightning bolt now." She obeyed, and a bolt of lightning descended, striking the beast. The party's swordsmen seized the opening, cleaving it in 2 and reducing it to an orb of life. As they journeyed on, a young man asked his companion, "Jan, is it true your friend Juan Meg joined the Night Sanctuary? Their membership fee is insane." Yan nodded grimly. "I invited her to join us in Manure." I explained it's a charity guild where we all help each other, but Juan Meg refused. Another player commented, Well, Zoyu is already level 10, thanks to Night Sanctuary's power leveling. He then added, but their contract is a 3-year slave deal. They basically own you. The young man agreed. They're just using her as a tool. If you don't have skill, you should grind mobs and level up slowly, the right way, like us. Yan sighed. Wanmeg thinks she's special just because she has a hidden class. She thinks it makes her better than us.
At that very instant, a rain of invisible arrows descended upon the group.
With no time to react, an arrow pierced the young man's body, taking 1/200th of his HP and turning him into an orb of life.
Yan screamed in horror. That was her father. Her mother collapsed into tears. From the shadows, the archer smiled, satisfied with his one-shot kill.
One of the masked men told him, "Stop bragging. The Menurivore Guild is filled with nothing but weaklings." They wondered aloud why any skilled player would bother protecting such trash. With predatory smiles, they approached Yan and her mother. The archer demanded, "Hand over every last day of life you have."
Fear gripped Yan, but she found her voice. Player killing is forbidden. You'll become wanted criminals.
The archer simply aimed his bow at her face. His message was clear. He didn't care about the rules. "You have 3 seconds." Yan's mother started to obey, but the girl stood her ground. "Mother, don't do it," she whispered urgently. "Call for help on the guild channel. I'll buy us some time."
Seeing this defiance, the archer ordered the attack.
"Kill the old one. We'll have some fun with the daughter." The masked men lunged, but a shadowy wolf suddenly burst from the trees, tearing into them. Yan stared, completely bewildered. Before the archer could even react, a blur of motion flashed past. His head tumbled to the ground. It was Feng. As his wolf devoured the subordinates, Feng stared silently at the archer's head. He recognized that face. It was the assassin. Shadow. Back in the city, the archer and his men respawned in a rage, unable to comprehend how all of their life force had been drained in an instant.
Panicked, they fled toward the forest, needing to kill monsters just to recover a sliver of life before they perished.
In that moment, a strange energy erupted, and a sword forged from that power slammed down, pinning them in place. 2 priests approached them. One, holding a sacred book, announced, "We are official bounty hunters. According to the law, you are under arrest." The other priest's gaze was like ice, warning that if they dared to resist, their lives would be forfeit on the spot. Back in the safety of the forest, Yan turned to Fun, her voice filled with gratitude. "Without you, my mother and I would have been lost." Fun looked down, thinking about Yan's incredible spirit. She was not only kind, but also brave, the complete opposite of Xiao Yu, and he couldn't understand how they were ever best friends. And with that thought, Fun vanished without a trace, leaving Yan and her mother confused. Yan picked up the life orb, wondering if it belonged to her father.
Her mother asked where their mysterious savior had gone, but Yan could only reply that she didn't know.
The only thing she knew for certain was the identity of their attacker Shadow, the #1 ranked boss in the entire world.
In another part of that same forest, a group of players was waiting for that very same Shadow. They complained that he was already half an hour late and wondered what was holding him up.
One of them scoffed, doubting Shadow could even defeat the bosses in this area, since they could revive infinitely. Completely invisible, Fun slipped right past them and continued on his mission. He knew the secrets of how the ancient god's slate truly worked. It could bestow both a powerful positive and a devastating negative effect on equipment, and could even alter the very traits of a player's class. The 7th-ranked player in the world had once used 7 of these slates to bring down a legendary boss. He observed the stationary monsters. The bosses created by the slate were special. They had unique mechanics. Some were invisible assassins, taking out players before they could react. Others were merely puppets manipulated by a hidden summoner. According to his information, if even one of them died, they would all instantly revive with a stacking fury bonus. The critical question was, would they still revive if they were all eliminated at the exact same time? It was a theory worth testing. Fun prepared an experiment. He equipped the follower's pendant and summoned a minion. The creature charged in to attack the bosses and immediately suffered over 1,400 points of damage. One of the bosses merely glanced toward the attack, and an instant later, the follower exploded into nothingness, completely ignored by the monsters. Fun analyzed the data from his test. The bosses were level 10 with no damage reflection. Their attributes were only twice as high as a normal gold tier boss. He then activated the Shadow Ring Blade. As a red energy spread through the area, Fun unleashed the gift of the poisonous. The bosses' bodies vanished without leaving any drops, which confused him. But then, they began to merge into a single, colossal, and much more powerful entity. The new boss charged at Fun. He was on high alert. His theory now confirmed the simultaneous elimination was the trigger for the next phase. It was then he noticed that the giant monster's body was covered in glowing symbols. Fun dodged a massive attack, and his eyes locked onto the markings. He recognized them as the ancient script of the gods. He deciphered scattered words like disaster, sky, God, and ancient, and pieced them together to uncover the boss's true name, the Calamity Ancient God.
As the monster thundered closer, Fun was still unsure of how he should proceed.
Then, an idea struck him. What if he had to attack the symbols on the boss's body in the precise order of the characters of its name? All of his investment in studying the ancient language had been for a moment exactly like this. Fun slid into motion, striking the symbol on the monster's leg, then the one on its arm, and finally, the one on its chest. Poison dripped from the boss's body as it roared in agony, falling apart before crashing into the water. Fun remained vigilant, his senses on high alert, watching to see what would happen next.
Coffins began to rise from the water, and the remains of the boss floated and transformed. Soon, several smaller monsters burst from its corpse, roaring.
Fun noticed the inscriptions on the coffins perfectly matched each of the new monsters. He finally understood the mechanic. He needed to defeat each one near its corresponding coffin. The ancient god's slate was now visible in the air, indicating this was the final phase. The monsters charged at him in a massive wave, and he prepared himself for the final battle.